Hit the wall, broke the skin, never complain, I just start again. I'll never stop, watch me go, I rise to the top, I let them know I'm built for this. Every time I fall, I get up. All the weight that made me bend turns these shaking hands to strength again.
Hey. What's going on, everybody? Baby, got Alex here, Jogamo, and we're about to play Roster Mania. We're gonna be asking some yes or no questions, so let's get after it.
Wow.
Interesting, bro.
Is it upside down? I hope not. I actually forgot who I have.
What? What do you mean you forgot who you have?
Is he a North American player?
Oh my God. He's a NA.
NA player?
Yeah. Does your player have glasses?
Yes.
Nice. Wait, so many people have glasses in the room.
I know.
Wait a second.
I know.
I'm about to get glasses. What the?
You have glasses.
Wait, this was a good question, actually. Hold
You
up.
have glasses.
I know, I do have glasses. They don't know though, bro. No. Stage 2.
Have you ever played with this
No.
individual?
No.
You never played with this individual.
Wow, you must have had a lot of people I played with on there for you to ask that. That's crazy. Is there red on your player's jersey? Oh, I just realized something.
Yes, there's a red.
There is red.
Yes.
Oh, wow. How many you got left? I have 4 options, bro.
10.
I have 4.
I messed up. Okay, is he on a top 2 team in America?
No.
I already know who it is then. Wait, who's top 2 anymore?
That's
the question.
I don't know. I answered it no.
Actually, I'm keeping this one.
Wait, why is he still up here? Okay. All right. I actually only had 3 guesses though. All right. Is it you?
Yeah.
It's you. No way, bro.
And I have to make a blind guess, right?
Go for it, bro.
Not on top 2 in America. I think you got Oxy.
No, I didn't, bro. Not top 2 in America, but like you did get top 2 recently in something in Paris.
Oh, it's in America, not so it's Brock. Timmy? That was
Timmy, bro. That's why when you asked me, is he top 2? I was like,
that was a bad question.
is he top 2? Like, I don't know. How can I answer that?
The first question was good, and everything else is grief.
Yeah, bro, you beat yourself. This was Roster Mania with Jogamo and Bebe. Thank you guys for watching. Hope you enjoyed.
This stream contains fast flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Bora pro primeiro mapa aqui do VCT Américas. One more is all it takes.
Today, 4 teams are returning for their second match of the week, and one Omega squad will pick up their first win of the stage. Hello, everyone, and welcome once again to your favorite TV show. It's VCT Americas coming at you live from the Riot Games Arena. As always, we're here playing cornhole in the sunny, beautiful, and majestic Los Angeles, California. Of course, I'm the bald man who's sweating and yelling at you right now. I'm Golden Boy. That's Dry, and that's Brent. We're gonna yap about video games today. We figured, don't mess with success, keep the trio together.
True.
Right?
Yeah,
Right? Let's
yeah,
do
true.
this.
Until next week.
Until next week.
And then I'm gone.
And then, yeah, and I'm not here either. But,
Wait a
you know,
minute. Okay.
it's
Wait.
good.
Wait a minute.
Sorry, Dan. You're on your own. All right.
Wait a
well,
minute.
It's the final day of the week, and we have some awesome things on the docket. Let's see where we are currently standing right now. Because we had some wins get clocked in the other day. Not much really changes all that much, but, you know, Brent, I think it's safe to say that it's still very much up in the air as far as like how things are going to end up with play-ins in the picture, too.
Grand scheme of things, honestly, it's a bit annoying that we can't say with definitiveness that some of these matches, yeah, this team's going to be getting into the top 2 because of it, because we still have more matches to play, to be honest. Like, it's causing issues, but it is in flux. Who the hell knows what's going to happen when it comes to the end of the stage and we see where it all shakes out and all lands out. It could go in any direction for a lot of these teams.
Oh yeah, it's going to be shenanigans, a good time, a time that we all love. Now, of course, folks, the Neo Frontier bundle is in the Valorant shop right now. You can go ahead, click on it. If you're watching in the game too, you go ahead, click on the little thing, go buy it, you know. And
Turn the volume down first, though, and the audio thing.
That's true.
Always too loud.
That's
it's
true.
Okay.
That's true. He's looking out for the homie. But the cool thing is that the finisher shows the current match leader in a wanted poster. So we figured who is the most wanted in VCT Americas. Let's go ahead and find out. We also made a fancy little graphic and all this stuff for it too. And I also got the prop department to give us some cool stuff because it's Neo Frontier. So we're gonna do a little bit of some cowboy
How do you always have
cosplay.
stuff?
Oh, always have something here, Daniela. There you go. You got this for you, Brennon. Okay, que bueno. We got this. I'll take that for you. And because it's Neo Frontier, you got to have your fancy futuristic glasses.
Thank
All right,
you.
here we go.
How do I put this on?
Wait, no, you're blue.
Just over the top.
All right.
Well, I like green, though.
I like green too.
I like
right.
green.
It's fine.
I
Wait,
can't
green
see,
now.
but we're going to do this segment anyway. So let's take a look, though, because here are our top performers. Asuna, Aspas, Luxo, Verno. I'd say overall, these are some some killers in the server.
Luke Shaw is kind of surprising being up here. Not in terms of I'm surprised that he's a great player, but to be honest, with the state that Loud has been in, he's still putting up top performance numbers to be hitting the top 4 that we've got currently, the top 4 most wanted players.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised because he was doing it last year, even when the team was looking worse than they're looking at right now. But for everybody else, I'm super happy to see them. 2 of the MIBR players, which is something that we talked about towards the beginning of the year. We wanted to see from a player like Aspas, for example, and the amount of openings that he's getting. I think everybody here makes sense. Obviously, like you're saying.
How surprising is it to see Verno up there, though? Because, I mean,
I love it.
It really is. And let's not forget, this guy was the IGL for the team when they played last, but then shifted things around. Now is not in that role anymore, and he's been finding so much success.
He has been insane. It feels like every clutch is going his way. A lot of the Odin kills that we saw in the last series. I think this is where he should be always.
And then the other player, too, that I want to give flowers because I've been covering this kid since the absolute beginning of this freaking sport. It's Asuna. Just amazing to see him continue to push himself.
You called him kid.
I know.
And when we were interviewing him with Timatino called him Unk on the couch. I
That's-
just want to put that in perspective. It's messed up. He also called me Unk, but listen,
Yeah.
that comes with the territory.
Yeah, I know, and freaking Mazzino and Aspas just called me bald. So, you know, it's just, we're all in shambles over here, baby. But of course, here's the thing, though. I can't see that. Woo, there we go. We got one more sharpshooter that needs to be rounded up. and it's Tex. Yeah! Of course, he managed to gun down 3 in this Pulsar flick of the week. And actually, this was wild shenanigans, top to bottom. Finds that first pop, heaven, goodbye. One more coming into the site, gets cooked. That's a 3-piece. Love to see it.
It's crazy. This is a crazy, crazy clutch. I can't lie.
12 for
Immediately
EG.
adjusting. Yeah. It's just ridiculous that he managed to pull this off, honestly. Or anticipating where the swing is going to be coming from. And it's not even like EG kind of misplayed that one, to be honest. I mean, the players were swinging, trying to trade him out. But it's just Tex was just locked in. For whatever reason, this guy, since the start of stage 2, has been on an absolute tear.
Yeah, no, I'm really curious to see what happens with MIBR moving forward here. But look, guys, it can be lonely out in the dusty VCT trail, especially when you're down on your luck. But thankfully, Cloud9 is keeping the spirits up. Check this out. Pew pew. I don't know, cowboy stuff.
Hello everyone, I'm Zelsis. Today I'm joined here with Oxy, and today we're going to be doing Roster Mania.
Come on, so I can't cheat. I'm not looking.
That's what I have.
That's all I got.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Alright, did they play in the first year or no? Oh, you have to think about it. I understand it now. No?
No.
Gotta crouch down and look at them. Oh my god,
take your time,
it's
bro.
over for you, buddy.
Take your time, bro.
It's actually over.
Frick, man.
It's actually over.
Am I an IGL?
Yeah. Oh my god, I have no one left. Is my player a champion? Stand up, let me see your eyes, boy.
No.
No?
Well, I can mess
Did
with
he win a Masters or a champ?
No, that's not the question. You said, is my player a champion?
No.
Yes, he
No.
is. Yes, he
No.
is. Yes, he is.
No.
That was your question? It's a yes or no question, and I'm saying he is.
I understand you're a scammer now. No. Okay.
And I'm saying he is.
All right.
All right. Has my player won a Masters or a Champs?
Yes.
Actually, wait. That was a horrible guess for me.
Terrible. Did my player win a Masters or champs?
No.
No?
Do I have a full beard?
No. What kind of question is that?
Don't you worry. I'm whittling this down. Come on,
Is
bro.
my player a duelist player?
No.
That's kind of a trash question.
Do I have glasses?
Yes. Oh. That was gonna be my question.
You can ask the same question.
Does my player have glasses?
No.
No glasses.
No. How many people you got left?
3.
3?
But I'm assuming I have to make a guess. But you're at 1, right?
I have 2. I'm gonna shoot for the stars here. Is it me?
No! Okay, let me shoot. Cause I only got 3
You gotta
people.
shoot!
Cortesia.
No. Are you stupid?
What do you
Is
mean
my
I'm
person
stupid?
John?
Yes. Who is it? Valen. The f? I don't have Valen out.
What?
Did they play in the first year or no?
No.
It's over for you, buddy. Take your time.
Oh, he didn't play the first year.
He didn't play the first year.
Oh my god.
Nah,
my
you're
God.
dumb, bro. No.
Oh my god.
All right, anywho, that was Roster Mania. And I finally got my revenge for the one we did before.
It's 1-1.
Okay.
Now we gotta run it
Don't
back.
figure out something for before the year's done. We'll do something.
Until next time then.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Oh, they don't have to worry. We will figure something out to settle the score. But for now, though, like yesterday, we got ourselves a very interesting matchup here because it's going to be 2 winless squads, again, that are coming into the fray this time around. And as we know, look, the play-ins are on the horizon, Dan, so you're not necessarily out of it if you aren't performing to the way you want to. The goal is to get that top 2 in the group. So for a lot of these teams here, it's about fixing things, correct?
And it's also about fixing things heading into play-ins, because a lot of teams, including Crew, for example, they already pointed out, yeah, playoffs is right away is pretty much impossible for us. And for Cloud9, it's kind of the same scenario, but we do have to talk about how much better they look. It feels like last year they just went back to the basics, they went back to the things that were working, and now it's just a good opportunity for both their teams to figure out everything that was working out, for Cloud9 to build on the things that they were doing before, and for Crew and the rest of the squad also to figure out what was happening, because they do seem really lost.
And I think it's easy as well for I think if you're sat at home in your little armchair, you got Cheeto dust on your fingers, you're probably making a lot of comments online about these teams, but you got to remember that these guys they're competitors and they're going through tough times currently, especially this crew roster. Yeah, thousands of miles away from home. They didn't even get the opportunity to start the year in the best circumstances because most of them weren't even here for kickoff. And it's been tough going for them. A player like Sadak, who's used to some level of success throughout his tenure as well, talking about it, just the results not going their way, but also how it can really be defined by just a few moments, a pistol round going right, a bonus round going right for them. In a couple of these rounds, maybe we're talking about a completely different narrative for these teams. I still want to see them bring out the best. I want to see them not just fall prey, I think, to that mental downfall that a lot of teams, a lot of players, of course, are going to be going under when they are at 0-3 in their records, because it's important to keep in mind, like you said, GP, there is still the play-ins to play for. You can't actually get kicked out of that. You have to just look to the future. Genuinely, you have to look forward.
You have to look forward.
And look to be in the best possible form you can be when it gets to that point.
And we know that this squad is capable of doing that because, look, Sadak is a world champion. This guy has hoisted a champion's trophy over his head. The success cannot be underscored, Dan. So you know that crew have the chops to be able to pull this off. But the question is, can they do so in the time frame that they have allotted to them?
I think they can. I feel like it's a mix of them not really finding themselves and exactly what they want to do with Heath, for example, what he's going to be doing. But on top of that, a lot of the superstars and those players that have had incredible moments throughout this year, they haven't gotten the chance to do so in the last couple of matches. So you have one player that is a superstar for that series, and I feel like that changes things a lot for them.
Yeah, I mean, there were certainly a lot of question marks as well for crew coming into stage one. They did not get an opportunity to play kickoff. What flavor were we going to get out of this team? But of course, there's still so much to be said about crew, and there's a lot to be said about their opponents, Cloud9, most specifically their IGL, Zelsis, the veteran. He had an opportunity to catch up with Elizabeth earlier ahead of today's match.
Well, give me a pony and call me Tony. I'm here with partner Zelsis, but we got to focus because you have a match today. It's been 48 hours since your last match, which was a loss, but you look significantly stronger. So talk to me, what is the primary focus for today's match?
I think we're just letting the reins off the players and letting them play more to their style. Obviously, we're trying to focus still on teamwork and coordination and communication. But other than that, we're just trying to play our game and hopefully pull one win to start. That'd be nice.
Letting go of the reins. Best of luck, partner.
So the big thing that we want to pull away from C9, especially last time, Dan, that we saw them play on the stage, we saw improvement. We saw them, because this, for those who may not be aware, if you're living under a rock, they've had some coaching issues and they've swapped some stuff around. Veer is now stepping in place of Coach Imi. And Dan, what did you see from that game, from this C9 team, that might give you some hope, especially with Veer at the helm, as it says there?
Well, what they did first is, when it comes down to the compositions, go back to things that are simple, that are a bit more comfortable for them. And that, for example, meant Oxy on this Neon. But on top of that, for the defense, and one of the problems that Cloud9 has always had is that sometimes they're playing really scared with Fear. And in these rounds, there's some specific ones where you see Oxy being able to play with the operator, but also the team in general willing to get more space like you see in this round.
Yeah, I think the proactive pushes on defense, that lack of fear that you're talking about, Dan, as well, I think it played a massive part in them being able to take Haven away as a map currently, especially with the changes they've made. And not just that, I mean, we saw in some glimpses, I think, of the B-roll there of just the retake protocols. There wasn't that individuality where they are just desynced in terms of the way that they're calling things. They're trying to take fights together. They're calling. You can tell that they're actually communicating. They're listening to each other. They are getting clearer, I think, in terms of that. You can just see it in the way that they're playing over time. It's a far cry from where they were at near the beginning of stage 2, where they were really just in complete disarray.
Yeah, I do have to ask though, right? Because they had a doubleheader this weekend, right? So how's that also going to affect things? Because they had to prep for 2 matches, and on top of that, address those issues too. That's certainly something that could weigh them.
I think this is good because of what they're playing right now and the basics that they just want to. I feel like if they were now with Veer trying something completely different, I would be scared because of the time. But because they're playing and trying to find the comfort for every one of these players,
this week.
I think is good. I think it's good.
Yeah, I mean, look, there certainly is going to be a lot of talk about whether or not that endurance is certainly going to be there, right, for C9, because it's a tough one to walk on that stage and give it your all, especially with the way that these matches have been going. More importantly, yesterday, let's not forget. But for more on the crew side of things, let's check in with Elizabeth once again. She had an opportunity to chat with MW Zera.
All right, MW Zera. Sadak mentioned that we are going for play-ins. That is the goal. So what are your short-term goals you're going to try to reach today?
Então, basicamente, nosso objetivo hoje é, obviamente, sair com a vitória, mas também evoluir como time, jogar melhor que as últimas partidas e evolução, né? De qualquer forma, a gente vai jogar o play-in, então a gente tá focando muito no processo e na evolução do nosso time.
Of course, the goal for today is the win, but we are already in the play-in, so we're trying to just learn from the mistakes, correct what needs to be corrected, and you know, just be prepared for the play-ins.
Best of luck, partner.
Crew have talked about struggling on the defense, but I think a lot of the struggles come from the compositions that they're playing. And I want to take a look at this round that just happened against G2 and some of the things that were going wrong. And I mainly want to talk about the positioning here. Let's quickly take a look at Les. He's going to be anchoring pretty much every single round in this B side. And on the other side, the player that is going to be getting more active is Heat on the Phoenix. But that is exactly what the problem is going to be. Heat can be active and he can always get active, but the problem is that he's on Phoenix. He has no information. So every single round towards Cave, you see him trying to find a timing around this flash and when he has to swing. That is just not some reliable information that you can work with. On top of that, you just want to look at what is happening here. A few seconds have passed, mid is gapped, and there's nothing to work around it. But there's another layer of the composition and how these agents look like, and that is going to be the dynamics between these two. Dante and Heat are going to swing and play for contact right away instead of flashing first. That means that Heat ends up in a one-and-done position, it gets taken down. There's some trades happening here and there, but that puts the rest of the players remaining in a really uncomfortable spot where Sadak is going to end up ulting from pyramids, and MW is going to try to fight in a timing around this smoke. He gets traded off, and your superstar Les, that is supposed to be the guy that is the difference maker on this team, is left completely by himself. Now let's take a look at a different composition that they were running and how things were looking better when they played on that week 1. Over here, the first thing and the most important thing is these three guys. Heat is going to be on the Jet, Les is going to be on Viper, and Sadak is going to be on Astra, on top of Heat being able to play with the operator. Why does this matter so much? Let's take a look at the map. With the operator, Heat is going to be holding this line pretty much the whole round. There's nothing else to worry about. So that means these players can be a little bit more active on A, and the dynamics work so much better with that. You're going to have Dante and MW currently and constantly playing together around the stars that Sadak is giving them, and also around the drone that you're going to be seeing just in a few seconds. But on top of that, we just talked about Les and how good he is when he's able to get active. Well, that is exactly what is going to happen. There's a drone, there's a kill that happens here because Dante's spamming the doors, and with that, Les is going to get all the space around. This is incredible for them because as the round is playing out, as time is running out for Loud, Les is going to have that information, and they're going to be able to work together with Dante and MW, but on top of that, they're going to be able to pinch these two players that you see around here. So there are so many things that we're working out when it comes to the dynamics, when it comes to the comfort for them that they did first week, and then when they decided to switch the compositions, things were honestly not working out as much. So for today, I want to see them go back to the same thing.
All right. Good breakdown there, Dan. And of course, she got her hat, which is very important. All right, cowpokes. It's time to round up some predictions. All right, we're ready to do this. So here's what we got. We got some lassos, and we're gonna have to figure out how to throw on this this can that's definitely not gonna break anything in the studio.
Nope. That would never happen.
Let's do this. You're going, Bren. You're going for Cloud9.
I'm going for Cloud9 today.
Why'd you pick Cloud9?
Why'd I pick them? I think that they're making steady improvements. Crew currently seem to be going backwards in some degrees, like what Dan pointed out. Like 1 week to the next, they're changing up their compositions. It's not looking as good for them.
Oh,
I'm going to miss this now for about, how much time we got? About a minute?
We got a minute and 15 seconds.
We got it, right?
Surely nothing can go wrong.
No, it's
Dan got it! Dan got it! Brandon, pressure's on.
It's a bad omen.
It's a battle.
It's a bad omen. That's what I'm saying. It's a bad omen. I'm going to start breaking things.
Oh, heavens me.
It's a bad omen.
No, I think you got it, Bren.
I'm sorry,
Not
Cloud9.
any second now.
No, Cloud9, I'm sorry.
I mean, come on.
I'm so sorry. Wait, what if I make the loop really big?
Oh, that's just cheating now.
No,
Wait,
it's not.
but it could be.
It might
Still missed it.
Yeah, of course.
I'm revealing my real
Unbelievable.
height over here.
He's did it again.
Don't worry, guys. We'll get
Somehow,
it.
some way,
Don't worry,
he's
guys,
still
we'll get it.
missing this one. Here are the predictions from the rest
Almost
of the
hit down.
crew here today. And of course, it's a bit of a mixed bag. Bren got the lasso.
They didn't catch it on camera, but I got it.
Didn't catch it on camera, so it does not count.
No.
Of course, you guys are voting down below who you think is going to pick up the dub. And the community says Cloud9. Interesting. Maybe they're seeing something.
I think if you have less activated, crew is gonna win.
Okay, well there you heard.
Cloud9.
Guys, if you're in the community, Dan says you are wrong. All right,
Wait.
everyone. Cloud9 and Crew Visa are about to take the stage. We're ready for a showdown at high noon, baby. VCT America starts right now. Yippee-ki-yay!
It's going to be a fun matchup. I like going against the people that I've watched. I think Les has some incredible movement. The way he moves around the map is just insane.
So for the market part of the map, NW0 is going to be feeling uncomfortable. Needs to fall back off the side, but Les finds the timing, a window, and snatches up 3 massive kills.
Personally, I think we're going into it that it's just we're 0-0. You know, we're just focusing on one match at a time.
C9 putting together a competent half. They could just close this out at 5, and all they're gonna do. That is sick from Vic getting that ace, man.
Pushing forward every day, trying to improve. You know, losing's only losing if you don't learn from it. So I think we're learning every week. And as long as we take that into the next match and the next match and going into wherever we are, playoffs or play-ins, I think that's what really matters.
All right, let's go ahead and bring out your first team. Welcome to the stage, Crew Visa.
Crew, again, they have tried week after week, map after match to get those wins, and it just hasn't happened yet. But today against Cloud9, especially against a Cloud9 that is trying to reinvent themselves, this is the last chance. Sada talked about it. They're using these matches to get practice before going into play-ins, so the practice needs to end up in a positive note before it's a little too late.
Yeah, this team came into the season with a lot of hype. Some people were even calling them the best in the world. And then things just, we know. Mija, I didn't want to call you out, but you know I gotta say. But the thing is that the players on that team can make that case. They are talented. They do have the capability. But the question is whether or not they're going to be able to figure it out in time for the critical play-ins, because even they know that those opportunities to catch playoffs ain't going to happen. But as far as their opponents are concerned, they're also looking for a big opportunity as well. Welcome to the stage, Cloud9.
It's so interesting that we've got 2 teams in our 2 matches today that are both kind of facing similar circumstances, same expectations, and in this instance, Cloud9 also looking to put their best foot forward. You heard it just before we even got into these walkouts and talking about having to just mentally reset. Think about this game as like basically you're just at a 0 record at the moment and not focus on the losses you've had prior. It's all about moving forwards. It's about looking the best you possibly can as you get further and further towards that point into play-ins. And for them, I think that they are making great strides as a team, to be honest. They look focused in terms of their identity. I think Via has quite a lot to say in terms of them. I think he's got the right track when it comes to thinking about how to improve this squad.
He's got the right attitude.
Right attitude, for sure. The way he talks about how he just wants to focus on the fundamentals, their protocols, give them basic ideas to go into things, just to simplify the game for them, has worked wonders in that last match that we saw from them.
Yeah, right now, you ain't trying to do, complex mathematical equations.
No.
You just got to do basic addition. Just keep it simple. Don't got to do anything too crazy. That's what Veer, the coach that you see there on your screen, is focused on. And of course, for Crew on the other side, and Coach Zonic and this Crew lineup, Dan, there's certainly going to be a lot of pressure on them here, especially considering just the amount of hype that this team had coming into the season here. You know that they want to be able to pick up these wins that fans would have normally given them the gimme for,
Yeah, stage 1, they were 1 win away from making it to Masters London, and they missed that chance. Now they're in the situation where they're winless in this stage 2, and part of it has been the map pool. So as we see it, just like last week, Crew decides to go with Breeze instead of Lotus.
Yeah, I think they are in struggle city right now in terms of Lotus got banned a little bit earlier. I mean, Cloud9 weren't even taking that risk. They just took it out completely. And they are, the thing with Crew is that they haven't even built out or fleshed out their map pool currently, I think, because they don't even know what they want to run on most maps. They're changing on a week-to-week basis. They really are starting almost just from the ground up, just trying to find anything to build upon before they get to that critical play-in mark.
And I already saw less on the Cypher, so
okay.
I don't know if that means that they're probably going to play the same composition that they did last week against G2. I think Les has to be active, though. If Crew wants to win, you need to enable him.
13-1? Was that game?
It was 13-8.
Oh, no, okay, I'm thinking of something else, yeah. Because I know that like Haven and Split, I think those two they had some outliers on that one as well, but there's certainly going to be some, I guess, things that kind of stand out here, Brian, right?
Split is also an interesting one, though, as well, because Cloud9 have picked it, and they haven't played it in Lord knows how long. I mean,
it's been a minute.
Stage 1, so they're going to be coming out with completely new compositions, I would imagine, as well. And we still see that continued experimentation where Heat is going to be on the Phoenix, where they've just been kind of swapping back and forth in terms of what role they want Heat to play. But it looks like they are still settling on this as a bit of an identity to work upon.
Where he is, Dan, you pointed out what those flaws were in the composition, and you know, it could very well rear its ugly head here as well.
I mean, especially because they mentioned it before, they're struggling when there's no double initiators, so how is he going to get support? Is he going to be playing with the Operator or with the Phoenix? I mean, that is maybe a possibility that you can fix if you want to play with this composition. But I mean, on the other side for Cloud9, they're changing the composition too.
Yeah, we'll see how Cloud9 fares on this one. And if Crew is sticking to the plan, all pans out. Let's send it over to your casters for the action. Here's Mimi and Ender.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. Cloud9 versus Crew about to get underway. And for both these teams, a very important matchup, I feel. Obviously, both of them have been facing droughts in the win columns in terms of this second stage. But for C9 in particular, they came into this week with a coaching change, and they need to have something positive to show for it now.
Yeah, already lost their first game in their super week here. And while this match, it's not going to save either team. It's not going to get them to playoffs. What it could do is get them ready for play-ins. It's match start powered by Samsung OLED. And we're loading quickly into this one. Breeze to start, a slight compositional change here for C9 against this new look 100 Thieves comp that Crew's rocking.
And C9, let's hope they can do something on a pistol round. 2 wins to 14 losses on pistols in the stage. It has been brutal for them to face off against, and right now, Crew heading towards Fireball Op site. Camera will spot the first player coming in. Wall comes out, and the flood in from Oxy is there. So C9 already with the pair, but instantly traded back as Dante works it deep into the site.
Not a lot of space here for Crew in the post plant. Wall falling soon. They'll just prioritize getting this spike down. From the C9 perspective, though, they have all the tools they can want, and they already get rid of Dante. That's huge work from Jack.
The duelists from Crew seemed very lost as that harbor wall came down, and it was instantly punished from Vic. That'll be the 3rd pistol win for C9 on the stage, and starting off this series the right way.
Interested to see that replay from Jack's perspective. It seemed to me that there was maybe just a mistiming as that wall went down. There's those earlier flood kills in here. Exactly what you're saying.
Nasty.
Dante thought he had already passed that angle, wasn't going to get swung. It's caught out by one of C9's rookies in Jack.
And so a C9 team that's already having some fun, showing off some energy on the stage. And I'll let you know, like, they're coming in 0-3, but they were rowdy up on the stage, even when they were just warming up. Screaming, having fun. I think they might have been doing some skirmishes versus one another. Just having a good time up there while they were getting loose. It's already resulted in a solid start for them here.
And really, how else are you supposed to approach this match? Just needs to be that reset.
Lovely. Coach Veer was saying they want to approach it 1 game at a time, and okay, fair enough. That's basically all you can do, and this Oxy steps right back up onto the line. That'll be 3 kills for him, just 2 away from unlocking the ultimate.
Really nice stuff from Oxy. Always that bright spot for C9, seemingly, no matter how rough a season is gone.
Now, the last guy left for Crew is Les on the Cypher, and we heard just before we got into game, Dan was talking a lot on the desk about how effective he can be when he's allowed to roam a little bit more freely on the attack side and activate on some lurks, especially when you can work away from the rest of his team. See if he's able to do that and start getting the ball rolling for Crew now on their attack side.
I'm looking to see how Cloud9 approaches holding on to mid control. They have a composition that has a lot of good options to re-clear that space with Oxy on this Neon, but I'd also like to see them showing us options where they're getting deeper in beds, either through double door or just walking up from mid for Oxy, to then look to play retake and fight less before you commit into that. As soon as you're playing retake and that Cypher is left alive, this round's become a lot more challenging.
Well, they know they have to give some respect over to the Oxy scoped weaponry already. Crew are going to be aware of that. So they just set up outside B main again. Last time it was just Fireball Ops playing on site, but now he's enlisted the support of his Viper. And some tough positions to clear as well. Especially while Dante will be a little isolated from his team. Good spacing so far from Crew. But the orbs and the cages on site have given so many different pockets. Some fog to play in for C9, and Zelsis in the right spot will trade out evenly. Let's see what Fireball can do on the other side. Just waiting on the other side of this wall as Jack comes in and kills Dante again. He's been so good on the rotates, picking off the forward players out of Crew. And now the rest of Crew's just boxed behind the wall. Wes is the only guy that can be a wild card for Crew. But he's only got 30 health to his name. How about Heat, though? Didn't think he had it in him. But as C9 walks straight in, it's now Crew up numbers. Remember, this is a bonus round for C9. And still no spike planted. Fireball was the anchor here, was never dealt with. And so it's Heat. Already good for 2 on the round. Now needs to be the hero for Crew. Get them back in this. On for the ace now, 4 into the round. Not today. Oxy will seal the deal.
Miraculous that Heat made anything of that round. A beautiful 4K from him. But it's another great round from Oxy, the cherry on top. The same problem, though, of these earlier rounds, I think rears its head here. They trade out evenly on the initial engagement, but then you see Crew jumping up over the box. Jack's getting another pick onto Dante with no one in a position to help Crew's Neon. And from a Cloud9 that had only won 2 pistols going into this series in the entire stage, they now have a pistol, a bonus round. This is the absolute dream start.
And especially for Oxy as well, he's been able to hold on to the Outlaw for 3 rounds in a row. Each round has had insane value for his team. It does mean that Crew have worked up into the site, but Oxy is so fluid on these rounds. That's a 4-piece from him. Lights out from the duelist.
He's 10-2, 4 rounds into this game.
Crazy work.
It's vintage Oxy, rearing his head here on Breeze. You're right about the Outlaw. It's just insane. He's had it 3 rounds in a row, has gotten a multi-kill with it every single time.
And they're so rich now that C9 could...
Wait, let me get a gun, let me get a gun.
He's finally done with it.
Yeah, I was going to say, he wants the gun, but he might just chuck that to a teammate because they've got so much money to buy an op, if necessary. And this you don't see every day. A 4-round timeout for Crew now. They've just been shut out.
If I'm looking at this as Crew's coach, I think my biggest priority is talking about how they're fighting together in the post plants. Both rounds now, I've seen these moments where they have an opportunity and then it's disconnected in the timing that either Dante or Heat looks to further that fight. When you watch the best double duelist teams, you think someone like Lev play this Neon Phoenix, you'll notice that they're almost always extremely coordinated in their timings. It'll be a Phoenix flash, the Neon sliding off of that, always on the same page. I think that disconnect has been a little more evident here early in the Crew camp. And that's something they'll have to rat out early.
Yeah, I think this is a timeout where you need to focus on yourself and not the enemy team, because realistically, what have C9 shown you? Oh, Oxy wants to peek double doors with a scoped gun. Okay, there's no util behind that. There's nothing you really need to plan to deal with that. You already have the protocols in place to stop an operator from being on that line. You're gonna have to respect it.
It's about execution for Crew. Let's see what they've learned in that timeout. Heat has it. They run it back online. But you see again, Oxy upgrading to this operator.
He's A this time around, while Crew's duelists just want to play up into main, unlock an orb. I thought for a second Crew wanted to have ideas to split into the site, but it appears to just be a full-on exec. And I mean, the hope would be you send in the Phoenix as the sacrificial lamb with the ult. You don't want to be losing your only dive into the site. So now Heat charging through, but will be snapped back, and that means it's hard to play up.
This is great discipline from C9. They've already given control of this site. The key, though, is that they no longer have their harbor wall. So opportunity for Crew to take some fights, bring this back with individualism.
Weird positions for Crew to find themselves in. Their Phoenix is still back through mid, trying to regroup with Les on double doors. That means the site itself is exceptionally weak. It'll be up to Les. Try and catch these players as they attack back into the corner of site. But with the wall coming up, that buys perfect protection. Oxy has switched over to the rifle. Now works his way back in. He has been fully unleashed in this map, and right now taking his sweet time with things. He'll eventually drop, but the rest of his team has shown up into the fight. Jack again has excelled in the post plan. The bullets, no one can hit a shot. It's a mess, man. Doesn't matter. Jack was sticking the defuse. Insult to injury. A 5th in the row for C9.
It was chaotic on that retake, but Cloud9 get the job done in the end. I think that same issue is cropping up again for Crew. They use the slide flash combo to take space past the one-way, but then look at this. On a jump peek, Dante gets caught. It's not necessarily an egregious play to go for that jump.
Oh, man.
But oh my, we don't have to show this again.
Well, Oxy's going to pick that up right back up. And now Crew will look for the ace split, changing things up after the last round, and lucky for them, the op shot misses.
Look at this one-way. You have to use a cage, something to get out of here.
Oh, man. Flames down 2. Dante through the wall. A barrage of bullets, but it's Sawduck to take down his counterpart. No harbor anymore for C9. Once that wall falls, there's nothing left for him. But still the Viper to work with. And still no deep control yet for Crew.
Zels is his position. He's the man to bring them back.
Up in front of it now. Knows the Phoenix just around the corner. But there's pressure from his flank. Less in double doors. A consistent problem for C9. The fight comes back through. Les is still there. Has the reveal as well. Fireball's been shooting nicely so far. But with 3 players still left on the other side. And a Hunter's Fury for late round security. But they're going to have to do it all. A one-on-one somehow. The first shot connects. Now Hunter's Fury. Fireball Ops has to move away from this one, but he won't be able to do it. That util from MW, too dominant.
Nicely done by Crew. Tough situation in the end for Fireball Ops. He didn't have the health to stick through one burst of that ultimate. Normally that's your win con when you're in a one-on-one against Sova. But you look at the beginning of this round, and here it was Les, the man that Didessa is so excited to see activated. He had his mark on the round. The spam kill backside.
Crazy that Jack gave his team a chance there. He's been kind of insane on the retakes, right? I think all 6 of his kills might be just 2Ks in different rounds.
Check out the setup in mid. Double trips, but Dante's just disrespecting up into this space. Cloud9 see that. They do not want to give him an option.
Dante really trying to sell that fake push up mid to set up for yet another A-pop out. This time double trips though. And the Hunter's Fury, that's from Jack's side. No damage to be found just yet, and it's MW lurking up through main to deal with the final anchor. So Crew feel the pressure as Zelsis walks down into mid, spots the shoulder on the back. He gets his 2nd target and his 3rd. That's Dante off with the warning. And it's so uncomfortable now. Dante and MW peppered down under 100 health apiece.
You want to walk up, try and get some semblance of a fight. But Dante low HP. He'd have to be so precise, and that's even if he gets an opportunity. Cloud9 are giving nothing.
Yeah, last round, Crew were able to bank on MW's util in the post plant. This time he has his 2 shocks. Still a stun for Dante, but that is it.
Dante's completely alone. MW's worried about the flank. The pressure of making something of this round falls squarely on the Neon.
Difference is no Viper util on this site this time around. And Dante still putting the pressure down. Critical seconds getting eaten up from the clock. As Dante hides inside the enemy cove. That's a great position to find himself in, especially with these shock darts coming down. A little bit of damage, but that's all it's going to be. And Jack again has cruised through on the retake. The stick will come in. Plenty of time for Zelsis to take this one. And C9 to get right back to it.
During the pre-show, Bren was talking a lot about the slow, iterative improvements for Cloud9. And I think one of the biggest pieces where I've seen them turn around from their first few games to now is in the team fighting. Here it's a 3-on-2 and their approach is so nice. There's a lot of question marks with that cove, with the positions that players could be tucked in. Look at that nice double swing from 2 different angles into the cove. Jack cleans it up, and Cloud9 stay on top.
So this brings Crew down in to a half buy. Guardian for Heat, the only real shot for him in this round. Eco also means, of course, Oxy is back to the outlaw ways.
That's something that I really love to see. When that gun first released, Oxy was one of the earliest adopters, and he's continued to buy it pretty much any chance he gets.
Yeah, I remember when C9 would just buy him a Guardian or a Outlaw in round 2 after they lose pistols. Just let him do something with the glass on that. Actually, resulted in C9 winning a lot of ecos themselves, but it is exceptionally potent as an anti-eco tool in his hands.
Crew taking some time to explore the map more this round. In previous, they've really just been going for these faster splits, faster execs here. That smoke to threaten this cross, that'll force Jack to go back and monitor the situation.
That's the thing, though. Jack has full awareness that this is a possibility. Still, though, it can always catch you off guard. He's been holding the line for about 15 seconds now. Makes some noise trying to bait Heat into him. Jack had the read, but it doesn't matter. That is the one gun from Crew paying off already. And the map a bit blown up as well. You have to see that now Vic goes back to clear out mid. That means Fireball Ops is getting pinched from multiple different fronts. And all of a sudden, this anti-eco from C9 is really being tested.
The only gun recovered is on Heat. He's stuck into a great position. Back in mid. This is a round that Crew needs to win.
Heat has some util as well. Try and stall out the defuse. That's a good stun towards Sawdog. And a whiff on the first shot means Oxy back into the site. Now that push wall comes through, pressure onto the spike from C9, inviting Crew to fight them. But with the Cove, having that protection against the weak weaponry, it is just a farm for Oxy to clean up 4 again.
He is online here. 16-5 for C9's longtime duelist.
He's averaging 2 kills a round.
It's so sick from him. I love watching him on the Neon. I think this comp pivot to put him in that position of power looks great. And credit to Crew, I think that the macro in that round was good. Not only the smoke, but throwing a blaze wall back into mid, constantly creating these question marks. It got them a free sight, it got them a man advantage, but it did not get them the win against Oxy.
And now C9 finally showing an aggressive A-main fight, punished, as a matter of fact. And Dante didn't actually drop 33 health. It'll have to be Vic here, who's taking his time. Tucks away from the dart. That'll be 1, but Sawdog coming back in will clear him out. This is as good as you can ask for to open the round from Crew.
If he got more, it would have been a bigger challenge. But now, Crew in a very comfortable position. Crossfire set up backside. And Fireball Ops just trying to walk, find a gap. Sawdog's jiggling this.
He's trying to find Les. Les has been mid double doors every A post plant. So this time he's playing so much more passively, being up in numbers. Really putting the pressure down now on C9. And as the bullets send him straight into Les, that'll be an easy secure of the round for Crew.
Good job to them. C9 have not gone aggressive in these rounds. They try it here.
And they may never do it again.
Yeah, it was a bit of a misfire in the end. That slide in gets immediately caught out by Dante. And this second kill was so nice. Pops the stun, slides straight in, lives on 1 HP.
Yeah, it seemed like Oxy didn't believe that Dante had the ability to just disrespect the stun and get in front of that fight.
And to his credit, in past rounds, Crew has waited back and then played with the flash, the slide, to get through that one way. They only started disrespecting it because Cloud9 didn't condition that space.
Exactly. So C9, they say, well, they've got that look. Let's change it up. Back in the hands of Oxy, back to the winning ways. We'll be top mid with that.
Crew has had a big focus on A these last few rounds. Now they get Dante. Walked up into elbow. He'll slip away from the drone.
Crew need to be precise about how they enter into the site. The last time they were against the op with the Phoenix ult, it was Dante that went in first, and Dante just died. So this time, they very deliberately sent Heat in first as the sacrificial lamb. That switch up means an easy kill out from Sawdog, and they can reset the round.
It's still challenging. They have limited information. Luckily, Cloud9 has not absorbed this space. 50 seconds. Time to play with Still with an in-bed in B. They could call back there if they need.
C9 have the right positioning, though. With Fireball in the corner and Vic to assist, this is a tough choke to break out of. And there's only 3 players here from Crew. They have separated, even though they are up in numbers. But the swing comes in from Sawdog. Again, he connects with his kill. And Crew cleanly advance on A.
They absolutely needed more from Fireball. He dodged out on the ultimate, was uncleared by the first 2 in the corner, but can't find his aim in time. And Crew, after playing these very simple rounds for most of their attack half, have started to throw some complication in. First working through mid on that eco round. Here, again, pressuring towards B, getting a pick, and resetting the round with some good trading to finish A.
Yeah, it's important to see Crew figure out the finer details, right? The earlier round where their Neon went in first when the Phoenix ult was available. They lost the round because of it. This time, changed their protocols, and it works beautifully for them. No op to be recovered. Just a perfect round from Crew.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. Cloud9, I think that Oxy operator was a big win condition. These 2 in a row means he will not have that tool online for a bit. And there's that critical moment again. Look at Fireball, not affected by the utility. Rushes his aim a bit. And Crew trade out.
Yeah, Sawdog's ultimate there just rinse C9. And so it'll be C9 calling a timeout, just with 2 rounds remaining in the half, but they've got to know that what was once just a complete blowout of a lead, 7-1, has turned into a very real possibility of Crew bringing this back close to even.
Yeah, it certainly is a risk factor. Looking at these last 2 rounds that C9 have lost, though, I think it's been slightly different scenarios. In that most recent one, it was them kind of falling apart in that fight on mid, just getting traded out by the Phoenix ult on site as well. I don't want them to completely shy away from aggression just because that 1 round in the previous went wrong. I still think that getting Oxy active in mid in a position where he can fight the lurker and then look to play retake off of Vic's walls is a great solution for them. Because when they're just playing these straight up A retakes, think about how many rounds it has been less. Tucked into double doors, biding time. He's not having a huge game in terms of the kills, but his presence on the map, I think, is very much being felt here.
Oh yeah, C9 know about him, and mainly because they've just been getting shot in the back of their heads. You know, looking at the money, it's an interesting timeout to call because C9 are only going to have 1 real buy round left to make some work here. So maybe coming up with a interesting plan. Oxy has the ultimate, of course. That'll be the main thing to track here if he wants to rip a fight down into mid.
I think it's the right place to do it. He's already going to tuck into that cove mid.
The big news for C9 with 5 players in mid means very brisk rotates into an eventual Crew hit. That could really throw them off. I think Crew have struggled to deal with C9. And so 5 on 5, let's listen to how Crew call through the round.
Passa aí. Entrou no meio. Perfeito. Tem cara ali. Nossa, ele viu, acho. Ele viu. Vai, acelera. Tá muito baixo no meio. Espera no bombe, ô Lance. Aham. Foi tá Chile, velho, viu? Pegou meu? Tô com você. Entrou nele, velho. Banguei ele. Tem Chile, eu acho. Baga Chile.
Não tem.
Pagar Daniel, tá calma, molei ele. Para. Abre, bombe, guys. Tomando. Olha.
A flawless eco for Cloud9. That is one way to turn things right around quick.
Great work for C9 there. They gave me the exact round that I wanted to see from them. Fight heavy towards mid, deny any lurks, and play your flood retake. The times where Crew's fundamentals have looked the worst is when they're in these hits, when Cloud9 is retaking into them. And it shows up again here. Look at Dante backside there, dying alone. The Neon running around. Crew get flustered, can't find the right fights. And C9 steady the ship.
The quick floods, too hard to deal with. Now Crew, back to the drawing board. Less again on the lurk up into elbow. I want to see if he can activate a little bit quicker in a round like this. Because 5 on 5 with post plant's been so tough, and there he goes. Catches Zelsis. Going for an aggressive walk out of mid.
Dante gets quickly through mid. And they'll set up for this B split. Fireball ups.
So isolated. Deep on site. His teammate's been completely cut off by the early mid control. So Fireball ups tries to run in front of the curveball. It's a nice idea from him. Trades out evenly. Still up in numbers, though, for C9. With Sadak in mid, there's that late pressure again. It's always that extra layer out of Crew. And Dante finally gets his revenge on Jack. That's how this map started off. Oxy getting pushed around, worried about his back. That's exactly where Sadak's going to strike. A 4th round for Crew to close out the half.
And that round is all less. His lurk timing there onto Zelsis is absolute perfection. They had lost mid-control in the previous round. Here, they dominate it. Bit of redemption for Dante as well. This was a slower half for him, I think, especially in the big team fights. He struggled to get his footing, but has a few key moments towards the end. And at 8-4, a competitive one for Crew as we head to the break.
Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up here. It all started when I got to the FIFA World Cup. And wow, thousands of Verizon customers.
Oh, you got the free Verizon tickets too?
No, I'm... With amazing seats.
I'm sorry. Okay.
And even pitch-side access.
Are you? David Beckham, a Verizon customer.
This used to be for players. Now it's for Verizon customers. No one gets you closer. Only on Verizon.
All right, who we got? C9 or Crew?
C9.
Crew.
Going for C9.
It's gonna be Cloud9. I got the coach change. Everything's gonna be good today. So I have my money on Cloud9.
I mean, I'm wearing the Sun jersey. I got to root for Zelsis. C9.
I got Crew today.
Okay.
C9, all day. All day.
I'm thinking 2-1 Crew.
Give me C9. I think even though they're 0-3 to start stage 2, I still think they can come out on top and beat Crew and Messi and his team.
All right, seemed like the fans there in the building, at least, were a little bit more favoring a C9, but I can't help but feel like that's just because there's a lot of SEN fans in here that might still remember how good Zelsis was to them.
Yeah, and he's been pretty good to Cloud9 as well, coming in here. But this stage, it's been that slower start. Both these teams came into this game 0-3, but Cloud9, they looked great in that first half. Won their 3rd pistol of the year, got a bonus round off of it. And the hot start really did not slow down as they look to try again with their attack pistol.
20 kills in the first half for Oxy. Putting up some ridiculous numbers on the Neon. But that job gets a little bit more difficult on the attack, especially as the solo duelist. Kind of just gets sent in there to work out all on your own. And Crew have some pretty quick rotates now onto the A side. Zelsis taking some liberties, looking for the backstab, and that's a great timing for the IGL to take. As Oxy takes that second layer deep behind yellow. Crew are still trying to find him somehow. Make that 22 kills now for Oxy. Completely taking over into the map. And he knows he has Fireball Ops close on the way. He doesn't even ask for assistance. So he's gonna take a 3rd kill himself. Les, though, has won this right back for Crew.
So sick from Les. Comes up with the 3K and the Red Bull clutch. It was him towards the end of the first half, bringing home a few of those rounds, making this competitive for Crew. And it's him again in this pistol. It was such a good setup for C9. I love the way that Oxy and Zelsis were fighting together back yellow. It looked like an absolute mess for Crew trying to find the solution. Turns out all they needed was less.
And that will instantly change the tone of this second half. Crew now working this fight forward. That is wild. That's a gun now, able to be recovered. The cage for the cross just chewing up bullets from Crew. They don't want to give it over easily, but what choice do they really have?
Yeah, it feels like it's just a donation. Oxy, the guy who's in the hottest form in the server, has a gun now.
Camera instantly broken. They know one's on the left. Are C9 ready for heat around the corner? Another refresh of the one-way. And C9 choose not to work through it yet.
Les is already closing the door behind them. Walked all the way down from B.
Still, though, while MW is on the right side of the map, he has to patrol double doors, because mid could have players in it. It's not until Les works through mid that he could come support this fight in main. So C9 still have numbers here. As the slide comes in, Oxy is just perfect. He is single-handedly willing this game to C9's side. And now C9 know about the flank. No, Les is around the corner, but it's Oxy with a third onto the round. Only 5 HP to his name.
Spike planted.
And Sadak is such a threat here now. Les repositioned into mid. Oxy is down, and that might just be the last chance. The Cyphers in a duel. Fireball Up still worried about his back, but now with the camera breaking, he has all the information he needs. Can Les do it back to back? That is the question for Crew fans. And anti-eco. Devastating if Les loses this for Crew. And he does! C9 make it happen. Right back to it.
Great close there from Fireball Ops. This round, though, it is a tale of two players. Oxy and Les. And Oxy, they gave him an opportunity here, the slide in. Dante's got to be hitting himself with the donation of this Bulldog. 2 more of his teammates die because of it. Fireball Ops, he recovers a Phantom because of it. And Les cannot come up. The one-on-one.
Just absurd what Oxy's doing right now.
26 and 10. 2.3 KD.
And while Oxy was the guy who picked up the gun and won that round for C9, Les will have the sole rifle now for Crew. 2 teammates to try and distract. But you gotta take down Oxy. If you don't take out Oxy, you just can't win a round.
Les on the other side. Does have a weapon, the only one in this round for Crew. It's hard to activate.
Yeah, Crew and C9 both super patient. Some great damage out of Les. And he has deleted Oxy from the server.
All the while, Fireball Ops is taking massive liberties on the other side of the map. He has complete B control, but look at this fast flank already coming in. Heat trying to work behind them.
Crew are here, and Heat now has the Guardian. The Outlaw, rather. Wall still disrupting Crew. Dante separates from his teammates to put pressure into backside. 25 seconds left. C9 still have to plant the spike, and that means they need kills. And they need to protect their planter against the flank. Right now, an orb protecting them as Les comes back into the site. Can Heat stop this from going down? Has half a second to make it happen, and he won't be able to do it. Jack pulls away from the plant, sits him down. But C9 still don't have much help to play with. Vic and Jack both off site. Zelsis is on an island. He needs to stay alive as long as possible to allow Vic to activate on this flank. And while Les and Sadak are running circles around the site trying to figure out where the C9 players are, time is being lost. It was Les at the beginning, and it would have to be Les the whole way through. But as the cove clears, a dart comes out. Les is perfect. No way, man! I don't think he has the time. Les with a display of brilliance, but even that is not enough.
Such heartbreak for Les. An ace to lose the round by half a second. We've been talking about it all day. He was the man that needed to activate. He was the one to bring Crew into this game. And by all accounts, he's done it. Done more than they could have expected from him. But it still has not been enough. He played this so damn well.
That hurts so bad, too. The previous round, Les was just a shot away from winning it. This is just a half second away from doing it. So C9 back into B.
And no one home for Crew. Just deep trips to try and get a spam kill for Les. And he's not getting that opportunity. It has to be a retake. This is yet another test of Crew's team fighting. Can they come up in an even round, in a must-win round, to keep this map alive?
Sadok has already split the site. All 3 of his teammates work back around the bend. Vic has been a rat here, hiding in the corner. Now looking down on Crew, looking straight at Dante's back. It was a massive swing from C9 behind it. They dominate here on the site. Another one for Jack. And Les again has found himself against the wall. The Cove down, limited time once more. I don't care how well you can shoot, Les, you know you don't have the time. And that'll force him back to save.
Another late round. The Crew cannot come away with success in. I think there's a big delta right now in how well these teams are fighting together in the brawls on site. Cloud9, they struggled with that early in the season, but here they look cohesive. Vic making a play, his 2 teammates swinging at the same time, and Crew feeling separated. Sadok and Les, that old duo at the end, they fall alone.
Crew now calling a timeout. In a pretty brutal position on their own map pick. Getting blown out in the second half after they let that anti-eco slip away.
It's gonna harm them for any real hope left in this one. And when we talked about the first time out, we were talking about the issues of the micro, of them not playing to their potential in the late rounds. I still think that's the biggest issue. The rest of the team, besides Les, has just not really been online in this map. They're losing pretty much every duel to C9. And that's not how you'd think this game would go. Crew is a team that you have to look at with respect. MW, Heat, some of the biggest names of teams before. Dante, even earlier this year, hitting those peaks. Sadok and Les too. These are guys that should be able to go band for band, should be able to beat out Cloud9 in the big brawls.
And the irony of it is too, you say Les has been kind of unsupported by his teammates. In a way, it feels that way of C9, where Oxy is just miles ahead. The difference
but he just wins everything.
He's winning everything. And then you still have clutch moments from players like Jack all through the first half.
Yeah.
Fireball ops in that 1v1 against Les to win the eco. C9's supporting staff have mattered in the clutch moments in a way that Crew have not been able to replicate.
Oxy's about to drop a 30 bomb in a game that's only been 16 rounds long.
Absurd. I don't remember a player on C9 doing that since like Prime Leaf back in the day.
Or honestly, since Prime Oxy.
Sure.
He's had these games in the past. It just feels like it's been so long.
This is just an absurd one. And interesting that he's been allowed to explore mid on his own. Instead of entering for the site, C9 know they have the ultimates to make that happen. And they say, why not go for a lurk? Something that Crew have never seen once before.
They'll have to break a trip to get by, and his team is getting pressured very quickly on the site. They need to buy time for the flank.
And that's exactly what Jack is doing with the Hunter's Fury. And Oxy gets the kill before breaking the trip. Now Crew are scattered. They have to worry about a Neon in their back who can flank them so quickly. And Oxy is there. He is just devastating them. He knows exactly where the snapback is. Running them down. Already has 2 4Ks on the day. Let's make it a third. Have some fun. How about it? 31 kills for the superstar.
Such a sick round from Oxy. Crew have never seen a flank like that before on this half. He brings it out at just the right time, and you can see how flustered Crew get. They want to try and rush into the site ahead of him arriving, but he gets there before they even think he can. He gets 2 more free kills. And what else can you say if you're on C9? Just put your hands up, let him do his magic.
Absurd. What can you say if you're on Crew?
Go next.
Go next, or force up and try something here. Shots exchanged between Fireball and MW. And that's going to lead to Crew pivoting 3 players onto B.
See?
He's caught the timing now, and Jack has absolutely no clue. Fireball had a cam, so that's why Jack thought he was safe, but I think the time that Dante walked through was when Fireball was actually peeking into window.
Very nicely done. They group up, go for a re-clear together. I like the proactivity.
I feel like we haven't seen this level of proactivity from Crew at all during this half. Sure, they've gone for some re-peaks or fights over A main, but never just walking out like this. Not apart from a throwaway round. C9 by regrouping back into B though, have an empty site. Some deep trips for a spam.
They do have big ults to get back in. I think you have to watch for Dante here. He struggled on these retakes, he needs to go big.
Les as well. He is right next to the wall, pops up, and takes care of Oxy. And with the demon down, Crew can advance with some confidence. There's Dante all the way around the bend, but Vic still holding it through. And 1-on-3 now. Cove out too. I mean, Crew are just gonna full stick this one and stay alive.
Some help this round for Les. Dante showing up in the server as well. A nicer retake round. And they're first on the board since the pistol.
Seems to me like Les is the only guy that can kill Oxy. And if he can check that off early on into a post plan, it's looking good for Crew.
Two other things that I liked in this round. Dante going for that aggressive play. He's been punished on some of those, but this time, confident, gets his timing. And later in the round, that aggressive re-clear into mid. I want to see this half be active from Crew. You're playing double duelist, you're playing this 100 Thieves comp. Take the fight to him.
Back to B, but this time with a little bit of haste. Walls up, creating a V into the site, and this time it's Oxy to find his mark on the other side. Oxy now still into the corner, and Dante with the pop-up. Dante starts to take over these last two rounds. A pair of 3Ks as the hunt ensues for Fireball. And if Crew can play with that level of conviction, they can start to claw back these rounds.
It's a long road to go, but 4Ks like that are how you have to catch up with a guy like Oxy. Les died first in this round. Someone else had to take on the demon, and Dante was so well prepared. I love the movement on this third kill. Sliding off, basically impossible for even someone as good as Oxy to hit.
Those last two rounds, Crew having players jump up on that ledge into backside. C9 just have never had someone covering it.
So maybe C9 explore elsewhere. Put an early presence on mid, but I like again from Crew. They have their duelists together. We're looking towards A. But now they have answers elsewhere. They've lost all information in mid.
Large commitment of the smokes in mid, even refreshing the one on tunnel. Oxy, we saw the delayed lurk through mid previously, but this time he is up fast into window.
This round, no trip. Les has to watch for this manually. He's responsible for the entire left side of the map.
Opening that door was a total bait for Vic, who finds himself in the corner. That's two! So quick on the second shot. Oxy pulls away from the lurk, realizing he has the numbers, wants to work off of the hat. Takes a shot just to keep Crew second guessing. And C9 know this B side is open.
This round is beautiful from C9. They've called Crew into a hole. Dante's dead. Only 3 players left to try and keep some life alive on their map pick. And to do it, you have to kill Oxy. He's challenging towards spawn.
Yeah, the hold is so forward from C9. Hunter's Fury to stall out the plant, but that just buys some amount of time. There is still Vic hanging out in mid. That means C9 only have to worry about players and arches coming out. They only have to worry about less.
Spike planted.
Right now has some cover with the wall. Knows exactly where Jack's at. Covered up by the smoke, he's down. Crew trying to work back together. So many pockets to clear though. C9 are everywhere. What a round and a call from Cloud9 to follow through on a beautiful game of VALORANT.
This was beautiful from C9. They look cohesive in their team fighting. They had good answers to the macro on both sides of the map. And Oxy, my God, 32 kills to close this one out in a game.
He got even one more at the end. He had 33, Mimi.
And in 20 rounds. That is unreal.
Just an absolutely ridiculous performance out from Oxy. I mean, if he can play like that every time, teams are going to go find it real hard to beat C9. It's a hard pace to keep up.
I wonder who people are going to vote for here. I think Oxy, the obvious choice after that performance. He is so good right now.
There's only one correct answer. Anything else would be sacrilege. After a round like this, Oxy was the king of map 1. Let's see who can take over map 2 after the break.
Push up and find Leaf. He'll walk into Oxy's crosshair.
Here with the head coach of Cloud9, Veer. Now still a 100% win rate on your first map as the head coach of Cloud9. That was great. You steal Crew's map pick. Let's back it up to 48 hours. You lose to Loud. What is the adjustment? What are the talks?
Really just came together as a team. Thought that the series wasn't too bad overall. Obviously won first map, and it gave us some confidence that the system that we built, we can apply across all of our maps. So the last 48 hours have been a lot of work put in by everyone on the team. About 8 hours of practice yesterday, put in another 8 hours before and after practice to make sure we're as prepared as possible. So just making sure that we get our feet underneath us and pull out this series for us.
Well, best of luck on map 2.
Thank you.
And so far, it's been good for Coach Veer. I mean, look, he can't argue with the results. He's been good on those first maps. The squad have been able to pick up some big wins, but the question is, can they close it out? Which was a thing that Cloud9 were struggling with before. Welcome back, everyone. I don't know if y'all saw in that game, Oxy. How much he dropped, Brent?
Kind of took over, no?
Yeah, how much
that's
he dropped,
more
Brent?
than a tactical noob. That's like, you know, we're talking plus 25, we're talking
Plus 25?
plus 30, we're talking.
That's right. Like,
it was like
half a running riot.
33 kills at the end or something like that. I mean,
yeah, 33, I believe.
He was on a tear. Like, he was unbelievable, to be honest. He was the tip of the spear for this team, just constantly being an absolute menace. And I think they've put him in a very clear direction.
One thing to note, most kills of Stage 2 so far, Oxy, in this game. Dance, you have to be very excited about that if you're Coach Veer.
Going 33 and 13 this map. Insane. They changed the composition a little bit and Oxy is just activated. This is the Oxy that we know. This is the Oxy that has been winning those games for Cloud9 ever since he joined and is just incredible. The team looks so confident. They look so loose. They are really just having fun in the way that they're approaching it.
Yeah, you could just tell, Bren, Oxy's movement, but more importantly, his positioning. Sometimes it feels like he's always like that guy that's taking the fight first and then ends up falling as a result of that because that's the job that's being asked of him. Yeah. But now he's doing that, but it feels like putting himself in spots where like he's maximizing what his output can be, which feels a little bit different from event or matches prior.
Yeah, I think Oxy is being enabled massively as well. I think the way that you see his teammates following off of lack of the pressure, and then almost relieve it for Oxy to peel back a little bit. They'll take a first fight and contact once Oxy is really kind of just breached open, either a side or some of the hits coming through. He was pretty phenomenal. I mean, I loved everything that I saw, and now we move into a series of unknowns, really, with Split coming up on the docket, because this is genuinely looked at one of the most dominant performances of all time that we saw against Crew, not Cloud9 I'm talking, I'm just saying Crew in general when they played this map. They were in struggle city, to be honest. I want to see a better look from them. I'm hoping with the form that Dante's been in, he had a great game too. That's what I mean, he's had a great game, and that was the kind of the key factor with Crew's losses, is that this guy didn't have a lot of confidence. Now though, he's been playing phenomenal in that first map despite the loss.
It was a 13-0 last time they played this map of Split. I mean, it's so tough. And part of it was they were playing a double duelist composition. Dante was on the way late. He was just very confident. Now on the Neon, are you going to put him on the way late?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I get it, but you don't need to. Like, at this point, you kind of have to do what Cloud9 are doing here, right? And Cloud9, Dan, are resulting, or rather, they're defaulting more to these comfort picks. You heard Coach Veer talking about it. I just let the kid cook on Neon. He's so good with it, no?
It is the comfort, and it is something that they have to go back to. We just talked about Cloud9 doing exactly that. I feel like for Crew, this is something that was missing. We just saw it in some of the things that they were trying to fix in this map of Breeze, where they were trying to get a little bit more aggressive on the defense. Again, it was a little too late, and you have still those keys where you're able to enable some of those players, but I think it's going to be tough if they keep the same thing.
It's going to get even harder as well for Crew, on top of everything that we've already been discussing, because they don't even know what Cloud9 are going to be running on Split.
That's right, that's right. Because we haven't seen C9 play this at all.
Play this in weeks, so they could be cooking up something completely different. They don't have anti-strats or any material they're looking at in that regard. It's a really tough match, I think, for Crew now from this point on. They needed to win Breeze. If they manage to pull it to Haven, there's a possibility, but that's also been a great map for Cloud9 recently. They've got that. Basically, the only map wins that Cloud9 have managed to get have been on Haven, and that's at the end of the series.
What would you then like to see Crew do, maybe, to kind of give themselves a little bit of the upper hand here? We talked about Dante playing the Neon, potentially. What else?
They had major problems with their execs, I think. That when they had Big Ults online to just essentially get a slam dunk win in rounds, they were misusing it all the time. I think they just need to be communicating the ideas of what they have ahead of time, think about it clearly, make sure things aren't going missing in the moments. It sounds like very simple stuff that I'm outlining, but genuinely, it's the simple stuff that needs to be corrected.
No, fair points, of course. Let's go ahead and see what's up with the Crew coach. Coach Zonic standing by ahead of map 2.
Here with the head coach of Crew, Visa Zonic. Now that was your map pick, you lose it. We are moving to Split, and I don't want to, bring up the past, but you did lose 13-0 versus 100 Thieves last time you were on this map. What has been adjusted since then? What have you changed?
I mean, I think the most important change you'll see in a minute. I think we adjust a lot. We talk a lot about the map, and we decided to go first on defense as well, just to get some new environment first.
To be clear, that I'm sensing an agent comp change. Am I correct?
Yep.
Well, best of luck.
So Crew is changing the composition, but they also decided to start on defense, because when they played against 100 Thieves and they lost 13-0, they were playing attack. But then you also have Static, who's talking about how the team is mainly struggling in the defense in pretty much every single map. So it doesn't seem like there's a clear win condition for them.
Feels like it's a pick your poison type of situation.
It really is. It really is. So the composition better be good.
Yeah, and what that composition will be. Genuinely curious, but it's nice to hear that they went back to it and we're like, hey, we gotta rebake this,
The simplest thing you can do when you're a team like Crew and you're struggling, and this just goes for basically any team at any level, I'm talking Premier to Tier 1, is to just copy the best. Yeah. And I'm talking from experience. Listen, if you don't actually know what the hell to do, take a look at one of the best teams in the world, maybe Leviatán, maybe it's 100 Thieves on Split, and just look at the way that they set up their defaults, look at the way they react when certain pieces of utility are used against you on your defense, and then use that to just build up the protocol, the game sense for your players to know automatically what they should be doing. They've already done the hard work for you. There's no reason to try and recreate the wheel.
Yeah, well, let's see if this squad, if Crew can do what Brent's Premier team did and go back and watch the pods. Unfortunately for Brent, it didn't work out, but hopefully it's going to be a lot better for Crew. Let's go ahead and jump to a quick break. When we come back, map 3, Ender and Mimi. We'll see you on the other side.
Well, the last time Crew Visa played this map, it was an 0-13 loss to 100 Thieves. They come off a tough map 1 of this series in Breeze, and now a chance to show us what they learned against a Cloud9 debuting this composition for the first time here on Split. They've yet to play it in Stage 2.
And if C9, on the other hand, were to come in here with a new comp, play for the first time, have some fun, come away with the win, I think this would be a great sign for C9. Obviously, both teams in a tough spot in terms of the standings, but I think for C9, maybe part of that decision to switch up the coaching and just have a new look coming into the week was they were playing against some of the weaker teams in the group. They had Loud, and today they have Crew, and if you make a big change, like who's going to be your head coach, and then you come in and win both your games, all of a sudden you have that honeymoon phase, everything's looking great. They couldn't quite pull away the win in the first series, but a win here would be big for them.
Absolutely. They always say that winning fixes everything when you're a pro player, and it is unironically true. Once you can get those wins on the board, a lot of your problems go away. You look at Crew though, and they have pivoted in the composition. We're running the Waylay Rays. Last time they rocked this, and now instead switching over to the Neon Phoenix. Bren was talking about when you're in this position, copy the best teams, steal what they do. Hey, step in the right direction with some Leviatán-esque ideas.
Yeah,
Rocking the Neon Phoenix.
You come in, you know what their playbook is, you know some of those ideas, and then it's just about figuring out how to execute some of those things. Of course, they were going to do maximum stealing of the playbook. That would put a lot of pressure on MW. Tanker on the B side with Crew starting on defense, but we'll see how copycat it ends up being, or if they're going to have their own flair, which often teams will.
I mean, they are still, sticking to their guns a bit, putting less on that Viper instead of the chamber that Lev run. That is very less coded, and despite the struggles on map 1, I look at him as one of the big points of success for this squad. He had a great map, but now they have to get back into this. Crew facing down the barrel. They lost map 1, an opportunity to reply here on Split.
Of course, one of the big things we were talking about with C9 is how much they've struggled on the pistols. They started off in a good way. Back on Breeze. Let's see if they can do the same on the attack now.
And set up towards mid. Crew, all 3 of their players ready to activate. Maybe a bit of a trap with that slide off Les's contact.
The dark cover comes in a little bit slow, and Oxy just tanks so much damage on the burn, comes back into Les. Oxy just a sacrificial lamb.
Good patience there to wait and then reply from Crew. They punished the man that was pretty much unkillable back on Breeze.
Zelsis stepping back into mid. And Dante was low too. With the B main player falling as well, Crew now in a tough spot where they have to leave major gaps on the map. C9 choose to cut noise.
And they're set up to re-hit. Crew holding steady on the left side of the map for now. Dante, low health, but support will be quick from heaven.
MW just guarding the team's back right now. Crew chose to give up the entire right half of the map. And it's a good gamble. Dante just with 20 health, needs support from his teammates, and he's found it. The drop in from heaven. C9 still stuck back in main. It's a beautiful seize that kept those 2 players from swinging in and helping out their squad.
You said that if they wanted to be more like Lev, they'd have to ask a lot of MW. And the perfect seize into setting his teammate up for a multi-kill, I could see some blows in there. It was really nicely done in the end. He looked pretty whiffy on this first shot, but he got it when it counts. Finds the last 3 kills of this round. That's early orbs onto the Phoenix. That's a pistol round 1. Dream scenario after a bad map 1.
Yeah, one of the things we were talking about is plaguing Crew on the first map is it was kind of less than friends. And then we had Dante in the last few rounds they won, stepping up with some big multi-kills. Now Crew have shown an extra layer. 2 of the quieter players having a major impact already. It's a 3K full house for MW and Dante. Flawless on the round.
Super clean work there. The impact from that Viper Molly coming in as they both slide forward and absolutely obliterate the Cloud9 players. So look on the other side now. Cloud9, this is their first time playing Split in Stage 2. They're running a solo duelist comp, rocking a Sky, rocking an Omen. All of this is telling me that this is going to put a lot of emphasis on Oxy, and especially on Oxy in early rounds to be able to produce opening kills off of that utility.
And if Oxy isn't able to do that, then they're going to have to start banking back on allowing them to work the map and lurk, right? When you have both the Cypher and the Viper, they have a lot of ways at blocking off the lines of sight for a solo anchor on the A side.
So this 1-3-1 is exactly that. Put your fighting players in mid, let your lurkers work the extremities as Zelsis. Not spotted.
Yeah, the fact that MW is confident enough to play in front of the utility offers so much support, but that's the lurk on the other side. C9 pushing and pulling crew around the map for now. A couple of rounds now where Fireball Ops has just got the better of the B anchor.
Cloud9 will reset away from that site. And they have their second lurker now activating. This is that theory of the comp you're talking about.
And I think we've seen other teams in the league not be able to actually follow through on this theory. This comp does not look super strong in Americas. But C9 working well here on their buy round. Zelsis has bested MW. That player was giving him trouble early in the round, playing super aggressively. But this has now allowed C9 to set up full numbers on the retake. And with Oxy being that extra guy over in the corner, it is so easy to keep crew at an arm's length.
He tucks back into sight. Now Dante and Heat trying to produce a pick anywhere, but there's just no opening. Dante has to fall back from the cam, and they should be looking to just concede this round.
One enemy remaining.
The lurking from Zelsis in this round was quite nice. You know, his kill later on didn't end up mattering so much. C9 had so much control of the map, but the start of the round he played super passive, and it wasn't until Fireball got the kill on B and Zelsis reads that the anchor is going to start rotating, like he did in the previous round, that he fills in and takes that space.
And a factor in him getting the kill on B was Zelsis' pressure on A. In baiting out all that Fade utility, keeping presence there, it makes it feel like it's a heavy mid play into an A lurk, which meant that, well, Fireball lurks up, gets his pick, and C9 are in a great position. Here's that kill again, catches Sadok on probably way too wide of a jiggle here.
Yeah, I really think this game is going to take on a very different tone compared to Breeze. Like, the stars of that Breeze map are not going to be the focal points, at least in this first half. I'm really looking at that silly man on your screen right now. See what he can do, along with Fireball. And if MW can continue to contain.
It's a big ask of him. As this time it's Sadok, again, anchoring towards B. But C9 are just helping to put some pressure there, leave a Cypher cam. That's broken early. Just a good goal completed from crew. As they now look to focus back towards mid.
In so many of the 1-3-1 rounds for C9, they'll use the dog up mid and send Oxy behind it. The danger is, with Heat having a curveball ready, when crew want to fight back in when the orb drops, C9 need players playing anti, need to be controlled.
This time, though, he finds a great timing. Oxy diving up, an off angle, though. Perched on just the very ledge here for Heat.
Oh.
Drops away.
Not sure if that was heard. Paranoia. But with pressure in from heaven, a teleport into the corner. Sadok finds himself in a nice spot, but the blind is devastating. West tries to work back into the site as a slide through from Dante has cleared out of the choke point. C9 have the support coming in from heaven. Zelsis late in there has just about wrapped this round up.
MW is trying to jump over this strip on the flank.
Ayo, whoa, he's got hops.
Look at the moves. Could he make something of it?
Oh,
no one looking this direction.
Well, it's just Fireball for now. A couple seconds earlier, and he had Jack as well. As the Haunt's destroyed, double swing comes in. It's a good seize, but not good enough to win the round.
Big credit to Jack. 3K there from him, and he was excellent on map 1. Think about those late rounds on Breeze where he was the one producing these picks in the chaotic team fights. I don't think he's had the most flashy addition to this roster, stepping on to the Tier 1 stage with Cloud9. But he's had his moments. It's been consistent. For his role, that's a lot of what you need.
So a force up from crew. The buy is not decent. but as shots are exchanged in mid, maybe both duelists out of the picture.
And now it's time for the Lurkers to activate. Zelsis makes a spot onto MW, both walk away healthy. He's now with that pressure A, pressure mid, just spam from Zelsis.
There you go. Usually you would think that losing your duelist means your attack side is completely neutered. But I think with C9's Lurkers, they can get the job done.
Crew trying to make their own mark on this round. Heat re-walks deep into mid.
Oh, he heard the footsteps. You immediately know the rotates are coming in. He was far enough down mid to hear out these 3 players.
Les still has a molly. Heat does too. And with no Neon to break through that choke point, there is stall abound.
There's that first snake bite out now. C9 have gone fully up into heaven. They have the option to cut back into mid if they can cross past Les. As the Paranoid comes in, tagging up the Viper. It is Heat on his own, and he flashes himself. Disaster, he flashes his teammate. Oh no, Crew, what's going on? A sprint over to the B site now. C9 have found the timing.
The only hope is Sadak. Position towards spawn. An angle on the cross, and he's down too. Cloud9 have rinsed them this round. Sure, you can kill Oxy, but the Lurkers, they are everywhere.
Didn't realize C9's comp had the Phoenix Flash as well. Makes it a little bit easier to work up into heaven.
Yeah.
But again, this whole round would not have been able to go C9's way had Zelsis not, as a matter of fact, caught that timing. Unfortunately, he gets caught on a timing himself. But I really like C9's chances.
I don't know what he yelled, but something that everyone in the room could hear.
I'm sure we will get that clip in the replay, find out exactly what Zelsis just said.
If we're able to show it.
It might be muted, who knows? Wow. The suspense is killing me, I've got to know. I feel like everyone in the building is in on the joke except for us. I hate this. C9 up there loving it for now. And really, I mean, so much money. Let's see this kill again. It's just through the smoke, right?
Yep. Reads into the timing there on the spam. And that's what caused the reaction.
All right, we'll never know. We'll never. Someone please tell me after the fact. We'll get back to that one. Because C9 already working up into heaven.
Yeah, Sidak here. Not affected by that snake bite. But C9, after taking ramp, they full focus back on the site. I like that protocol. Bait Crew to react ramp, then take your site for free.
But Crew have 2 beautiful ultimates to retake. They're going to have to make it through the pit somehow. And it's quick with the run it back. Nightfall coming in on a slight delay. Right now, he just found no one because C9 are all inside of the pit. Good spam out of MW. Vic dealt with on the flank. And so as the fight comes through, it is Crew figuring out the solution. It's still messy with a jump down behind cover. And I love the position Fireball is in. What a spot to be, but not quite good enough. Crew keep it controlled on the retake and win out the round.
It took 2 big ultimates invested, but the retake there looks good from Crew. I like the little bit of tech from Sidak, TPing up over top of that pit, jumping down behind to get another strange avenue of approach into this retake. And when every single player except Vic is locked in a pit that small, it's just a matter of time before a spam shot or 2 connects in your favor.
MW's got to feel good that he got a revenge kill through smoke that round to what happened to him against Zelsis' Lurk. And it's a big macro shift from Crew, bringing their Fade and Duelist onto B main for a fight idea. First ball at the ready. Flashes exchanged, but just the fact that Jack sent that in first makes it really hard to follow through. And Oxy has the cover.
How do you activate, though?
I have no idea.
They have such good positioning to
And by
deny
the way,
Dante.
Look at A Heaven. Knowing that Fade was on the wrong side of the map exposes Heaven. Puts the pressure down on Sadak. C9's A side lurks have been immaculate. And Les just walking down mid, trying to find some way back into the round. means that death unlocks the A site, quick teleport in, and the plant with a spike.
This is so nice from Cloud9. Every round they have ramped, now they're in the spawn. They own this map in its entirety.
I mean, it is a post plant, and look at the line of scrimmage that C9 are covering right now. An absurd map state.
And I don't think Crew will want to test it too much here in a 5-on-2. They went for something aggressive, tried to change the pace of the game and pick these lurkers early. But C9 say, hey, we'll let you have your B main control. We will take the rest of the map.
And so that's the danger. When you overload one side of the map and you want to fight forward, it has to pay off big time because you need to be up numbers for the retake on the other side, which will inevitably fall.
And some teams do play that way. You look at Lev, they're always retake A with the sole player Heaven. But unfortunately for Sadak, he hasn't been able to produce in that position. He's almost always getting one kill at best, sometimes just dying in these fights. And once you lose that anchor, lose that player in Heaven, it's almost impossible to win that retake.
My feelings are being pulled right now, and I'm sick of it.
It's good to see him having fun again after how intense these recent games have been for C9.
Yeah. Thanks for hearing that tone out of Zelsis. C9 just having a much better time, but Oxy, not to be this time. C9, how do they win around down a man? Let's hear it.
Something, leave wall.
I'll stay with you,
I'm just gonna dog John.
Yeah.
Can you wall up real quick, Jordan?
His Viper ult is a move. Yeah, I can wall 2 seconds.
Yeah, I like doing the aggro fight on A.
And I'll try and follow.
I think Raph. Alright. Give me a second.
I'm dogging. You drop ult. Hold on. And it is. Not stunned. I'm just holding up my camp.
Keep spam left, keep spamming left.
Yeah, nice, all done. What?
I'm rotating. Yeah, just like.
I'm flashing deep drone. Yeah, go. I'm letting you play.
Come back, I heal you.
He ulted.
Phoenix here now.
Phoenix here back today.
I think. All right, listen to me. We're gonna. You guys are gonna go A, but I'm gonna lurk here, and you guys are gonna come back.
Okay.
Yeah, like you guys can take towards lower or heaven, and then we can come ropes to B. Alright, listen. You want you two, you have Jack.
I have flash.
I have full gas, call it. Okay, can you wall up? Can you just pop flash? Pop your orb, and I smoke heaven, and then you come up to me.
Yeah,
no. Hey, come out A. Drop your wall.
Drop in.
Just make noise.
Flash. Nothing.
Walk with me.
Okay, it might be good for you guys. Like,
just go heaven. We'll free pump.
30 seconds left. Keep walking.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go lower, guys. Yeah, Phoenix.
No.
They didn't move. I think
maybe one max hit.
Yeah, it's gonna be one guy.
Nothing?
Smoke in 1 second. We're gonna start the turn. Just caging this.
Can you drop my side?
Yeah, go. Drop it. Clear side together. Just run it. One side. Dave,
wait
for
me.
you. Jump. LeBron.
Jumping. He's right side.
One more.
Right side.
Time.
Heaven.
Oh wait, all good. Heaven in. What did he say?
Alright,
Well, you hear an round like that, not an easy one to call out from C9. Zelsis tried to take matters into his own hands with the lurk in heaven, but this time, Heat shuts him down.
There was 2 really good decisions from Crew that round. What you're talking about with Heat, but also here earlier in the round, they go for that faster play towards A main, and then once it's into this even situation, instead of playing in vulnerable positions to the lurkers, they just bunker the respective sites, wait for Cloud9 to make a play, and then sure things up with the time in their favor.
I like that A main fight this round, fighting both mid and main, and Les being good for 2 there is able to stabilize this round. It was a near disaster for Crew.
But it's always the lurkers. Fireball activating against MW. He needs this kill.
Oh, man.
It's so nasty that he gets that.
I mean, he was just completely on the wrong angle with his placement of crosshair, but snaps on a dime.
And now Crew feel like they need information. They'll walk back together. Down mid.
It's predictable, though. Every time Crew fall down numbers, it seems, apart from the last round they were up numbers, but every time they walk down mid.
I mean, look at this setup. They're just holding, waiting for the walk.
Asleep at the wheel. It's a good thing that Vic is wide awake.
That's when you can laugh off for Celsius, when your teammate has your back that well.
He's got the big mini-map on his screen, I bet.
Either way.
Worrying about the big picture.
Cloud9 have had great reactions to the aggression in these last 2 rounds, finding opportunities to get kills elsewhere. I mean, unreal that Les gets 2 in mid, but it's that pick on the lurk, and you called it. It was the big mini-map.
I'm a prophet, I guess. That's brutal that it was like on the split-second timing he went for, too. I'm really glad we saw that. Makes me feel like we can let him off the hook for it.
No aggression this round for Crew. So the duelist sit back. Oh my god, Fireball Ops. 2 rounds in a row where he's just deleted MW.
Well, remember rounds 2 and 3 when he was solo B main playing and just owned Sodak on the B line?
Yeah.
We thought Sodak was struggling holding it, but no, it just turns out Fireball Ops is a menace on the lurk.
Crew have walked down mid as a reaction in these last few rounds here. They seed the space, just put less on a jiggle.
I really see the theory for C9, why they want to play this comp. How it can enable some of the styles of their players to find the individual agency on the lurk. And that'll be, again, into mid. Fireball, bests less. And all of a sudden, a mid double walk-up is going to turn into a split for the B site.
And Heat is here alone, stuck into the site, trying to make something of this round. He would be the only hope left. The rest of Crew is so far away. And their old nemesis still waiting in mid.
Good patience from C9. Spacing needs to be better than that. But the trade was there. And the mid hold from Vic again. Covering the flanks of C9 as Dante comes sprinting into the site. Almost deadly, but Jack pulls away from the plant to get the job done.
Stealth is just having fun this game. His team is in control. And why wouldn't you be? When you go from the Oxy takeover game, 33 kills in map 1, to here, where he's struggling, but look at these kills from the lurkers. Fireball, both on A and in mid. Just looks so precise. And they won't have money for it now, but I would love to see Crew try and get an op online. C9, their lurkers are almost always just contacting into this space, challenging. I think that's the exact right position for someone like Dante to pick up the scope, hold the line, and punish these plays.
Yeah, I do think Split is a map where if you're able to hold those forward lines, it looks very good for you. But a good attacking team that can dominate with the utility behind it can disrupt. And when Fireball continues to play the way he is, you might not even be able to kill him with an op.
These are the stats when he played against Loud. That was a loss for Cloud9. Still dropping 260 ACS. He's had to trade around the roles, playing the Phoenix, playing the Sentinel, doing pretty much everything for this team. He's looked so in form on all of it. I think the criticism of Cloud9's approach to management is often that they're not going for those bigger names. They're always kind of relying on those younger players, those tier 2 prospects to show up. But it seems like they've found a gem in Fireball Ops.
I mean, another young kid they took a bet on and hit a gold mine, Oxy, been sticking around with the team. They saw what he could do back on Breeze. Now a very different look from C9.
Yeah, they're 4 players in A main, not playing heavy for the lurks. Instead, just grouping against Dante, who spams Fireball. Maybe the only way to kill him is if he doesn't see ya.
A 6th sense from Dante. And he's still seeing dead people. 2 kills from him, but Zelsis comes back to equalize, and that means nobody's home on A.
Completely open sight. Heat has double flash in this retake, and he's already walking a fast timing. Back down ramp. If you can figure out that all of these players are clumped sight together, this retake becomes doable with the utility in hand.
Sodak miles away. And the spacing seems a little tough right now from Crew. Heat is being asked a lot up against the wall. And it's a 3rd one through the smoke. Now the pit. Making this site so messy. But maybe a chance for Crew to work around those smokes, to find some spam shots not to be had. Vic and that shorty push less all the way back and all the way out.
Clean work from Cloud9 yet again. And this was a change of pace. They full group on the fight towards ramp. Lose 2 players early to Dante's Guardian, but look at Zelsis. Fights back for 2, gets this kill on the spam. It's the IGL this time, delivering the damage.
No, you're looking at your hand, Jordan.
Oxy giving him some love. His IGL tops the scoreboard this game.
Oxy spent it all back on map 1. Now he's doing a bit more cheerleading for C9 because really it has been the support staff that's been taking over, taking liberties. Here a fake teleport out of the Omen and an instant pop out. Takes Dante out of this round.
Man, Phoenix is on the same site, but they don't play together in that fight for main.
There was actually a dark cover put back in spawn that C9 was trying to play with. Disrupt crew, and they faked out that Omen ult, and now with the Stinger, or Bulldog rather, Les is only able to trade 1 for 1.
And now it's back to the lurk game, this time Jack taking down Sadok.
And while that kill comes down, so does the rotate onto the A site, but still Fireball has been sticking around on B.
And so you can simply call back into either site here. Put the pressure on, a Sky Flash, make sure MW feels the need to stay.
That's so cool. Zelsis comes over, throws the orb to land back on screens, try and sell this fake. Now Heat is still sticking around, but Vic will just land an easy shot and secure this site.
If game 1 was about the individuals, about Oxy as a hero, the second game has been about the macro. Cloud9 calling loops around crew in this half. And just MW spam through the wall to close things out.
A fantastic half of Valorant from C9, especially after losing the pistol in the second round. They just dominate crew when it comes to those rifle rounds.
Crew struggled to find some footing here. They couldn't get solutions of how to flush the extremity players out. Now the pressure's truly on. Down a map in this series. Only 4 rounds to their name. And a lot to bounce back from if they want to win in this series. That's coming up in the second half of Split.
Well, tie your horses and wait a little because I'm here with Fireball Ops. Now, your lurks are now becoming kind of famous. You know, you're always on them. We have some fellow lurkers out there, including myself. So any advice for us?
Ooh, advice for lurking. I would say don't go too fast, but also don't be afraid to be too aggressive either. So there's like a little balance that you have to learn. So I would say just take it at your own speed. Don't be too aggressive, but don't be too passive.
Okay. Well, best of luck today.
Breeze was the Oxy show, but in this bout of 2-0-3 squads, the second map has been about the macro, about the supportive staff from Cloud9. They're standing at a comfortable lead coming into the half. And crew, a lot to show here with their new composition now on the attack.
Yeah, I was just so impressed with how Zelsis and C9 were calling around their lurks, really playing into the style of the comp on the attack. But on defense, it's a bit of a different beast. A lot of options to try and stall things out, but still, C9 want to fight over mid.
Jack jiggling. Possibility for a slide off of him. Is Crew just walking to this space? Paranoia. How many can it hit here? In it goes.
Oh,
That's
man.
just the death of Dante.
Sadok somehow alive into the corner, but he is in a world of pain right now. Oxy closes in on him, and it's another one on the way out. The fadeaway. Oxy wakes up in the second half.
And if Oxy has a good half here on top of everything else we're lauding Cloud9 for, just feels like the nail in the coffin.
Zellsis getting loose with it. Walks all the way through B. The walls close in on less.
One enemy remaining.
Zellsis will take him out.
Down mid.
And sure, it's a good lurk. It's a strong position. But C9 are ready for every angle.
Yeah, Jack's holding that one. Just nice to see C9 finally winning some pistols.
Yeah.
More than anything. What's crazy is they've been able to win a couple of maps, right? They haven't won a series, but they've won a few maps in their games with no pistols. You know, if nobody moved, that would have been an ace. And it nearly could have been if they'd lined up perfectly for him. Still, though, it's the round for C9.
The 4-man high-low is enough to win that one out. On map 1, they picked up a pistol, converted the bonus round off of that.
That paranoia you talked about is deadly.
Yeah, so good. And just a little lucky with the shot onto MW. There's been something going on with MW and kills through smokes, either for him or against him pretty much every round.
Crew choosing not to force up here. Of course, didn't have a plant, so not much to bank on. And Crew's an interesting team. I do like teams that are throwing more of these B walls with the Viper. I like it even more in a comp like C9s, where you have the Cypher cages on the other side. But here, having Viper walls, having Phoenix walls, a little bit of overlap.
Cover going out.
Another one-way refresh for Vic. As he does have to TP out of this corner.
Yeah,
Crew, though, I mean, the paranoia means they absolutely cannot accelerate there.
Vic didn't even use it. He got sort of caught out with the paranoia in hand.
Oh, that was just a team blind that connected onto Heat.
A little bit tough for Crew to work past. I mean, this is only 2 people on top of each other. This is far less powerful than in the previous round. Does 2 make a difference? Does Crew have a peek? C9 aren't going to find out.
Waited so long on this. Finally, they'll accelerate and straight
there's
into
the
Oxy.
paranoia, of course. Yeah, it's good flash through, but Vic on the deep line will only allow Heat to survive.
Hey, I mean, that's exactly who you want getting kills. He has an ultimate online for round 15. But there's nothing else to speak of for this round. C9 cleaned it up easily and hit their double digits.
That's 2 rounds in a row where Vic's paranoia has been brutal.
Oh, yeah.
For Crew to play. And it's been flexible as well. I think the fact that he chose not to use it, even though the Prowler was pressuring him on the first wave, that first attempt at a sight hit, ended up making this re-hit just never a possibility.
Very good discipline. I think Vic has always had that. Probably his best trait alongside just the raw mechanics, which rival even some of the other best controller players in this league.
Trips crossed up on this A site, so Crew attack Heaven first. It's a true bonus from C9. Zellsis will choose to fall back. Heat's keeping it quiet with the run it back, but that means he's not clearing much space. He might not even clear a tripwire. And not breaking those makes Dante's job miserable when he comes into the site. Those trips low to the ground, hard to realize. One now broken, and a second. Second broken. But 2 players into the site. As the cage falls, they're trying to push on through it. Zellsis waits for him. And as the rotates come online, Heat can't do more than 1. The spike on the ground, but the lurk is so far away.
Crew were so worried about the flood through spawn that only 2 players actually fought backside together. If they had a molly or something for that, they could have had more hands to deal with these players backside. Instead, it's all in the hands of less. 1v3.
This is a bonus. You can't let this one fall away.
30 seconds left.
You can't lose this. So a good shot. And Zellsis low. Vic only has a bandit.
One enemy remaining.
It's great from Thus. He's given his team a chance, but he has to make the long journey out in no man's land with 12 seconds remaining. Vic with a paranoia and a couple of TPs. Chooses to keep it quiet. Just making it awkward with the one-way, and Vic upgraded to a Phantom. Easy pickings behind the wall.
denies the best player from Crew on map 1 from reactivating here on Split. He looked scary. These first few shots on the attempt at the clutch.
Yeah. In fact, he brought it into one-on-one at all.
It's really impressive stuff. But he shouldn't have had to recover from this to begin with. Crew's approach to clearing backside there, I think, was weak. It was what you brought up with the walking Phoenix ult, slowing everything down then. Not having enough players committed to that clear together backside. All leads to C9 at 11.
Crew have to force again. Light armors across the board. And this time around, not too much control over mid, just Zelsis. And he's been pretty loose in the way he takes opening fights, and this time will wear some hurt from it.
More passive play in mid from C9. Zelsis fully conceding that space.
One-way clears. As footsteps are heard into heaven. And less best Vic on the site. Quick turnaround from Oxy. Oxy somehow equalizes with 2, but Heat is still barreling through. Can Zelsis catch the timing? That's the question. As MW pops up the rope, the timing will not be there. And now with full knowledge where the last man standing is, Heat will swing around and claim his third on the round.
Better trading there from Crew. They fight well in heaven together. Open up that B site. It's not a particularly complicated round, but it's Heat coming online. It's a team looking cohesive. I don't know how consistent this will be. Less, honestly, should not have been able to win that fight just walking through a smoke on timing.
You heard him. I know I heard him, but I thought I was cuckoo. No, he dropped the ball.
Questioning his sanity already.
Will Crew, even after winning the round, choose to call the timeout? That's their second and final. They need to figure out a way to build back here. A chance to devastate the C9 economy if C9 choose to force up and make it go this year.
Yeah, I want to see a Crew that is willing to give us faster opening rounds with Heat and Dante together, creating threat on the map that forces C9 to react. And I'm hopeful that that's going to give opportunities to see a much more active lurking play from Les. His lurks were such a win condition on map 1. When you felt hope for Crew, it was so often surrounding what he could get done in those positions. But you have to create presence, create pressure to even let him have those chances.
C9 choose not to buy up here. Just a hero gun for Vic. And that's the right choice. So close. Seeing that first win of the stage. They don't want to give any more ammunition over to Crew to continue this comeback.
Jack solo anchoring A.
Oh, the flash doesn't hit anyone. All 5 players under the cover of darkness.
But they'll know soon enough. Les alone on ramp. His life or death might just be the way in. I do like that he backs away, gives a bit of respect this round.
C9 are going 5 players into screens. By all accounts, this is a losing line for the retake. To come through just one choke point, it should be impossible. And it would be if your name was anything other than Oxy. 2 kills already, picks up the Vandal. And C9, out of nowhere, have come back into this. The one way complicates, but Vic up in heaven challenges! Oh my word, man! Vic is having a field day out there!
That is near unbelievable. 4 players left alive on the anti-eco retake. Oxy's Bucky. The first shot just stunning, and this a better read. Recognizes where Dante dipped away to, punishes him, and sets Vic up. Less no factor in this round. As C9 just 1 away from their first win of the stage.
And Crew 1 away from 0-4. After being a breakout team in stage 1, people thought they were world beaters at the beginning, how good their Lotus was, winning so many games. We know they have the talent, but it has not clicked. It's coming back to the stage a couple weeks ago.
3 players ready in mid. This might be the fight.
Smoke down and just back up as crew refresh that one. Both Vipers choosing to keep it at a stalemate.
It's really on a knife's edge. Crew managed to get through the utility. And now a question for Cloud9. Where do you react? They bunker into B. Rotate 2 over towards A.
This round will be another chance at a Phoenix ult for Heat. The last time the soft contact did not pay off. We need more.
It's a fake into B.
He's running through it.
The only one here. Look over towards the A site. Fireball Ops is there.
Oh, 2 rounds in a row. Heat doesn't spot a player, doesn't actually get to fight a player with that ability. And it means that C9 can tuck in here.
30 seconds left.
Still 2 trips to play with. Unbroken for Dante. He's caught out by the first. The spam not found, the wall protects. So that gives a second lease on life for Dante. Not to be had, Celsius comes in. Another pit, chokes up the site. As Heat comes in behind enemy lines, only 10 seconds left, and they still have to plant the spike. Less, you have to get a kill, you have to plant somehow, and it's a tripwire kill! You can't be serious! You can't write a finish better than that. Fireball Ops takes C9 to their first win of stage 2.
What a massive turnaround for Cloud9. The last 3 weeks were despair for this squad. But this was the game they were waiting for. It had everything. The Oxy takeover game 1. The Lurkers finding their foot in game 2. And a beautifully called game from the IGL. Celsius sitting at the top of the scoreboard on split.
That's the kind of map I want to see more from C9. Sure, Breeze was fun. When Oxy is allowed to do that, let's keep letting them do it. But when C9 are able to play to their individual strengths, play slow rounds through the rising stardom of a guy like Fireball on the lurk, that's the style I want to see more of.
They're getting what they need out of their new players. Cloud9 has been slow and steady. In the past, they've developed talents like Vic, like Oxy, brought them to becoming big names in VCT Americas. Now looking at this next generation with hope. They won't get a bye to playoffs. They're not fighting for that. But they're fighting to show who they are, to be a team that you're afraid of in the play-ins. Be a team that can contest to get back to the playoffs. The playoffs where Cloud9 have always qualified. This stage has been abnormal for this organization, but there's still time to save it.
Crazy.
Defenders win.
I think for Fireball as well, right? A guy that fought through that challenger system to then come in here, play on the big stage. There's gonna be a lot of those players that he was just fighting against even earlier this year that are just waiting for him on the other side. I can't wait to see how he does it, and I can't see what he has to say. We've got the Verizon post-match interview on the stage.
Thank you so much, Ender and Mimi. And I need everyone right now to give it up for Fireball Ops of Cloud9. I mean, I think we have been waiting so long to talk to you. I was going back through your Twitter, and when you got signed, it was like the entire scene celebrated. You had Kaplan, you had people you've known played for with years, and people who were just excited to see you. And now you are here finally for your first Verizon post-match interview. Now you're here facing the crowd who are all obsessed with you. By the way, whoever they are online or in chat, love you. How does it feel to finally have this win under your belt? And a very convincing one at that.
It feels great. I mean, it is everything I expected. So I'm just happy to get one. You know, the team's working so hard. Jordan, Emmy, and Beer, just amazing work. So I'm just glad to see our work come to fruition.
I mean, you've kind of had this, you know, seismic change that's happened, right? You've come and you've had the losses, and then switching you're the head coach and the assistant coach. That's a lot to take in for your literal rookie season.
Yeah.
So how has that adjustment been?
You know, it's whatever. I mean, you gotta roll with the punches. I think it's pretty easy. Emmy's doing great work. Veer's doing great work. So it's just an easy switch.
Yeah, and I mean, my last question for you is obviously Cloud9 still have a lot of work to do. You guys looked excellent today. I mean, with your future opponents, how confident are you in Cloud9's, moving forward in their schedule?
Oh, I'm super confident. I mean, we have a 100 Thieves that is rolling next week. So, we're just gonna prep for that, take it one step at a time, and then just go into play-ins and, hopefully just dominate.
All right, everyone give it up for Fireball Ops one more time. An incredible Verizon post-match interview debut. We're gonna take a break, but stay right there because I think you know what match is next. It is Sentinels versus G2.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secretlab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
No way.
My God.
That's on...
All right, GG's, bro.
Oh.
Everyone's looking forward to the G2 SEN rivalry, the Jonah P versus X Team, all these narratives. I think it's going to be probably like the most hyped up match of this group stage.
Cleve gets the better of him now. You're uncomfortable as heck. Big ace for Lee.
It's going to be fun. I think everybody has been waiting for this game to happen, and I know how they think. They know how I think. We've played Taylor for a long time, and I think it's just going to come down to reads and bluffs and fakes and all that good stuff.
As players, sometimes you try not to think too much about the narratives and the emotion side, but it is an emotional game, You can't run away from it. I have no bad blood against any of those players on SEN, but it's like a homecoming game. Everyone's going to be cheering against G2 in the crowd. I know how that vibe feels, and it's kind of personal for me.
Welcome back to VCT Americas. It's time for our final match of week 3, a week that has truly felt like the Odyssey. It's a good old-fashioned NA showdown between Sentinels and G2, and we're ready to get ruined tuned, baby.
That's bad.
One more. That's right.
Just
Come on,
one
I had to steal Dan's hat. Well, actually, that was your hat that I stole.
I wanted the green one. Dan took it from me. And
yeah, it's terrible. Dan's a bad friend. All right, well, of course, reflecting on what we're about to watch here, we saw the hype, we saw the drama, the intrigue, the narratives. This is what's at stake here. You see those two teams, G2 and Sentinels, both sitting at 2-1 over at the Omega Group. 16 points for G2, 11 points for Sentinels. Bren, that is barely a difference.
I would love to say to you that this match is going to be like the defining factor that pushes a team into the playoffs.
It would be so good.
Yeah. It would be so great to say that, but unfortunately, Loud have 2 more games to play.
Yes.
And they are also sitting at turn 1, so we can't say that, but
we can't say that this
I can
will give us
say
a
with
good
confidence,
look.
this is probably with about 95% certainty.
95.
Okay.
I can't say 100%, 95. Going to decide who makes playoffs.
Okay.
Off of this.
I'm curious why you didn't include the other 5%.
What a 5% is if Loud end up being...
Which is what's going to happen.
Loud have got like what? Is it G2 and 100 Thieves they're going to play
I think
against?
so. Yes, I think
Yeah, so they're going to beat both
hard.
of those teams and going to ruin that, and that's going to be the 5% part.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Okay.
So, but realistically, this is a matchup that matters massively for both of these teams.
Just going to ask production, make sure we bookmark this so that in the future we could use it for another bit
So when
if
the
necessary.
funniest thing happens again.
Exactly. But look, guys, here's the reality, right? Because historically, this hasn't been a great matchup for Sentinels, right? Here's the interesting part, though. There's a twist. It's that guy right there, Jonah P. He used to be a part of G2 Esports. There you see him kissing the trophy, one of the many that G2 Esports won together. And they decided to make a change. They released the professor, decided school was out, and instead went in a different way with Baby Bay. Meanwhile, Jonah P finds himself on Sentinels and reinvents himself here, Dan.
And he didn't get picked up by Sentinels right away. There was a period of time where we didn't know where Jonah P was going to go. He also didn't know what was going to happen, and suddenly there was the spot for Sentinels. It feels like this is a match that matters a lot for him, so I can't wait to see what he's going to play. He has been really good as well. I think he has some performances towards the beginning when he joined Sentinels where he was struggling a little bit, but now he just definitely seems like another member of the team.
Yeah, and you know, just a little inside baseball. I mean, like we've had Jonah P on the show before. Great guy, so much passion, so much knowledge for the game that he could provide to any team that he joins. So it made sense why he joins his young Sentinel squad. Jerwin, you got Redux that need to have that like formation, and then you surround that with Cortezia as well as John. It's a great combo.
It is. I think you get also just a known quantity with Jonah P into this team. He's a rock. He is the foundation of which you can build a team around because you always know what you're going to get out of him. He was one of the most consistent members of G2 when they were playing. I think he was a core reason as to why they had that kind of like stability and backbone that they could lean on consistently in their matches and do well and have that, which is such a rare trait to have in Valorant, that consistency. Genuinely, it is very difficult in this game to keep winning in the way that G2 have historically, but I think it goes to show, to be honest, because G2 have spent this entire year soul-searching after getting rid of Jonah P, and Sentinels have just been on the up and up and up, I think, in terms of how good they've been looking with each week.
This is really fun, especially because of what Jonah was saying now when we got the chance to hear about the read that he has, how it's going to be all about the mental games, especially because that week 1, even though it wasn't something that Sentinels planned, he got the chance to IGL. And when I asked him about it, he was mentioning how he realized how difficult it is, how you need to take so many things into account. So now you have that part of the information that you were able to learn, and now you also know how Violent plays on the other side.
Because typically Jonah in that Sova role was like the info guy. Hey, I'm going to get you a little bit of this information. My IGL makes a decision, which is great for someone like Valen, great for someone like John QT, right? Yeah. So it's great, but it also then goes to show like how he has to adapt, but also how he has grown with this team as well. But for more on the professor, Liz, I had an opportunity to catch up with him earlier today.
All right, Jonah P, you qualified for the VCT with the core of G2, and for the first time today, you will be facing them as the enemy of Sentinels. What is going through your head right now?
Probably spent the last 4 or 5 years thinking about them, so now it's the first time where, you know, we're on the opposite side of the server, and I have new people to think about, so it's gonna be a good game.
Best of luck today.
Ooh. Mature. Ooh. I mean, I think immediately, I think that's just a mature outlook on it. He's just, you got to focus on the here and now.
Yeah.
He's always been the guy that's never going to hold a grudge against anyone for the decision made. It doesn't matter how bad the break was between Jonah P and G2. That's what you get with this guy. He's a mature head on his shoulders.
Yeah, you don't want to add that pressure on yourself as well of saying, yeah, I'm going to win again.
We need to win this.
Let's just play the game and see what happens.
Yeah, exactly. And look, I think if you're Jonah P and you're the Sentinels lineup, you're feeling pretty good right now because you see an opponent on the other side that has really been like fishing for what works, what's actually going to be the thing that gets them across the finish line. And the question we have to ask ourselves is whether or not that old G2 is back after what we saw from this team. And it's hard to say, Bren, right? This game is going to be a real test for sure.
I think this is going to be their first real test in quite some time. where they've now settled on terms of what roles they want to play. It's comfort roles. They don't want to lean into what is defining the meta currently in Americas of the double duelist. They're trying to put people in the appropriate positions, but they've only ever played against Cloud9 and Crew since then. And they got wins against them, yes, but we're talking the bottom of the barrel currently of Americas that they're punching up against. G2 have not been tested yet. They haven't cut their teeth against a quality opponent. They're going to get a chance to do it now. This is going to be the biggest test they've had since they've made this flux and change again with roles.
Especially, yeah, like you're saying, after that first week, the changes that we saw where they were playing with Baby Bay on the primary duelist and they're switching it up to a little bit more of that comfort. And I feel like a lot of the head-to-heads that you have between the IGLs, between the duelists as well, for Jerwin and Jagamo, all of those interactions are going to be so interesting to really see who was the better team this time around.
Yeah, because there's just a ton of ideas that are being shared amongst these two teams here, and they're approaching it differently because for Sentinels, they're definitely leaning, Bren, more on that like double duelist. They could get a little bit more done, whereas G2 have kind of been struggling to be able to figure out what that composition fits for them, right? Because I heard like double Sentinel potential for them.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of teams have been going for different
reads.
Archetypes, even a double Sentinel if you want to try and counter the Neon double duelist meta that's going on. Some teams can't even play it because of roles. I mean, G2 have had the opportunity. They've tried to make it work, but it just hasn't for them. And so they defaulted back to the known quantities, the roles that they know work for them, with Leaf on that Viper, with, you know, Baby Bay playing the Sentinel roles, predominantly playing Chamber as well, where you can operate for them a lot. So listen, it's going to work for them in the short term, but G2's issue has never really been the short-term results regionally. They have always aimed for international trophies. Yeah. And my major concern for them is, are they just taking the easy way out here? Are they not actually looking to see if they can lose in the short term to learn what they can do better and potentially lift the trophy in the future? Are these the right moves that they've made for them, or are they just defaulting into what's comfortable?
Yeah, Dan, what do you make of that? I mean, do you feel like these are the right moves that they're making right now and how they're trying to set themselves up for success?
I think this is good. I really like the comfort for G2. I think this is something that, yes, like you're saying, mainly, and if anything, it has only worked out when they're playing here regionally in Americas. But I think their problem internationally is not necessarily that they're going with the comfort. I think it's just when they're facing these difficult teams, they're not able to adapt in game. I feel like that's something that they struggle with. When the team is down, when the team is struggling, I think that is something that they need to be able to turn around. But when it comes to comfort, I think they can get away with exactly this, and this is what they've been doing for the past few years.
Yeah, well, let's learn a little bit more about what's up with the G2 camp. We got Trent standing by with Liz.
All right, Trent, I know you're going to see this question coming. You are facing your former teammate, Jonah P, today. Have you prepared for this match differently with that in mind?
No, I mean, we're just going into it like it's any other game. Just trying to play our own game, basically, and it's just another opponent in our way.
Simple as that. I know it's been a hot second since he's been on the team. Is there any fear they might know your stratback, might know your tendencies?
No, I think we've changed a lot of stuff since he's been here, and, you know, we've had like a whole different identity, like a couple changes. So I feel like they don't really know what we're going to do.
Best of luck today.
Fascinating there, but individual who's outside of this G2 Jonah P narrative is actually going to be Jerwin, and G2 is going to have their hands filled with this guy today because he has been unreal. I mean, Dan, the opening kills have been great from him. The impact overall has just been great for him. It feels like Jerwin certainly is coming into his own on this team, and they couldn't have asked for a better time for it to happen.
The minute that he got picked up, I was so excited because of what this guy was doing in Tier 2, and he continues to prove it right now with Sentinels. That last matchup against 100 Thieves as well, one of the best teams that we have right now. He was going 16-9 on first kills, and that is a difference too because he was doing it on the way like he's playing a little bit different compared to other teams, but also as a Sentinels that is playing a double duelist where Redux is doing incredible as well. With this double duelist, Redux was going 11-8 for first kills, so the amount of openings that this team was getting was insane.
That just says they're being super proactive, Bren, as well, right?
Yeah, I like what Sentinels are cooking right now. I think they have a good mixture in terms of archetypes that they want to run, whether it's like putting Joe and just primarily in a role where he can op a lot, where he's that hard entry. Nice ideas that they have on the opening when the barriers drop too, to try and essentially generate a first pick and then go off the back a bit, which just simplifies the entirety of the round for most teams in terms of calling. So they've got a good direction that they're heading in currently. The issue is, can they take down a G2 team that right now are kind of settling into what they know does work? They've got all roles figured out at this point in terms of it. And right now I think they are a difficult challenge. They are, despite, you know, me being quite negative on them, they are still G2. They are still, you know, this team is defined as one of the top teams, if not the top team of Americas at various points of time game.
The trophies don't lie. The trophies
really
don't lie, right? And it's the same squad. So you gotta, until we are shown otherwise, that's just the narrative we got to run with. And of course, you know, you look at that guy right there, Baby Bay. He's going to have a lot on his shoulders here because he's coming into this one with, you know, I would say like a good idea now more than before. When I liked when he had told me before, he was like, hey, they're putting me on, you know, the secondary duelist to support Jog or whatever. And like that worked out for them at that moment. But now they're definitely defaulting to the comfort here, defaulting to that op being in Dre's hands, and that works out for them 9 times out of 10.
It does look really good, especially last year. It's like you see, he got 31 kills, and I saw that reaction of him just standing up, saying that is the first time that he gets more than 30 kills. I think he has really good moments. He has always been a guy that with the operator is going to be insane, and that is something that he has talked about, Josh or T have talked about, and the reason why they wanted to switch it up a little bit, have him back on the Vice where he sometimes is also playing with his weapon, and other times with the Chamber where you know exactly what he's going to be doing.
Yeah, no, I mean, now we just want him to go 100 for 100, 40 for 40.
Yeah.
You know,
wish him a long life.
Yeah.
Wish him a life of longevity.
If Dre's playing Valorant when he's 50 and he's dropping 50, that's actually a win. You know, though, it's certainly going to have their hands full, this Sentinels team with Baby Bay.
I was just going to add, I mean, you can see the level of pressure I think that these teams are putting on themselves in this match, as much as they've been talking about in the interviews. It's like, it's just another day, it's whatever. No, this is essentially going to decide whether or not you make playoffs in reality.
Well, and also, too, think about this, right? They played against 100 Thieves, and they look good.
Yeah.
So you know that there's this sense of confidence. It's very different from other G2 SEN games that we've had in the past.
Yeah, we can have so many different rivalries to talk about here. Yes, I know that we talked a lot about the Jonah P being on the other side this time around, but I mean, even if we think about the IGLs here, Valiant and John Q, the amount of time that they face each other in challengers for M80 and the Guard, then coming to Ascension, then Valiant being the one that gets the upper hand, John Cutie on the other side being the one who lifts an international trophy, and ever since a lot of Valiant limited trophies, it feels like right now they are, for John Q at least, in one of the best forms that we've seen when it comes to the calling. I think the team is working really well together. That's something that he's talked about, and also that's something that we can see.
Yeah, it's really nice as well to see, I think, Sentinels back in the picture. Both the team and the role, to be honest, so that John QT can play things like the Cypher.
He was in flux for a minute there.
Yeah, I mean, he's all over the place, really, but I mean, he's always been known. I think that's where you get the best impact out of him, is when he's playing, you know, the Sentinel role, either Cypher or whatever it may be that they put him on, and he hasn't disappointed, really. He hasn't slowed down, despite the different circumstances, the different team environment, and, you know, when they made that big change at the beginning of the year by bringing in new coaching staff, new pieces all around him as well, that takes a lot to get used to, I think.
Yeah.
There's a lot to that. There's a lot of tendencies that you kind of lean on, I think, over the course of a career as an IGL, where you're used to certain things of your old team dynamic that you do have to get used to with a new one. But he has molded himself pretty well into this new system. Whether or not he's been the centerpiece that, you know, they've worked around him or whatever, I'm not too sure, but it is working. It is undeniable currently.
Yeah, it really is, and that is the reason why Sentinels are in the position that they find themselves in. But let's not forget too, they're facing off against G2. Historically, it's always been back and forth, but definitely more for G2 on that camp. And let's take a look at the predictions. What are we feeling today? Because, well, I think it's going to be a mixed bag, and not wrong. Bren, you went for Sentinels. Listen, I go G2 every time. But, you know, I do agree that there is a very good chance that SEN can win this one.
It's the reasonable thing to do, I think, to go with G2, but I just think actually the pressure might be on G2 more than it is Sentinels.
I agree.
Because this is also one thing we haven't really spoken about as much as they've been saying it. It is a moment of validation for them. When they removed Jonah P, it was to lift trophy. It was to look better than they ever have in the past. Now they're going up against him on another team. They end up losing to him. Think about what's going to be doing to them. It's going to be playing a part in the back of their minds as much as they've been saying otherwise.
All right, let's take a look at the series layout. Breeze, Lotus, and if necessary, all bangers and on split. So I guess we got ourselves a map layout here, but what is this? Who does this favor here, Dan? What do you think?
I think it's very clear at the beginning. I mean, I'm thinking of Breeze. That round that I was breaking, talking a little bit about some of the things that were going wrong on the other side. It was actually a G2 that was looking really good on this map. And when we switched for Lotus, there was also a lot of highlights on the calling that John Kitty had. So I feel like both of these maps to start up are really strong for both.
You think we could be going to 3?
Yes, honestly, it's so hard to make a prediction for this one.
It's true. I mean, it's hard to gauge, but at the same time, though, kind of see the way that this can play out. And this Breeze is going to be very interesting, Brent, because I'm wondering what they're going to opt for here. I'm assuming we're going to get some Harbor from both teams.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot to look at. I think there's going to be a lot to kind of like just navigate, I think, if you are Sentinels, right? Because you're going up against, presumably they're going to be putting Baby back in the chamber again like they were once more. And it is pure comfort territory for what G2 have historically been running. We're getting a sneak preview of their roles as well on the screen. I'm just looking at it. Yeah, and it looks like it's pretty standard stuff from what we're used to. But Sen have got a lot of things to worry about. They've got to worry about Bebe with his operating. I think that's one of the major skill sets, honestly, and what he brings to the team. That's pretty phenomenal. Jorg, currently on the Neon, has been lights out. Despite the fact that he's been doing it in mainly solo duelist compositions, most other teams are really supporting the Neon players with a secondary duelist to come in to flash for them, whether it's the Phoenix or whatnot. Jorg has been essentially doing it alone, and he's still been dominating. There are many, many dangers to navigate for the Sentinels team. I think they are up to the task, though.
Yeah, and when you look at how the Sentinels lineup has been prioritizing their roles and how they've been looking at how they want to approach this game, I do feel like meta-wise, their read is quite good. Whether or not they're going to be able to actually play off of this, and there you go again, double duelists, and we mentioned the Harbor there as well. Pretty much box standard of what we come to expect from both teams here on Split. Sorry, on Breeze.
But also for this map with Breeze, Sentinels, when they were playing against 100 Thieves, it was a little bit different where Jerwin was actually playing that way. So I do like this a lot more. I really like what Redux has been doing on the Phoenix. I feel like we don't get tired of talking about him because of how good he is. And I feel like that support with the Neon and Jerwin specifically is even better.
And honestly, the Neon pick as well, switching over towards it, I think is going to be hyper punishing if G2 choose to bunker down, anchoring on somebody's sites around pyramids. They love to play around that. I think they could potentially punish G2 super hard.
All right, Riot Games Arena, it's our last match of the weekend. Two NA heavyweights are ready for another clash, and we've got Justin Casters. Make some noise for Rivington and Van Silly.
It has been a long time, a year, since Sentinels and G2 met in that Tier 1 competition. They talked about Jonah P getting to play against his old team, and now this is the first time Ewok gets to go up against Josh RT on the stage. So we'll have to see how all the brains come together here for this battle.
There are a lot of very fun storylines between these two teams. I mean, they're juggernaut powerhouses in the VALORANT scene for the Americas. There's a trash talk between Rob Moore against the whole G2 squad, but also, to what Bren has alluded to, it is a very important match between these two teams because of the strength of schedule. Exactly. Winning this one here will greatly increase your chances to make into the top 2 seeds and skip the play-ins to get into the playoffs.
95%. He says.
Asterisks on that one. But let's kick things off now on Breeze. Sentinels on the attack side, and we'll see now if that change of Joran going on to Neon will definitely help into the aggressive play style that they want to bring into the turtle up style that G2 might bring here in this matchup of Breeze.
Well, A main control all ready to be jockeyed over here to start the round off. No more than 15 seconds in, and they are about to play the cat and mouse game. A nice slide by Jogamoni. Goes for more. Takes seconds there as Jerwin gets a quick spam back onto Trenton. Jog's just going to try to slip out. They're happy with the damage they've done.
A great first blood, and that's all thanks to that push from Baby Bay down towards the elbow to give the idea that there's a huge clump of players of Sentinels probably splitting towards the A side. Now pushing towards middle. Cortezia is about to get traded out as well, and there's still the player advantage coming out for G2. At the end of this round, though, at the minute mark, look at Baby Bay also cutting the rotations. He's going to be able to see this whole rotate back from Sentinels from their loss of the battle of the control into A main.
Been delivering that information the whole time, which is why they're so confident to move his 3 outdoor, move into lobby, and know they're making that correct decision. And they just wait. He's got a full line on this to make sure they don't go mid either.
It's a dangerous one. I mean, get your 1, you're happy.
30 seconds left.
At least now it's time to stall the time and let your team rotate as well. Stars will be placed down. They got the trip on the other side.
Out of Headhunters, and that's going to do them in. 20 seconds left, so this is going to put the pressure on Sentinels now to get in and plant. Harbor Wall is going to give them some clearance, but it's also going to give Valen a chance to move in. What a shot just on the outside of the smoke, and Leaf is going to finish the round. Pistol for G2.
If this is a type of game based on just this pistol round, this is going to be super fun. I would expect here a 3-mapper between these two teams, but you're also looking at the veto so far, in my eyes, out of recency bias, that this might favor a little bit more towards G2, being very good into the last times that they figured out kind of their identity to put BBB back on this chamber, on these maps of Breeze and on Lotus. But the other win con as well for Sentinels, yeah, he didn't like that fight against John Cutie. But the other aspect for Sentinels, though, is that these are the exact 2 maps that G2 played against Crew just a few days ago. So when it comes down to anteing, putting the work in to try to get that playbook out, I mean, Gunter and both Ewok, definitely have probably a solution to the playstyle of G2 here on these maps.
Sentinels slowly trying to read this one. BabyBay's already up with the Marshall looking for some long-range shots. They're going to work some orbs too, right to Jogamo. I mean, the faster he's been getting going on this Neon, the quicker G2 has just kind of been able to be fluid and take the win in the rounds.
Another big thing to talk about between both of these orgs is G2 has always been the merchants of the Americas, farming every single grand finals. I mean, losing it back in like 2024, but ever since 2025 have won every single grand finals. And for Sentinels, the rebuild for this year is not only to qualify to champs, but also to be in that conference stage to make it back into a top team in the Americas.
Jogamo pressured, but not really, as he continues to slide to safety. Sentinels about to just crash through this wall here. How much damage can he do? Gets another one before he gets traded out. And this has already given G2 a chance to kind of squeeze in a few members on the Sentinels so they know where the exits are going.
Yeah, Guardian and Planet is very good. The orb's a little bit too high here, so that G2 can't really see over it to fight against it, but it's good for the Flash to swing out of it.
The trades are there. Not enough, though. BabyBay comes around with the Marshall to get G2 a second round. You're talking about their regional success, and you wonder, too, have they sold their soul to only get that if they had to lose everything international? When will they win the international? That's the big focus now, right? Talked to Trent before about it. But it's true, since 2025, as you said, they've been so dominant. And they come up with solutions to kind of whatever's in front of them.
Exactly. It almost feels like they kind of lost, speaking about G2, a little bit of those stocks in terms of being a tough contender to be the best team in the world because they're not winning internationals. But if you're looking at their trend locally here, stage one, they didn't have the strongest of starts either. They lost their first 2 matches, turned it around, and then ended up winning the grand finals against Leviatán. 3rd time's a charm after losing to them twice. This time around, too, losing to 100 Thieves at the beginning of this stage, but have turned it around ever since they found, quote-unquote, their identity here of this BabyBay back on the chamber and focusing here on these solo duelists on Jogamo.
The C9 and crew win, bring him to here. And they wonder if it's enough to kind of right that complacency that chases every team, every player. The more you win, the more it creeps up on you here. Valorant's talked about how they're trying to solve that. For Sentinels, it seems like there's such a young crew is coming along so well, right? To win your first game without John Cutie has to bolster the young ones and also reassure the veterans you're doing the right thing, as BabyBay just misses by a hair on that peak.
You could see he's a little bit antsy in this game for BabyBay because that was a free kill onto Jonah P. And that dart was looking to go all the way across here from the B site to A. So it gives an indication for G2 that they're trying to pump fake with the recon towards the A site and finish for mid control to B potentially, which is why you're already seeing the rotate from G2, playing 2 of them on the top of middle, getting ready to crossfire, getting ready to flood out if BabyBay is able to see somebody here.
Cortezia takes one, a dangerous position here for Valen, but he's going to stay right up in the fight, even 30 seconds in the round. No anchor position. Trent, oh my gosh. Jerwin smelled something funky in the situation. Trent goes down, and now there's a bit of a lurk that BabyBay also sniffs out. Sentinels cannot seem to get an angle here, but they do get the plant down, and they have 4 for the post plant.
Nice for them to stay grouped up together, too. The bonus round for G2 didn't have the strongest of weapons because they've lost a lot of it in that second round against Sentinels. I do like, too, that Sentinels played it very slowly this time around as well, just to figure out where G2 could be positioning across the map, because if you're looking at the first couple of rounds, it was a lot of A orb control, work down towards that middle. Is there going to be anybody setting up crossfires here? Where's BabyBay also being posted up? Now they've realized here that BabyBay tried to go for a push down towards the elbow, and you might start posting some of those lurks on that side, maybe having John Cutie there to try to lock him down so you can work that map slowly. If anything, what we've been praising for Sentinel's return and resurgence this time around for the stage is how good John Cutie has been in terms of calling for the team. Not only is he good at fragging, but if you listen to both Bren and Sideshow on the broadcast against Loud, he was calling a masterclass on Lotus, which is going to be our second map. So to continue to have him, to give him time so they could think about these mid-round calls and whatnot is going to continue to be dangerous for G2 on the defensive side. So I think that you don't want to give him too much time to think and try to be more proactive around the map as well and try to still maintain, you know, the drive here for G2, stay in the steering wheel as well for the series.
Yeah, John didn't skip a beat coming back, like you said.
Yeah.
And then even without him, the strats just seemed to be there. It's got to feel good for Gerwin and Redux to see the core of the team still work like that without the guy that's been calling the shots the whole time.
On top of that, post-surgery too.
Yeah.
Didn't skip a beat.
He's good to go.
All right. Orb is good here. Now we have the Reckoning available for John Cutie. The thing is right now is that they haven't really realized where Baby Bay is currently being posted up. So for me, it gives an inkling that you're trying to get the Reckoning and you're trying to use your double duelists to really flood into these B sites just to try to take down that chamber. But you have the setup from both Trent and Leaf to play the Shock Dart Snakebite until it comes down so they could stall a little bit more here and not get as affected by the Reckoning that's attempted by Sentinels potentially here.
That rotation is going to come over from Jogamo, so it has to be Cortesia to watch it as the team starts to enter the site. It's not going to be loud, actually quiet off that Paranoia.
Good recon from Trent, though. That trades it right back. Now it's just trying to delay, waiting for your team to rotate across, and G2 is just making sure that there's no lurks around. Nice shot by Cortesia with the lurk from elbow, though. That's a huge advantage for Sentinels to close out this round.
Can they squeeze in from tunnel? Looks like everybody's going to try to come from the same spot. That means they can back each other up. This is what we were worried about, that entrance from right across the middle of the map. Cortesia still able to split a few of the fights here and draw their look towards the spawn area. Still a fight, tempting it. Actually, Jonah P gives himself up for a moment there, but John Cutie goes for the shots. Crouches to dodge Valen's return and is able to get the second for another round on Sentinel's side.
And that's a good thing to have in the core of the Sentinel team right now. When we talk about the huge win cons is the calling from John Cutie, the consistency of Cortesia when he needs to step up to the plate. Yes, he maybe had a crazy game with a noted against Cloud9, but when it comes down to the lurk potentials, the opening kills that he has for our team, Cortesia is already good for that, always good for that, rather. And John Cutie is always even better in the clutch.
That near sight blast, they were not expecting it.
That was
just
a nice
kinda
one.
Standing in the corner like, oh, yeah, didn't expect to get caught by Util here. And maybe we'll be playing a bit further back when they're expecting a hit. This time, though, Baby Bay already outside sight with safe rendezvous exit. This is kind of what played for them in the pistol round. They were able to get a lot of early info and pin down where Sentinels was before the round.
Sentinels understand the state of this round, too, that G2 will be low on economy. This Outlaw is already coming out for Jerwin, and they're trying to give him that responsibility a little bit, too. It almost feels like he's let loose a little bit more ever since they've had like the 4 or 5 months of practice here for Sentinels since they missed out on Santiago, on Chile.
10 HP for Jog off that.
Trying to reply at the same time for that side for G2. I saw the shot dart come in from Trent, but felt like we missed that vulnerable, the Gravwell, to maybe do the extra double damage, to maybe do some kills on it. But it's Sentinels running in now towards this A site.
They're really liking this double door entry. There's always a member from G2 right there to take down, meaning the site is a little bit more broken open.
30 seconds left.
It calms for a moment, but Cortesia makes sure to take down Leaf immediately when those walls drop here. And it's just Trent trying to relay enough info as Baby Bay creeps around. By the time he gets there, I think it'll reset and allow to be looking for him.
They haven't expected it yet, though. If Baby Bay continues to move forward, okay, Cortesia finally watches it. But as he was creeping up, there was,
it was close.
An opportunity there. The Sentinel should be in a good spot from now on, especially now that Trent breaks out the orb to know that he's still playing towards yellow. And that's the reason why. Trent's just trying to make some noise so that Baby Bay could swing out, but I love that Sentinel stays stoic in this scenario.
Trent, 21 HP, makes it tough, and John Cutie makes it impossible. A third round for Sentinels, just like that.
This will be the first time as well that the economy is finally good enough for G2 to get the operator out onto Baby Bay, so that might change the style as well of their approach.
Okay.
There's going to be a lot of those too, especially now that Jurno has switched over into this Neon role. It's also trying to be quick and create some extra avenues and obstacles so that the rest of the team could flood behind that. So another reason why potentially you have that change from Jerwin going into a little bit more of a fast lane type agent with the Neon.
And you see the button pressed by Josh RT there as Cortesia starts heating up. He's had some fantastic games. His summit over the few weeks has been incredible as well, so we'll see if he can keep it going here, and Josh just wants to put a stop to that and get the team sorted back out here from the defensive side.
And you're happy for the Sentinels camp as well that this small change is actually paying dividends so far to really snowball some good rounds since the rifle round, since they had enough economy go on their side for Sentinels. If you're looking at it, the last time that they themselves played this map was against 100 Thieves, and it was fairly one-sided. 100 Thieves looking very strong with this composition of this triple slice, Phoenix, Harbor, and a Neon, and yeah, it's hard to deal with. Probably one of the best teams that we have in Americas on this map, but Sentinels are looking quite good against G2 so far. Now let's talk about that operator, right? So they are trying to get BBB to move a little bit more forward towards this A line because of the start that Sentinels has had. It almost feels free for the orbs to get picked up every single time on that side, so they want to contest that.
Contest the orbs. One thing I like about the way Sentinels is playing is if there is that op, now you're splitting the site and not giving him as much range to play with. And they're going to fake that strat from last round. Nicely detected here by Trent. A quick owl drone. Lets them know there is some trickery about, but the middle of the map has been quite free here for Sentinels to do what they want. Leaf quickly trades back on site, but it's scattered. They don't know how much chaos has been caused now, and the rest of Sentinels just make B site their home.
Beautiful drone by Jonah P as well, just to open up the site and allow the players to spam through these smokes. And as you had some nice little trade-offs here and there, it makes it even more difficult now for G2 to try to fight. Because now you're trying to retake inside a pit, but John just got caught with his pants down. It might give a green light for G2 to start moving in, especially now that they have the Cosmic Divide.
Baby Bay still down the scope, so they're going to be the spearheads heading in for the side of G2. That's Valen and Jogamo.
They have to activate quickly, though, because Jonah P has a Hunter's Fury, and he's just going to stay outside towards B main the whole time.
Slide into the site to detect. A good kill as Redux goes for the hot hands. Cost him his life. Not a lot of time as the Cosmic Divide drops. They hear the beep on the spike, and they realize this is all for nothing if they're still in the site. G2 has to head out. Another round coming in for Sentinels, even after the timeout.
Oh. Trying to cut the rotate as well. Trying to get the Vandal out of the hands of Jogimo, but Jonah P couldn't do it. But that's just great repositioning by Cortezia inside that pit. After his teammates are just trying to stall as much as they could. Throwing hot hands onto the ground, trying to stall as much as they can so that Jonah P could guarantee the round with the Hunter's Fury. But Cortezia just does his job at keeping this pit up the whole time. Even gets that backstab as you just saw here onto Valen, and that allows here for Sentinels to stuff that timeout that Josh RT just called 2 rounds ago.
The Vandal inside the Viper pit too. This guy just doesn't care. Using what he likes, and he's super effective with whatever gun. He's been using the Odin lately too on other maps. So we'll see where Sen decides to go here. Spike seems to be a little bit more tame than the rest of the team here, putting themselves up front side B.
And G2's look so far seems to be very similar to how they played against Crew, because Crew had a little bit of a compositional change, playing a double dive, just trying to go for the hit after hit. So G2 has been playing a lot of like 2-1-2s, focusing on the extremities, passive plays, trying to react on the flood retakes, but Sentinels have done a great job controlling that on that previous round that you just saw, but they needed a pit to do so. Now we'll have to see if they can continue forward without it, as they start to show a hand at the beginning on the top and middle, but we're looking to finish towards a A-side split.
Really using the whole map in a lot of these rounds to see what they can hear, see what utility they can get. They're super methodical and slow about it, and then these executions creating every angle they want with that Harbor utility.
This is huge.
Baby Bay still finds a gap in the utility, though. He's going to get rushed, and he finds another one.
30 seconds left.
Even has the protection now as the rest of the team gets in position. John Cutie, however, turns the tide of the fight now. Trent answers with a Guardian through the smokes as they can just fire into this pile of agents. And that's going to be G2 swarming, jumping back into the site. Jogamo is always doing these dancing, messing with his opponent things when they know they have the round, and they're just trying to get in Sen's head.
And that's a great setup that you currently have there for G2 on the defensive side. Even though it looked like they were going to be in very tough trouble, muddy situations just on the right side of the pyramid, their main focus was towards that front of the site where Baby Bay gets those beautiful 2 kills. The reason why they have that is that trip from Dre at the double doors. It gets activated by Durwin. It allows for Trent to get the recon and focus with the Hunter's Fury to just disrupt that push out from Sentinels. And then you see Baby Bay could just focus on one angle instead of multiple. It allows for him to get a nice little 2-piece and for G2 to stand their ground on that retake. A big round for Trent as the initiator here for G2. Sentinels trying to up the tempo a bit, just a walk pop outside of the cove into B.
Fast plant, Hunter's Fury's up. Jonah P staying all the way in the back of the site, and we hear G2. Oh no, that's actually Jonah's getting ripped off right in the middle to cause the chaos for Redux to get into the site. Baby Bay tries to approach immediately. They're so aggressive in these situations, looking for 1v1s before the team's even there, and Cortezia's gonna be able to give him a few along with Jerwin. They wait on Trent just to make him feel a bit antsy. And they still find him. John Cutie and everybody pushes forward to quickly close out G2 and stop any momentum they may have gotten from last round.
And you see Jerwin just perched up on top of the operator, looking back towards his left side or right, wherever John Cutie's sitting, is like, should I pick this up? Should I pick this up? And just keeps here the Phantom or his rifle going to the next round. But this is nice. If you're looking at currently these compositions on the side of getting the Neon, getting a Silva in your comp, it's so hard to play on the back of Castle. You saw the amount of util that was coming out on that side. Relay boats, you can't really spray behind the boxes, even if 2 players from the side of G2 were there. They were so disrupted by the Hunter's Fury and the rest of the util that allowed Redux to just sweep up 2 kills and get 1 away here until his ult. So he's trying to dodge shock darts at the start, picks up the ult, and this is now another opportunity for Sentinels to just go really quickly if they want to for a fast pop. Now instead, though, they're playing inserts. You're keeping one towards one extremity. This guy was watching the push the whole time as well. The only thing they have to be aware about, though, is this position right here.
Yeah, it was a sliver of timing where they could have seen each other, but ships in the night towards that B side of the map. Really, Sentinels are playing this one a lot slower. Like I said before, they were using the map, moving around here, a default setup, just to get all that info out. I already see the Owl drone, so they get a bit of where G2's playing.
So you had the Phoenix ult that was picked up at the beginning of the round. Then you have the drone at the minute mark that spots Redux down towards middle. So for them, it's like, are they going to try to just re-hit towards the A side, just cut noise on that side? Which is why you now see Redux walking here towards his B main. This pick is huge. The fake is gone.
Yeah, that's incredible.
Wait, it still pulls everybody out from G2, though, towards the B side. Valiant's going to have to hold the solo.
Well, they feel like there's going to be more people that would be behind that orb grab, right? But no, they have a second thought. They all start to try and rush back into the site. Is it time enough, though?
Wow.
As Cortezia drops Valen. And that's the smoke return for him to come back in. Jerwin, they're just hitting these tap shots to clear down G2, but it's still trade fights as both teams light up the kill feed.
It's Baby Bay on the rotate, though. Has it to fuss to try to retake it on a 1v2. But the tucked angle from John Cutie is probably going to be the nail in the coffin for that round. Both of them actually playing outside of the site, just waiting for Dre to move in to tap onto it.
They can also displace him once he gets over there. Cortezia has that snake bite. Easily give Dre a tough time standing still to make that shot.
Yeah, sorry, Chad. We know him like that. We didn't mean to call him Dre.
We actually... Okay, so it'll start to cook him a bit. Half is good. Let me just get back on it.
At this rate, yeah.
Just go do it.
No one else could do this.
Okay. Oh my gosh, just on the edge. He knew. Cortezia knew. I honestly thought that was defused.
Yeah, it didn't look like the safest of plans towards the end. That would have been an error in the call-in for Sentinels. That would have been costly and deadly. But thankfully, Cortezia, who's been on point since his first half, saves that round for Sentinels there with the wall bang. But yeah, I'm still scratching my head into Baby Bay's position at the B main. He gets the instant kill onto Redux. He TPs right away, and I think because of that, he doesn't really know how many players follow behind him. They were just expecting that, oh, they're just going to run behind with the ultimate instead. So they just overcooked the rotations for G2, and it rendered costly for them. Sentinels now 6-3 as they're looking to work together this round to split towards this B site. So let's see how they're going to run this down here as they're going to listen into them.
I'm ulting. Jump. Flashing. Healing, I mean. We're mollied off, guys.
Is it Snick? Yes.
Upping top. Snake. Emo. Second less. I'm running back main.
Nice, dead. They're gonna flood.
Two flank. Neon, flip. He's running a flank fast.
I can fight flank.
Only one. Wait, multi-flank. You're planning a lot. One more. Was flank. One more was flank. Could be in window. I'm gonna go hold spawn. Jenna, can you move?
What?
Can you move? Or you find there?
Am I good?
I have spawn. I have a spawn.
Where's Sova?
It was flank, but could have repositioned to tunnel.
Just fight flank, Jenna. Can you go less?
Last player standing.
B main.
B main,
tunnel.
B main and tunnel.
Yeah, ball off kill.
Might have smoke over defuse.
Nice. Remaining.
Nice.
Because of the jump of my slide.
Coming down here. Should have enough time for the defuse. At the end of the day, though, another one of those fights that comes down to the wire. A 1v1, the overdrive from Jerwin, but just couldn't save it against Valen, who also manages to salvage the operator into the next round. But that was just a nice round for both of the teams to repositioning on the defensive side, but also the calls that you could see here from Sentinels, where it gets a little bit tough of like, they couldn't really instantly call where Baby Bay was at when he got that op shot on the top of ladder. But as soon as they figure it out where the positioning was at, they found some good spots, but they just lost their instant duels. They were watching the right angles, but you just saw the laser beam shot from Trent onto Jonah P, his ex-teammate, and becomes a round win here for G2.
Yeah. This game is being very much divided. This is going to sound silly, but the beginning of the round and the end of the round of how it's being fought.
It's fast right now. Riv, they're going with the ult right into the A site. There's recon darts all over the place and walls after walls.
Too many cooks in the kitchen right now. Nobody knows how to get through. We're going to figure out when the smoke drops, though. 3v4 on the other side as they wait for this. Going to be a little peekaboo.
Ooh, nice tag.
What?
Beautiful tag.
That was really nice. That's some big info that they have at least the front steps clear.
The assist so far from Jonah P with his utility from recon darts over to owl drones is greatly taken advantage of here, which is beautiful for Sentinels for these first bloods. Now they cut noise and are trying to instill a little bit of paranoia on the side of G2, but the fact that they have this pit over on the B side, it's okay for them to still play split across the map because you still have this operator from Baby Bay that's covering all to the middle side. So keep that focus on that two-player stack over on the A site, but Sentinels will always have the power of numbers for any site that they try to exec in.
Smoke towards the middle of the site. Baby Bay's cannon. He's going to go for another shot as Jogmo is looking to stay crab and just work that judge. They are making it so weird for Sentinels to get into the site here. They're still going to try to get the clear, though. Nicely done as a team. Took a few, but power in numbers pays off there for Sen, and now they're going to have to work quick to set up this post plan.
But without one op shot missed, though, by Baby Bay, might just give that round for Sentinels. You're looking at the weapons that they have on a retake. You're trying to retake with the classic here for Leaf because you only have a judge, and Dre has to, Baby Bay has to come back in with an operator.
What a nice smoke from John Cutie, revealing the gun, the shoulder, the head before they even try to get out, but they go for the low peek. Leaf knows how to get around it. What a timing, what a distraction. Jonah P starts to walk in, Baby Bay gets one. He's gonna be able to displace Leaf here for a moment as Cortesia works the other side. Oh my gosh, they're playing with their food right now.
How the hell did G2 retake that round on a 2v3 with a judge and an op? You still had the insert late lurk from Cortesias trying to cut the rotate, so it gives security for Sentinels. Turtle it up inside this side on the pulse plant to hold it on their side.
Jeez.
And you talked about the cove being good for Sentinels to see the cannon of the operator, but it's the shot from Baby Bay that pulls the focus away, that allows to Leaf to crab outside of that cove to get the pick with the judge. That was just nice. Teamwork there for G2. They steal that round away from Sentinels and are looking to tie it in this last one. The fight at the beginning denied by Jerwin, and somehow already it's an open B site.
They're wondering, though, still playing in the middle of the map, and a big push here coming in from the rest of G2. They saw one behind. They're just going to expect everybody now. A good move from Sentinels here. No, the other side of the map needs to be pushed. Cortesia re-clears towards the backside of A. They aren't leaving anything to chance.
Yeah, you're seeing it. With the round that G2 just won, they still have low economy, so they're on such a broken buy in round 12 here.
Valen and Leaf trades.
Wow. I thought here that the two players from Sentinels were just trying to create a diversion, because I'm pretty sure Jonah scaled the owl drone into the B site and saw nothing. Yet they just wanted to call the pull back into the A site. And unfortunately, it was a bad call here from John Cutie, giving a chance here for G2 to stay in this fight.
Look at the slide. Trent getting forced back to the box, and Jerwin is going to win that fight. Leaf trying to stay silent, but it's not going to be enough. Jerwin on point to find the 7-5 first half in favor of Sentinels.
A nice battle from both of these teams. But also the resurgence of Jerwin in this stage 1, ever since coming in from stage 1 rather, into stage 2 has been an important piece into the win cons for Sentinels this matchup. And again, we talked about a banger of a series to kick things off, and a 7-5 couldn't ask for anything better.
G2 take the attack side on Breeze when we come back. Don't go anywhere.
All right, who is the victor, Sentinels or G2?
Sentinels, all day.
Sentinels.
Sentinels. We bought our Cuber as well, so.
I think Sen's been on the upswing. G2's been on a little bit of a slump, so.
G2.
I like Sentinels, but I think G2 will win.
Sentinels, baby. That's my Rob's right there.
Who could have seen this coming?
I'm gonna go with Sentinels today. I think they got it. Give me G2.
Nah, I'm playing. Give me Sentinels. Sentinels all the way, baby. Let's go. Come on. Let's go, Sentinels.
You got me for a second. I was like, really?
We heard you out there, crowd, but in here, you still believing in Sentinels? All right, G2 Esports fans. It's still, I mean,
sounds like a similar split.
That sounds like a 2-round gap. All right, okay. I can deal with that.
Does sound like a 2-round gap, but a 7-5 scoreline as Sentinels take the lead going to this one. So that change that they had for getting this knee onto Jerwin did help Sentinels explode very quickly into these B sites and really overtake the G2 defense. But when it comes down to the retake plays that G2's been really good at, you never really know who could really win these rounds. Now an opportunity for G2 to take the attack side. All 5 of them grouped up. Even the trip is placed so that they could focus on just a hit into the A site and never look back.
Giacomo, ready to run. Just drop the gates for him. Oh, Jerwin.
That's before the wall comes up as well.
Steals his life like the bandit he is. Oh my gosh, what a shot there. So many players have been using that effectively to just wipe out their opponents. Now it's going to be a plant still. So again, Giacomo's really done his job here. You got to open up the site for the team, and this is where G2 can really sting Sen.
And they're all playing forward. Just because they have the trip watching that flank, just flight through the doors. And they're hitting shots.
It's crazy. They only need a little bit of room, and they'll take it all. Ooh, Jonah P making an entry, though, making a case for Sentinels to get back in this one. Baby Bay playing the silent type now. His leaf is just, oh my God, he's gonna get it! He cuts his mustache off! Oh no.
And this time as well, the headhunter bullets from Baby Bay connects. Watching his teammates back, staying alive again to keep that trip up for G2. So they can play those forward positions back towards yellow, back towards the mid double doors, and look at the teamwork, the back and forth. And the nail in the coffin made that a knife to the chest.
Okay, it's too early for Mental Boom, right? That's just fun. That's just fun. I don't think that's going to bother Cortezia too much.
Competition in the server, though. That's a big drive for G2 in the second round of the second half.
A lot of momentum is going to come out of that. They were already hyped before it to get that pistol round and even then some. Baby Bay looking for the peak. They have a trap set up, though. How fast can they spring it is the question. Trying to draw some eyes, make him look a little bit deeper. Oh, stuck and gets out. They're reading each other back and forth.
Yeah, it's all part of the plan. Stay in the area, close range enough here to TP away in case it was that trap that came out. Very similar to what G2 did on the pistol round. This time Sentinels does it on the eco. And still G2 answering to the call And they overpower this A side. Silver lining an orb up for Redux. Look at G2 though, so much respect. I think they're waiting for the second wave for the Viper wall to come up so they could walk in or something. But that is,
sure.
Yeah. Yeah, Baby Bay knows how to play with the crowd. There's only one left, and they really took their time. I guess they wanted to maximize these orbs as well.
Spike planted.
Feeling it.
Why not? It's your way back in, right? They switched away from the waylay. They're trying something new. Sen want to get that composition online that they've been practicing. Make sure Phoenix is pipped up. Redux just finding his way to the spike, to the Radiant explosion. This is the game now. Over under on if he makes it. Oh. Valen. Thought there might be something. Looks like he's going to get out of this. Oh, no. They are just looking for... Oh, what in the world? Oh, he did it again. That's good armor to take off of Trent there. Or Redux goes down in the end, as we expected.
All part of the plan. Baby Bay dying because he's low on HP, gets another pip, and then it's Trent that's picking up his kill as they're building up the ult orbs for G2.
Nice little read on this play to start. G2 definitely did their homework. Doesn't seem like they're thrown off by Sen changing the comp at all here. They're still playing their own game. Just like Trent said.
Yeah. I think the other looming factor about the G2 and Sentinels matchup here that we haven't touched upon yet is not only the importance of skipping into play-ins for either of these teams, but G2, the more that they're bringing up wins here in the column, the more that they're getting championship points. If they don't make it here into somehow the top 2, top 3 of the playoffs by racking up the championship points through dubs. They're just a couple of points behind here, Leviatán. You're bringing up your chances as much as you can here to just qualify for champions, at least in Shanghai for G2 later on this year. So you're going to treat this matchup especially, of course, as a rivalry, but as a do-or-die game here for the side of the G2 camp. And so far, it's the die game, because Jerwin just got a nice little opener on a retake on Jogimo.
Just a neon-on-neon action to open up these sites is picture perfect. Redux clears Valen, so the smokes are down now. It's going to be hard for G2 to really set up on this the way they want. Even more so now as they lose Leaf. Stuck in B main, the defuse already goes down. Redux down to a sliver of HP, but it looks like he'll be able to just hold his breath and get that defuse.
1 HP. 1 HP, man.
Yeah.
The shot dart got in a sub 10, but they just needed a little bit more. It feel like a similar plant that allows here Redux to tuck into the pyramids. And then he's able to stick that full diffuse. Recon was also available there for Trent, but just unfortunately, they just had to keep spamming because they was getting diffused. And Josh RT's not happy about that one because everything worked according to plan until the fortunate bat plan happened there for the side of G2. A slow round to start things off, though, as we're split across the map. Not enough money for an operator, so it's an ADS with the Phantom, who does get information on the jump spot. That's Cortezia playing towards his B line.
Yeah. It's been pretty light towards B for G2. Kind of just playing that right side of the map, haven't even really conditioned mid or anything else, so you can expect a 3 for Sen to be pretty prepared here for something again, and G2 may be able to play off of that.
Yeah, it's funny. It's very similar there. Take, then Sentinels head on their attack side too. A lot of A-side starts, especially in the pistol round, to just try to get the walls up in the plants and make it easier for you to get at least the plants down, the economy up, the pips on your side for the ults by playing behind the Viper wall. Once here, the dust settles in terms of that chaos, and the money's right for both teams. It's time to spread thin and try to scout where the defense is set up.
Initial positions ruffled a little bit here for Sentinel's defense. And they say we don't really want it. But Baby Bay hasn't cleared too much towards the left, so they're resetting cut audio to make it happen again.
Well, think about it. There's a jump spot onto the Viper and now the Phoenix on the left side, so they know that it's a hard lean towards the A site. Yet they still want to go for it here for G2.
Good kills. Sentinels able to hold a bit of the defense, but they have to scramble now to get the rest of the members of G2 out in 15 seconds. Spike is a bit split here, going towards the left side of the site. Trent has to be careful. Valen now in his eyes.
One enemy remaining.
John Cutie clears backside. Should just be enough for them to find the last one. It seemed discombobulated there a bit for G2 as they got into the site, and Sentinels smiling on the way out with that win.
100%. That's all duels at the end. One here on the side of Sentinels. Like I said, despite the information that Baby Bay is getting very late in the round, that there's 2 players playing on the B site, and he's already walked up pretty much towards middle and had no challenge on that side. It was just a little bit too late because the call for G2. Valen was, all right, let's just spam into this A site. But you see how difficult it is to try to enter a site when you have a Harbor on the other side. That slices across the front side. You get slowed down when you walk across. Now you're also getting Odin down by Jonah P. They have to rethink the strategy now for G2. It's leaning now for some mid control.
Rethink how to get around Jerwin too, leading the server right now. Absolutely feeling it on the Neon pick. Really helping Sentinels punch a hole through G2 strategies as they get towards the site. One of the first times we see this double door rush in from then here. And this is actually going to be pretty good. They'll know they just have to fight A main with 2 there.
Huge shot.
Yep, gives them a good idea of what they need to focus on.
That drone gets one up, but the drone never saw Redux, but unfortunately Redux can capitalize on that kill.
Okay. They're getting slow. They know the wall's coming up, so it actually activates G2. Again, though, they pause for a moment with that spike going down. They're going to work it together. Oh, so close from John Cutie.
You know, those comms are that 3-2-1 and that main swing there to fight against John Cutie. Big plant coming down, and this time it's a good plant to play outside of A. It's really tucked into the wall this time around.
Looks like John will be first here. Took a little bit of damage already. Looking to shoot behind the wall. What a read. Gets good damage onto Leaf as they keep encroaching further into the site. That one just shy.
That's for Yao Ming.
Jogamo. This makes it even harder. Now there's so many angles to clear with the Odin, it seems impossible. There's one. He's gonna have to get out of here with the spike that far away and that much time gone. Oh, Jonah. Baby Bay wants out. Class is no longer in session. G2 pull another round back. 8-9 now.
You definitely tell that both Baby Bay and Jonah P have aura in the server right now. Every kill that's coming across, everybody's happy about it as well. Also, the biggest thing is those 2 kills from Jonah P avoids him from getting the pie. On the exit here, but this was also a lower buy that you had from G2. Yeah, it was a low buy that you had for G2, but it was all around just simple utility. Trent getting the drone now, and then Baby Bay goes in with a Dilda False, and they get the kill before the orb even drops.
And this is the Tech Pods. It's our favorite thing. We'll see what's up in just a moment here. With G2 grabbing that round, it's actually gonna get pretty close to, I wouldn't say resetting the economy soon here, but it could be a few rounds if they keep doing that. And it makes it tough for anybody to really start a streak here. G2 is gonna need to continue these to keep that streak going. Trent's ultimate online here, I think they can really work something up the gut like we saw Sentinels do. Maybe up the pace. We haven't seen that B strategy yet. We just saw the first double doors strategy. And Sentinels does seem to have a really good read on at least slowing those down.
While we wait around here, though, we'll have a chance to talk a little bit about the state of the game between these 2 teams, though, as the scoreline 9-8. Again, back and forth as we go. And I want to focus on this man right here for Jerwin. They mentioned it at the desk where he's had such good impact for the team here for Sentinels. If you're looking at his stats, too, he's kind of like in the middle in terms of like the overall fragging, but the most important thing is the way that he's able to open up rounds. When it comes down to like rolls on the waylay, opping on the sunset, if he has an opportunity to get the operator for the team, he's going to do it. But this time his role changes a little bit. On the attack side, as is Neon, still rifling quite well for the team and getting great openers. They talked about the importance of his first bloods. Those numbers were pretty much non-existent as well in stage 1 when he first started, because you have to get adapted into, or you have to adapt rather into a new system, right? So his first death, first blood was always like a 0.500 or if not below. but now he's currently having 6 in one map, but he's also had like a 15-9 the last time they had to play against Loud, or yeah, I guess it was against 100 Thieves when he lost, and even had another nice, huge positive first kill, first death ratio against Loud as well. So this man right here, also top of the scoreboard currently for Sentinels, is a key component to the dub.
And it becomes completely different for these younger players coming up. It's not a meta where you're a Raze or something and it's all about util in front of you. It's self-sufficient util. You're throwing the fast lane, you're throwing your relay and creating that opening, or you're dashing in and refracting back, or staying and killing. Yeah, well, there is help there from Sen. German's got to be confident enough to throw himself in there. This is the timeout. This is a timeout.
Give him a chance. Give him a chance. Coach Ewok has to talk things through as well, because as you remember the state of the previous round, it was the lower buy that we had for G2, right? We had a couple of stingers, but what was the biggest key component right now was that owl drone to the operator. And now Nadeshot, sorry, I meant Ewok, talking to his team right now to try to clean things up here for the end of this first map.
You would.
I would.
Looks like it is all coming from Ewok right now, as the players are just seem to be listening to what the coach is saying, resetting, and getting them back in on after that G2 win. I think they've noticed that backing up in all of their Breeze games to kind of accept that initial hit. Their retakes have been stellar. The way they slow down the play, already they're giving G2 trouble. We saw, like I said, at mid and even through the A main control.
You're seeing here from the timeout, we just talked about the importance of Jerwin on the operator.
There it is.
And he's been let loose here off the leash to try to find his first pace, usually as a waylay. But he'll attempt it now as this Neon to maybe walk down through these double doors and try to go for a pick. And good for him, because there's a couple of players on the other side here of this barrier at the bottom mid for G2.
Yeah. Relying a lot on that mid control to make sure they can sit back in B. Sit back in A.
You talk about the retake capabilities that are quite strong for G2, but also for Sentinels. Yeah, they don't mind turtling up a little bit more here and giving up sites and play it soft if they want to. So their first point of contact will be Jerwin to still try to find like the mid-round information with the operator, but if it comes down that they have to give up the site, they have such big ults for the retake here with Redux and Jonah P. It might be the case. If you're looking at it for G2, they're all grouped up here for a huge slam into this B site.
Nice lean from Sentinel, starts to put him on the left side of the map. The question is it enough for 1 and 2? John Cutie, quiet as a mouse, able to just collapse the strategy G2 tried to put on the B site. Oh my gosh.
I have the spike.
You're just trying to figure out what really happened there in terms of the comms for G2, because yes, the drone came in, but nobody scaled up to really check towards Emo. And that simple position from John Cutie that never got really challenged allowed here for Jonah P to focus his Hunter's Fury towards that lane. That's not going to be any red dots pipping up here in the point of view of John Cutie. On top of that, he did get a ping on the recon dart, so it becomes easy kills, and the teamwork between him and John Cutie really shut down that attempt from G2 into the B site.
It's kind of like Jonah P fired it right at John Cutie to give him safety, but also cook him a little bit with one. But yeah, when you see it come across, it's very close to John's feet, almost denying that movement for G2, so he had safe. I don't know. Maybe they did, maybe they didn't, but credit given, it was a sick play and very smooth from Sentinels to shut that down. Let's see. Shoot. Yeah, so they fire it right towards him, so his spot is clear. They don't want to go. Oh, wow, that's kind of incredible.
And I talked about the value of Jonah P with his util, right?
Yeah,
the reason why he was
insane.
Very low in terms of on the kill column is because of the amount of util tags that he's getting with the recon and Owl Drone. And that's also always been the story when he was with G2 as well. One of the best initiators that we currently have in the game, just in terms of his support role. He's making that value work, because he's going to find the Neon right in the middle of this map this time around.
This is what has benefited Sentinels. When they can say, jig is up, we know exactly what you want to do. Ooh, those low buys, though. Valen quickly switching over and upgrading his gun as they scream into B site here. And the Cosmic Divide is really going to mess things up for the entry of Sentinels.
A nice pick from G2 as well towards that front B main. So Cortesia couldn't really help out for Jonah P. Just good util being utilized by G2. And that Reckoning from John Cutie was just a little bit too late to protect. In a prime position in a pulse plant, and it might be around here, especially with this Cosmic Divide. The Flash not getting any value here from Redux to get a pick, and yeah, they want to save the operator into the next round. So G2 keeps this gap by 1. Sentinels, though, still in the lead.
It shows you, though. You think one team grabs momentum, Vans, and then G2 just has their own round where they kind of waltz through, figure out how to get around the utility, drop one Sentinels member, and make it weird for the rest of them. So you get a second within the round. But yeah, it doesn't take much for them to just be able to break through and feel confident about what they're doing. Bringing Breeze to a possible even match now within 1 round. Operator only still out here for the side of Sentinels. Let's see how this round played out again from the replay. Ooh.
Felt like maybe a little bit of his body was sticking inside that orb as well, but no matter what, the drone was there too, so that split from G2 was nice. Cortesia can hold his own into the B site. This time, though, Sentinels are having a read. A 4-1 setup, very similar to G2, but of course not playing with the chamber, but they are looking for aggression to fight towards this A main. G2 pivots back for mid, though.
Oh. This play is supposed to make it harder for the op to hit shots, Vans. Jerwin comes up with one, has the overdrive, if anything, even gets a little scary, and holds off B, A, just like that.
Looks like Trent was trying to see if there's more pressure coming in from the A main. So he was ulting towards that side, but of course his second and third beam couldn't get any other tags towards that mid double doors where they were getting encroached by Sentinels. So we're gonna reset. Drone misses, but Redux still gets the pick on 3!
What is that? Clean up, another one. Oh, Baby Bay gets a swing, but there's a pie from John Cutie right over the shoulder of his teammate, directly in Baby Bay's face. An 11th round for Sen here as they put a little bit more pressure on G2.
What a mow down there for a Redux.
That was crazy recoil.
Again,
straight up.
When the drone misses, the element of surprise comes in for G2 right there. So Trent comes out. But then Redux just has a simple flick from the bottom, and just unfortunately, the other two weren't following behind on the ping pong swing.
Yo, come on. Come on.
He's trying to hit it.
Yeah.
He's got it. It didn't look red, but he's got it. So Josh RT trying to clean things up right now for G2. And that Jerwin opening with the operator, I mean, that was super nice to deny that first push. But you are seeing for Sentinels that they're moving him a little bit more towards this A side. He tried middle, he tried A main, but if they're not finding information, he's going to be very quick to just reposition, and he finds a nice little one. That's now the 7 first blood that he has in this matchup on the first map to 3 first deaths.
Yeah.
All thanks here to the defensive operator on the second half.
And that's exactly what I was going to bring up right after we got the tech pause, that timeout from Ewok. You mentioned the operator came out. Things have looked different here, a little more controlled for Sen, right? When teams are playing fast and coming around the corner, how do you kill them? You hold a hard angle with an operator, and Jerwin has just been able to rack up the kills as they try to encroach into A or B.
The difference into the setups as well for Sentinels when they're trying to play a little bit of these 2-1-2s or stacking up on the extremities is that they're not playing any Cypher, any chamber like G2, so if they're trying to get some passive information at that mid-round, it's kind of tough for them to get. So if they're able to waste here the side for G2, actually, we're going to hold that thought. After this timeout, it seems as though G2 wants to go very quickly towards this A site, and they're choosing the right side. There's only 2 players from Sentinels here.
It's a go strat, that's for sure. Jerwin, there's the answer we were just talking about, but G2's already made great space. Oh! John Cutie found in sight. Jerwin trying to go for some long-range lasers, and that does not benefit him as Lee finds the return fire.
That's just unfortunate. I think at that point, when you're asking why Neons are sometimes just tapping their ult as well, is because now he just keeps it out trying to spray some people down, but everybody's just going to follow the lightning gun through the walls as if it's bullet trails. So Jerwin's easily taken down. Jonah P, though, trying to bring back into the fight. They haven't given up yet for Sentinels.
Trent's very low here. If he's got to be almost the last person to peek, but then the spike's not going to be in his favor, so he's also got to get himself into sight. Everyone has to keep moving. Cortesia, easy kill there. And Trent worth every penny on that flank again to help G2 grab the round. Valen with the final kill on Jonah P. And now we're back within one.
So it brings back to what I was trying to talk about before. When you're not having like a hard senti to find that passive information for your team, you kind of have to maybe try to go for that op to be that turret for the side of Sentinels. So this time the call is to test stuff to see if Jerwin can get a pick on top middle. But that thins out the defense on the extremities. If they go for stacks and use an owl drone at the minute mark for Jonah P and to get no information, it's still a nice plus for G2 to go for a late hit and force these rotates and to play some inserts and really work that map in their favor on the attack.
John Cutie and Cortezia up here towards mid now. They're trying to do a little bit more of a lean towards B and reading the map round after round, but they'll get a G2 default.
And that's what I'm talking about, right? Now you can play the inserts, trying to force these rotates around. If really nothing is happening on the side of G2, or you're trying to use a little bit of util for G2 at the early rounds, then you'll soon hear where the drone could potentially be coming from at the minute mark. You already see Jonah P moving up here towards the ladder, and there you go. The drone comes out towards B main. That'll be called by Baby Bay. He'll TP out, but then they'll know here that it's going to be hard now for Sentinels to find like mid-round information. Might force players to start peeking out here. If you have a drone on one side, most likely here on the map like Breeze, you don't have the operator following behind. So for G2, they're just holding the line, trying to see if they could punish Jerwin, who might overextend to try to find that information with a few seconds remaining in the round.
Yeah, they're playing quite safe. They all have low armor, so they're looking to get through with more money, at least to get a final round. Goodbye. If this goes bad, Redux with a huge kill into Jogamo to start. The low flash catches the eyes of one, and he goes down in the run it back form. So G2's trying to scramble for the real kills now. That's going to happen from Trent. A 3v3. The operator's still up.
15 seconds.
For an angle.
They got to move in quick right now for G2.
Trent is holding. He's trying. Oh, that's going to be spiked down. Who's going to run for it? Leaf's going to have his hands on it for a moment. It's the 1v1 now. Jonah P versus Leaf. The shock dart hits full on. He's going to have the sonar bolt to know that Leaf has left. He saw him.
It's a showdown now. It's up to Jonah P to reposition.
Old teammates, now enemies. The frenemies go for it. He gets a try to pull him out of the woodwork. Gets the tap on. It's going to be Leaf from the higher ground, and he pulls out the frag, laying Jonah P down. 11-11 here on Breeze.
You know, that would have meant a lot there for Jonah P if he was able to win that 1v1 against Leaf, because that is the role that was taken away from him in G2 in the past. But this time around, it comes down to the last second shots connecting somehow. Baby Bay missing the off shot, but the instant headhunter right into his opponent to give a chance for Leaf to survive and get himself in a 1v1 clutch and to tie up the game here against Sentinels.
And a breather. A quick breather moment. Another tech pause coming in here. Apologies for that. But man, the reads they have on each other. I think G2 is going between these rounds where they feel stumped a bit, and then they look like they're in full control. And they're like, oh no, last round was a fluke. We're fine here, right? But it's the fact that Sentinels is at that point. They're hitting their shots. Everybody's feeling good, and that's just the game we're getting. You cannot read where the round's going to go next.
Even if they had the right round for G2 going into that A site, though, I love the util from Sentinels, because Jerwin falls back, gets the relay bolt, stuns some opponents. Jogamo gets killed instantly by Redux. So the teamwork that they have, despite having lesser numbers, still always puts Sentinels in a situation where they can win a fight, win a team fight, and win the round for themselves. It always, again, comes down to the war on 1v1s in this matchup so far.
All right, so earlier we asked Valen for his read on Sentinels with and without John Cutie making the calls.
John QT was out. I heard that Jonah was filling for IGL at the game, so I know Jonah, he knows how to call. He played with me for a lot of time, so I think they have more trust in the team that they can do it even if a player goes missing. Sometimes that can put a team on a new level when, you know, you miss your IGL and someone can step up, do the job, and you come out with the win. You tend to have like a greater respect for your teammate. So I think that was like a good exercise for them to build some cohesion. They're a resilient team, so I have respect for that team, but you know, it's a whole nother beast when you got to play against us. So I don't know how they're going to play against us. I hope not too good.
Well, they're playing good, though. So it's an 11-11 scoreline, and it's looking like a banger of a series that we're about to witness today. I mean, it was already good from the start to the end, but until now.
Yeah.
But to talk back to what he just mentioned here in terms of he's played with them in the past, but it's also played against them in the past, right? You look at the evolution of these two players from John Cutie and from Valen. John Cutie also coming up from like the days with Kaplan from Ghost Gaming, but then also from M80 trying to qualify into Ascension, playing against the guard as well, where the guard knocked him out and got the Ascension back in 2024. So it was some good stories coming here from both of those IGLs, but you're also seeing today in 2026 how they never really missed a beat in terms of understanding the game and the evolution, all these patches coming out from Valorant that keeps their team in a contending spot. Their respective teams in a competitive spot.
All right, and as we come out of that and get ready to get back into the matchup, ladies and gentlemen, we have a Sentinels timeout. That's right. And these have been, this one was, I mean, is it like a buff? A tech pause timeout for Ewok here? This will be a second one that leads out of it. I don't know if he gets pumped up out of these. Oh, there he goes. His button's blinking.
Yeah, you have to think about the game plan again for Sentinels coming out of this one, right? The last round and the last 1v1 that Jonah P just lost here against Leaf is actually a painful loss in terms of the economy for the side of Sentinels. When they had good control, despite this really going back and forth on the second half, Sentinels really always had like a good control of the econ to be able to get an op-out for the last couple of rounds, but also getting great positioning with our great economy to always have rifle rounds. But this time around, it's going to be a little bit mixed up across the board. Half shields for a lot of the players, but Baby Bay going into the operator still for this round. He actually chose to go with the Outlaw here. There was a possibility to focus more onto 4 targets. But yeah, this is a very important round. You're gonna wonder at this point for Sentinels, do they want to go instantly for the pit into the B site? And if they do so, does G2 want to react to go for a late hit into B? Because they're, again, no, it's a fast play towards A.
It looks like timing. Trent already fired a dart pretty far over. It just landed in sight. So yeah, beginning of the round idea on this hit. They start to drone a few other sides. That's just going to be a clean, or dry peek, I should say, coming out of Leaf and Jogamo as they get tucked in for the night. And G2 is still able to find a little bit of space on the other side.
That was just a nice little teamwork coming in from both of those players, on Jerwin and Jonah P. They're really both instantly coming out again for Jerwin to stall that slide in from Jogamo. But the plan is still there for G2. Op is still out for Baby Bay.
Good fast lane. Gives them a bit of space, clears that initial line. Baby Bay wanted it. Oh my God, the hot hands from Town. A play for Sentinels in the exact spot they need, and they're still going to be pushing through. G2 is trying to hold this in a very weird position just on the other side of the wall, and it costs them the round. That is not normally what we see from G2, but Sentinels knew exactly what they were doing.
Now at map point for Sentinels. Look at this. The tag team once again from Jonah P and Jerwin was just beautiful. I was just about to mention there was a way to maybe slow down that round for G2 and maybe late attack into the B site because there's no hard Senti util that protects Cortezia inside the Viper's pit. But for G2, the amount of times I've been slamming for splits into the A site always results into good trades and plants, so they decided for that game plan. Unfortunately, it doesn't work out. But for this last round of regulation, they still have the operator in the hands of Baby Bay, but big ults as well. And they'll finally go for that B-side slam. And the good news is, Jonah P is so far away that he can't support with the Hunter's Fury this time around. That gives a chance for G2 to really get in.
Just a 1 minute and 20 detection there. You think they might just wait till 1 minute to hit again, but Valen's still slowly waiting for these rotations. I don't know if they want to commit and leave him, because that's usually Leaf's job. So G2 is going to run down the clock here with a little bit of noise every so often, see if they can get something out of Sentinels. Oh. And that's what it comes down to, though. The pick from Baby Bay. Ult comes out. They just almost actually getting him, but now this feels like G2 is throwing a lot of things out there and getting nothing in return here. 30 seconds left. John Cutie's got an amazing read on what's going to happen out of elbow, but he makes a bit of noise, maybe to draw it. Redux getting challenged towards ladder side, and Leaf is going to be able to win the mid fight.
Very players in, though. There's 15 seconds left. You have to commit towards the B side. There's the Hunter's Fury.
Okay, Jonah P finding out where it's going to work for him. 4 seconds needed here. Going to be able to squeeze into the site. Yep, okay. All right.
The inserts Leaf is huge right now, though, all the way back towards Troll. So they won't use a pit for the post plant, but it's still an element of surprise.
Just delay. Trying to get this round, trying to push it to OT. All the pressure on G2's shoulders as they are fully spread around the map with Valen still the last-ditch effort if they need him. That's safety.
Dude, Leaf
Nice
is KZ across A.
Yeah, he is trying to get himself to safety, and he hasn't stopped moving this entire round to do so, and he makes the play between it.
No way!
The triple overall for Leaf. He gets taken down by Jonah P. Shock Dart. Valen now that Kingpin to get it. There's the defuse. They should have enough time. It's not even on the fast beep. It's Redux with the defuse for Sentinel's win on Breeze.
Oh, you almost saw the hero play coming out from Leaf. But Sentinels hold strong, maintain the lead from the second half of a 7-5 scoreline, and to finish it off with a 13-11. Back and forth we went, big clutch plays from both of these teams. But it's Jerwin, Cortezia, Redux, Jonah P, and John Cutie that held their ground and win their map pick of Breeze.
That's what I feel like. These fights are their own rounds. We have the round itself and then some grandiose fights. That was just Breeze, ladies and gentlemen. G2 and Sentinels are gonna keep going. That was Sen's pick. We go to Lotus. G2's pick next. Don't go anywhere. VCT Americas will be back after this.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. ExpressVPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
off as well. Bayways Headhunter ends it.
Redux, even though he's accounted for, he's still finding the damage.
Here with Coach Ewok from Sentinels. Sir, I want you to know the Sentinels fans were on their feet after that map. Incredible work from you. Something we want to know is about the Waylay to the Neon. What was the reason for the Neon? Was it something to counter, something in G2?
Yeah, I can't share too much about that. But of course, we have German. It's comfortable to play both. So you never know maybe which one's going to come out. For us, certain times it's better for us to play with the Neon. Sometimes it's better with the Waylay. So yeah, we can do a bit of both.
So to be clear, anything can happen. It's not a switch. It's just we have a pocket pick now.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, well, best luck on map 2.
Sentinels managed to pick up the win 13-11. G2 fought back, but it was SEN who managed to pick up Breeze. And you heard Coach Ewok there talking about the Waylay. What do we make
keeping
about
his
that?
cards close to his chest, isn't he?
Close to
He
his
doesn't,
chest.
doesn't want to reveal anything. But listen, I mean, I have thoughts on it. I think Neon is a fantastic punish to the way that G2 like to anchor on Breeze in general. I think the stun and the fast lane to cut up sites. I think you were seeing it used to fruition with a lot of the split pushes that G2, that SEN were going for. A lot of the fast execs, honestly. Neon is fantastic at that.
Yeah, it's definitely notable that you have a Sentinels Dan that's playing with a lot of speed, and part of that is that Neon. Because typically with the Waylay, you can get in there, cause some problems, get out. But this one is full commit, fast lane, go, 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 and it seems to work for SEN.
Yeah, and there's nothing really to worry about, especially when it comes down to the Sentinels on the other side. Sometimes we've seen some of the teams play that Cypher. That would have been maybe a problem with that Neon, but in this case, it was something that they could deal with pretty easily. So Sentinels look really comfortable, not only in some of the executes that they have and some of the dynamics that they had with this composition, but also even going into the individuals and how they wanted to play it out. I think this is something that is just comfortable for Jerwin and for everybody else.
I was really enjoying, I think, just every member of Sentinels taking pauses at the right time to sync up with the other members of their team as well.
Yeah.
They were never really getting ahead of themselves. And I think that Jerwin having to swap his role so heavily in terms of, you know, what duelist he's playing, he was doing a fantastic job of either being like just the hard entry for his team, but also just stopping, pausing, waiting a little bit, not getting ahead of himself as Neon, very difficult to do, waiting for his team to sync up and get in the right position so that if he then took another fight, they would be in position to trade. They'd be in position to follow up off of lack of it rather than getting ahead of everyone. They were very synced up, very drilled. It showcases, even though it was a 13-11, G2 ended up winning 2 of those pistols. This is actually Sentinels, you know, if you look at it, you know, go either way, Sentinels, it looks a lot more comfortable of a win for them, even if they just won one of the pistol rounds.
Yeah, for Jerwin too, we were talking about the 16 first kills that he got when he was playing against 100 Thieves. This time around, on this map alone, he got 8. The impact that he's having with his Neon is incredible, and it's something that, again, they can switch up if they want to. They can play the Waylay, they can play something else, but the Neon is just something that is always going to be strong for them.
Yeah, I mean, look, for me, doesn't matter the agent, kid's nasty, okay? just give him the keys to the car, just let him drive, just let him do his thing. Because so far, it's looking good for Sentinels. If you're a SEN fan, we know a lot of you are over in the crowd right now, you must be feeling pretty good about yourself. But don't feel too good quite yet, because Lotus is on the horizon. As you can see, it's a G2 pick. G2's also going to get defense on this first as well. So interesting to see how this plays out. I don't really think we're going to get too much craziness here as far as comps go, but kind of curious to see how SEN approached this.
I think G2 are pretty phenomenal on Lotus historically. It's always been like a strong map for them. They're quite comfortable to calling on defense. On the attack side, I was noticing issues where they would just, if they're going to run the same comp as they were before, Jorgemon on the Raze, they were really having issues of getting him into positions to succeed. Yeah. Whether it's him just...
Well, I wanted to ask you, because the player matchup, too, it was like a little lopsided, obviously. Yeah. How are you feeling about Jorgemon's position on this team as being that solo duelist?
I've always felt like that G2 put the weight of the world on Jorg's shoulders, to be honest, expectations-wise, because all these other duelists currently have either a secondary duelist that they can play off to ease that pressure, good util combinations. It's not like he's being thrown into the maw and just being expected to do the most, but he does have a harder job than most duelists right now playing in Americas. Yeah. That's just a fact.
Yeah, no, of course. I mean, listen, there's certainly a lot of pressure on Jorgemon without a doubt, and there's a lot of pressure on the coach of G2 as well. Here's Josh RT with Liz to give us some thoughts ahead of map 2.
You're the coach of G2 Esports, Josh RT. That's about as close as you can get it, sir. But we are moving to your map pick of Lotus. We've seen you pick it before. We've seen you play it before. Tell me, what has improved on your team from the last Lotus to the Lotus we're going to see today?
I mean, we always make sure there's reps on the map, and we just take care of like different micro
maybe some swap ups in macro here and there. But the thing is, we're so deep in Lotus that we can always swap it on the dime and adapt to our opponents. So, I mean, that's why we picked it. I know they have a good Lotus. You know, we saw it, and we just want to play our like comfort map for this one and get it to map 3.
Best of luck on map 2.
Historically, when we have been covering this G2 team, there's a lot of thought that goes into the maps that they pick and how they build out these series. And hearing Josh RT talk about that, Dan, makes a lot of sense. This is, as we had noted, a good pick for G2. Yes, it is good for SEN, but it has been historically a very good pick for G2. So it makes sense that they're leaning into things that will help them get to map 3.
Especially because they're going to be starting on the defense, and I think that is going to be the key when we were talking about Sentinels and a lot of things that were going right for them. It was a lot of John Cutie and his IGLing and how that was going to play out on the attack side. That is something that I definitely feel like G2 can counter on top of having such a strong game plan like they have on this map.
Yeah, it gives Valen will have that opportunity to be able to call from the defense here. It's going to put that onus on to John to make those mistakes potentially.
Yeah, and John QT, though, I don't think he's no slouch, to be honest, with his calling. I think he does a pretty phenomenal job of pushing and pulling. Last time they played Lotus on the attack side, John QT was running a mockery over the map in terms of the way he was just getting inserted either over towards the A-Rubble fights, calling for the rotations, calling for pressure at the right places. He is also a fantastic IGL. He is going to be giving Valen a run for his money, as much as, you know, Josh RT in that interview was talking about Lotus is a comfort pick for us. The same could be said for Sentinels.
Yeah, this could end 2-0 potentially here if G2 are not careful. How do Sentinels look to ensure that they're able to secure a sweep here to close out this weekend?
I think it is going to be a little bit more of what we saw last time they played it for Sentinels. Is going to be what we've seen when it comes to the map control on the attack side. I think that a lot of the 4-1s that they've been playing, something that you were mentioning, Brun, and the way that they're able to rely the information on the other side of the map, I think is going to be crucial. I think there's a lot of things, again, that you can do around John Cutie, and I feel like this is the kind of game that both John Cutie and Valen like to play. The mental games of going around the map, trying to figure out what everybody else is until the very end, because none of them are going for those fast hits a lot of the rounds.
Yeah, it's a giant chess match, and they just relish in those opportunities. But of course, I think like G2, you have to feel somewhat pressured in this moment, right?
Because they've been trying to act cool and nonchalant about it, but I think that they are a team that are probably feeling a lot of pressure right now, because this is, as I said earlier, this is validation for their decisions. They've made their bed and have to sleep in it in terms of just, getting rid of Jonah P, bringing in Bebe full time, having this core roster now. They've stuck with it for most of the year, and this is the opportunity to prove that, you weren't really in the wrong with that decision making. And you are currently on the precipice of losing this pivotal matchup, losing a match that might even cost you a top 2 spot in your group. That's how important this game is.
Yeah, it's the stakes certainly. And look, and let's be honest here, right? You're going to get that you're fighting for that top 2 spot in this situation, right? These two teams, they're both looking like they're good playoffs bound squads, but there's a little bit of that subtle thing in the background there that's sitting there for both teams, you'd have to imagine. But hey, folks, just want to let you know, in case you're wondering, because Baby Bay's just kind of twirling in his chair there, we're having a little bit of a delay. It's been, like we said, it's the Odyssey. So we are going to stick with this for a little while longer, but for now, and don't worry, we're going to make sure everything's all good to go. And once we're good to go, we're going to get the game started. Let's have some fun though, and let's see how well Jogamo and Baby Bay know the competition with a little game of Roster Mania. Check it out.
Hey. What's going on, everybody? I'm Baby Bay. Got Alex here, Jogamo, and we're about to play Roster Mania. We're gonna be asking some yes or no questions, so let's get after it. Wow. Interesting, bro.
Is that upside down? I hope not.
I actually forgot who I have. What? What do you mean you forgot who you have?
Is he a North American player?
Oh my God. He's a NA.
NA player?
Yeah. Does your player have glasses?
Yes.
Nice. Wait, so many people have glasses in the room.
I know.
Wait a second.
I know.
I'm about to get glasses. What the?
You have glasses.
Wait, this was a good question, actually. Hold
you
up.
have glasses.
I know, I do have glasses. They don't know though, bro. No. Stage 2.
Have you ever played with this individual?
No.
You never played with this individual.
Wow, you must have had a lot of people I played with on there for you to ask that. That's crazy. Is there red on your player's jersey? Oh, I just realized something.
Yes, there's a red.
There is red?
Yes.
Oh, wow. How many you got left? I have 4 options, bro.
10.
I have 4.
I messed up. Okay, is he on a top 2 team in America?
No.
I already know who it is then. Wait, who's top 2 anymore?
That's
the question.
I don't know. I answered it no.
Actually, I'm keeping this one.
Wait, why is he still up here? Okay. All right. I actually only had 3 guesses though. All right. Is it you?
Yeah.
It's you. No way, bro.
And I have to make a blind guess, right?
Go for it, bro.
Not on top 2 in America. I think you got Oxy.
No, I didn't, bro. Not top 2 in America, but like you did get top 2 recently in something in Paris.
Oh, it's in America, not. So it's Brock.
Timmy? That was Timmy, bro. That's why when you asked me, is he top 2? I was like,
that was a bad question.
Is he top 2? Like, I don't know.
The first
How
question,
can I answer that?
The first question was good, and everything else is grief.
Yeah, bro, you beat yourself. This was Roster Mania with Jogamo and Bebe. Thank you guys for watching. Hope you enjoyed.
Sweets like a boom, hey. What you reppin', dog? Houston, Texas, dog. I ain't bum, but I'ma be a legend, dog. Ain't no questions or no second guesses, dog. Phone on D&D, I'm not accepting calls. We forever ball, leaving with it all. Whole city out, we going wall to wall. Hey, drop the confetti. We had to show 'em who ready. Flooded the watch with baguettes. We max it out, we go legendary. Yeah, we taking it straight to the moon. These diamonds just lit up the room. I go celebrate with my dogs. We handing out sweets like a broom. Hey, up, taking off. 247 not taking off. VDS stones ain't breaking off. All I know is win, I don't take a loss. Yo, taking off. GT3, I'm taking off. Locked in, we ain't finna play with y'all. Locked in, we ain't gonna play it all. I grind through the winter. Yeah, I grind through the summer. Go check the stats, we been putting them numbers. 100 million, I feel like I'm stunner. They wanna copy the play and become us. Guess that's just part of the game, you dig. I had to work through the pain, you did. Now we up popping champagne, you dig. Drop the confetti. We had to show 'em who ready. Flooded the watch with baguettes. We max it out, we go legendary. Yeah, we taking it straight to the moon. These diamonds just lit up the room. I go celebrate with my dogs. We handing out sweets like a broom. Hey, up, taking off. 247 not taking off. VDS stones ain't breaking off. All I know is win, I don't take a loss. Yo, taking off. GT3, I'm taking off. Locked in, we ain't finna play with y'all. Locked in, we ain't gonna, drop the confetti. Drop the confetti.
Welcome back to VCT Americas. Lotus on the card for our next map here for G2 versus Sentinels. A heck of a breeze match, 13-11 for Sen here as we move on to G2's pick. Josh RT feeling very confident out of the coach interview that this is where they can reset and make sure they give Sentinels a hard time.
Yeah, it almost feels like both of these teams just kind of want to follow the script to bring us to the third map of Split. Where all series ends with a banger on that map. But this second map of Lotus, yeah, I think it's a comfortable map that Josh RT said, but as also Brent mentioned, it looks to be a comfortable map for Sentinels as well.
Exactly.
All thanks to calling for John Q. This is a perfect map for them to, play very slow in terms of their attack side too, and that's where Sentinels should be starting off on their attack side of Lotus too.
Very reminiscent of John Cutie just crushing with a Bulldog over on the C site when he first joined the team. And when they were playing Lotus, he's like, wait, this guy is just a Bulldog god. He is it.
And it's changed since, right? He had great support in the past when he was like that clutcher as a Cypher of that Bulldog. Also leading the charge for a title at Masters Madrid in 2024. But ever since then, all the key pieces around that champion win they're all gone. They're all in different teams.
Just John Cutie now.
So you had to try to rebuild going into it, but I think they picked up some really good pieces. I think overall, when you first started into the stage one with Jerwin joining in and Caillou unfortunately and Kaplan got dropped after kickoff, people were kind of doubting Jerwin going into it, right? He was a little bit shaky to start, and also when it comes down to the possibility of the players that could have took his spot. You know, the rumors were maybe Tense joining the roster, and everybody wants to see Tense play again. So, yeah, exactly. So big shoes to fill when that name's mentioned. But this time around, Jerwin is fitting quite well. Since, again, that's what, 5-month hiatus since they've had, since stage 1 to be able to get that practice in.
One of the nicest aces to grace the VCT stage so far on that Summit game. Crazy stuff already. Just such a comfortable player. We kind of talked about it in that first game. That's such a hard jump. If you don't know, there is the jump map on the range, everybody. But just to go in, know that this meta isn't always I need util to make something happen, but really make it happen yourself.
Yeah, so now it's definitely going to be a big test for both of the IGLs for this matchup on Lotus. For Valorant and for John Cutie, what masterclass can you call? The look is going to be slightly different as well if the composition don't change for either of these teams, right? You're looking at the initiator role for the side of Sentinels should have Jonah P on the fade, whilst for G2, they opted to go for a Sky for their recent matchup. And that allows for them to be fairly explosive and disruptive for the rubble control. Instead of going for like a Season 8, you're trying to blind players so that it comes down to the guns and not the util to stall the pushes from their opponents here for the side of G2. Sentinels have a composition that allows for to play things a little bit more prudent, especially when you have the haunt available here from that fade to try to find like the mid-rally information as well by clearing the right corners if there's going to be some sort of a C-line push. So it's a very safe way to play, but it works to perfection here on how Sentinels approaches this map of Lotus.
And as we get prepared for this game, we do have a new installment of profiles, and this one is about the ick.
In-game ick. I feel like I have a lot of in-game icks.
I'd say it was when like someone make a really dumb play. It's the type of play that you should die 100 times, but they end killing it. Like and that's actually what pissed me off so much.
When my duelist no-com lurks, specifically in ranked, sometimes in scrims as well. Depends on the day.
People that are just very selfish, you know, like they never jump for someone, they never peek for someone, they're always, you know, like just playing their live really hard, and it's like, at the end of the day, like you're gonna have to shoot them too, so like you might as well just peek them.
Eu acho que meu maior problema no Valorant é a Neon. Toda vez que eu vejo alguém lutando de Neon, eu já quero quitar do jogo, porque o boneco é muito difícil de matar. Quanto melhor o jogador for, mais difícil é de matar, então a Neon no Valorant me deixa louco.
My in-game ick is when someone is clutching with low time and they just walk so slow, they clear every corner, and they think they have time to take a bite of their food and just take a detour. Bro, play the clutch. You got low time.
When people buy too much and then like the next round they don't either have util or they buy like a Guardian or something, I think that's a big ick. Like money management is a big ick to me.
Una de las cosas que me da cosita de ver dentro del juego es cuando no ayudas a un compañero que claramente podías ayudar y sos muy egoísta. Creo que eso es lo que más me da como asquito.
Oh, it's the no-comers in my ranked game that just type all game about nothing. It's straight nonsense all game. Like, why are you doing this? Why are you doing that? Like, just play the game, bro. Like, you're not that good. Just put the fries in the bag.
All right, folks, so as you can tell, still a little bit delayed here, so we're making sure that everything's all good to go. And once we're all situated, we will jump into the action. Words are hard, and like I said before, this has been a journey. So, that being said, let's go ahead and continue to talk about what we saw and what we are hoping to see from G2 in this series here, because they're down now. The onus is on them, Dan, to have to pick this one up. We heard Josh RT say this map on Lotus is great for them. They're going to be leaning on some of their core fundamentals in order to drag them to that third map.
Yeah, and we were looking at some of the numbers here as well when it came down to the post plans, especially on some of the things that were going right and wrong for them. And when you look at their match against Crew, they planted the spike every single time. Here against Sentinels, it was a little bit different. And I think it just goes back to something that you were mentioning, Brent, kind of questioning if they haven't tested already this stage. And against Crew, it feels like it was clean. They get away with the game plan that they wanted to. But here against Sentinels, there were some of the times that they were contesting it early on, that they were able to play for really good retakes as well. So I think that is also going to be a point of concern going into this map number 2.
I hard agree with that, I think, as well. G2 are, you know, when you hand them the world in terms of the quality opponents that they've been playing against, Cloud9, against Crew, those things, they've had an easy test so far, but now it's their biggest test yet. Backs against the wall, they're already down one map, and it's potentially one of the most important series they'll play in stage 2.
Well, good news, folks. Just got word the game is good to go. So let's go ahead and get map 2 underway. Send it back to your casters. Here's Riv and Van Silly.
We are about to get back into the action. We saw the players there doing a little agent selecting on their screens. A smile from Trent. A fix of the earphones by Baby Bet. There it is. And we're good to go.
And right into the agent select, we'll notice here that there's no changes. So back to what we were discussing before, the switches between, or the differences between the initiators from both the G2 and for Sentinels. And especially with G2 on the defensive side, expect for them, if it stays along the same type of style that they played against Crew, that, you know, Trent will from time to time try to set up Jogimo for these fast satchels, for fights right onto the boulders, onto the rocks, onto roots here to prevent any attackers from coming out. That's mainly here on the lower buys. So when it comes down to, again, the preparation from Coach Ewok and Gunter into this matchup, I think a game plan around the first 3 rounds here, from pistol round into anti-eco to bonus, should be fairly important for Sentinels to have a good start, good confidence to roll on their attack side as well.
One thing that kind of got Sentinels turned about was on the ultimates for Jerwin. Sometimes they had to chase a little too far. They would hit walls with Loud in those situations, so we'll keep an eye if that happens, if they've kind of shored up those protocols around the showstopper and when they want to focus on that. It didn't seem to have too much trouble switching to Neon, so should be right as rain getting into this. Watching G2, as you just spoke about their last Lotus match versus Crew, those flashes to retake, they really allowed the site to get a little breathing room and then use Trent, the rest of the team, Baby Base Flash, to just crush down and squeeze Crew out of the site. Because everybody keeps planting back on that elbow if you're C, or towards that right side tree if you're A. Anywhere you get flashed in B. We'll see what happens. There's a lot that can go down here on Lotus. We are starting our second map of the series between G2 and Sentinels. And G2 needs this one to keep the series alive.
Going to the map vetoes as well here for G2. To go onto Lotus is also quite nice. We haven't seen too much operator coming out from Jerwin on the last matchup against Loud when they won 13-6. And that might be another thing that G2 is trying to eliminate in terms of the win cons for the Sentinels attack and defensive side. Speaking about defense, aggro, it's G2 walking out, but first blood, doesn't matter. You'll get a first blood with the Sheriff here for Jerwin.
The frenzy for Jogamo as he pitter-pats a little bit of damage onto the team of Sentinels, but yeah, quickly cleaned up. And G2 loved pushing Mound there. It used to be messing with the door to start the round, and that is read by Sentinels.
This is going to make things a lot easier for Sentinels to get into the A side. Now Baby Bay has no choice but to play this passively, despite him having all the Vice util over on the A side. This is still a lot of numbers to deal with. So he's going to try to hold behind this wall, get some backup from his team. At least to get the answer back here onto John Cutie.
Hopscotch. That trade onto Baby Bay. And they're going to switch this up.
This is nice. Trent was at a good spot here.
Trent with a good blind. Easy escape on that one. He backpedals to add a little bit more aggression here. And this just has to be Sentinels trusting each other that they have the angles they're watching right now.
Enemy remaining.
Easy for Cortezia to say. And they just wait for Trent here to make a mistake. Really nice use of the map towards that A side. And then calling, oh my God, whoa, no way! That should have been impossible!
Trent in the clutch one more time. The amount of times they had clutches on Lotus against Crew. A 3 versus 1 for Sentinels when he called the bingo when the last 2 players end up positioning for G2. And Trent pulls out Magic one more time.
No.
No wonder he re-signed for another 2 years here with G2. Look at those shots.
I feel bad. I had no faith. I was in storyline mode. The man just hit every shot like it was nothing.
Oh, that's gotta hurt.
I think no matter what team you root for, everybody was just up out of their chair or extreme O-face.
Remember, this was a 5 versus 3 for Sentinels in the pistol round where they shut down G2. They read it perfectly into how G2 wanted to open the pistol. They denied that push on that C mound. Dismantled the A site, took down Baby Bay, but unfortunately just read the B and, well, read it correctly. They just lost here too. Such great aim by Trent. But this time around, it's a force buy that you see from Sentinels. Stingers across the board and looking to fight against a Spectre buy for G2.
Whoop. Up and over. Little concussion for Jerwin as he tries to get into the site. But they should be able to waltz in now that that wall's down. Yeah, and this is a breathing room that G2 will give, and they just flood with the flashes. Nice nade. Offsetting a little bit of this defensive push as Leaf starts off that kill feed in favor of G2. They're taking it slow. Yeah. Still no plant as Sentinels is trying to work that spike in, and G2 seems no reason to go any harder for this. One flash approach. Left, right clears. Sentinels doing a good bit of damage here. Jogamo and some armor, but that's going to be it. G2 grab round 2.
It's a Spectre sort of smoke too that was very nicely done by G2 to just stall the attack for Sentinels plant. You saw that they were themselves really set up to play within the site with the Stinger buy, setting up an aggressive Viper wall to cut the rotates and to flood back from G2, but that was never needed. Great damage being done by Leaf from the side of Waterfall, and that really shuts down Sentinel's attempt here to have a strong buy in this round number 3. Again, when it comes down to just a scoreboard, seeing the last 2 rounds being retakes that worked out for G2 in their favor, it's, again, magic that happened for the pistol round. Nothing that goes into the storyline of, yeah, G2's really good on retakes.
Quick push from Leaf. They identify B is not the strat, but yes, they have identified Redux. The push from stairs returns nothing. And it's just going to be the orb grab here for the inserts they did have.
Surprise too with the orb getting tapped up when the door is already red. Leaf decided to not break the door and spam through that wall to try to get that pick. I mean, he's got a Spectre to work with. He had no teammates to help crunch from the other side as well, so they wanted to play it safe and just allow here Sentinels to pick up some orbs. Jerwin being 2 away into the showstopper. Might try to lean back at least into a plant. Maybe see mount control if the orb wasn't picked up on that side. So one more time. Baby Bay is going to get contested here. Still great util from Jonah P to clear out the spot.
Got a flash just behind him. Oh, it doesn't hit too many, so he's just in the outright fight now. Tries to use the mound. Very nicely done to dip and dodge and get 2 out of that situation.
So that's 1 kill or picked up. He could book it somewhere and win 1 single duel on this 1v4 for Jonah P and get a plant. He'll attempt it with 20 seconds left here to move into the C site. Just because the wall's not there.
Ooh. They take these rounds, Van, and it does feel like they've come to life. I mean, they had Leaf's knife on the other one that gave him momentum. Trent's clutch on this one. They just got to be feeling on cloud 9 right now.
Wow, this is an interesting buy coming in from Sentinels. Pay attention to that operator. It's not in the hands of Jerwin here. It's going to be on John Cutie. And respectable because he tries to play that like a chamber. Bring it out towards the A-line, get a pick, get the wall up, try to fall back. This might be something, though, that G2 could be ready for. Remember, when it comes down to bonus rounds, quote-unquote, here for G2, because they've won 3 rounds in a row, they could be fairly aggro behind the raise and flash plays of both Trent and Jogamo.
They look to maybe punish Leaf with it right away. So you want to peek that again? This is exactly where you got to kill last round. On that front side B. Pistol round-esque strat here from G2 as they pressure mound once again, a little bit more force as Jogamo is up on the angle. So a huge read from G2, pretty much already on the round. They can flex already over towards B and lean towards A.
I love that. Just the prowler that you had from Jonah P. It goes up for a bit, so the call for Jonah P. to tell Jerwin to fall back for a bit. Don't over peek yet. And then he backpedal all the way back towards spawn to maybe try to win a duel against Jogamo here. But they both give up space. A little bit of pop damage being done here through smokes from the staircase. That's going to hurt a bit, but Jerwin has moved all the way back towards the A site to now activate the showstopper. They'll finish towards the B site.
See that Vice wall here, the utility. Just gonna basically hatch that showstopper on Trent as Jonah P gets the kill. Jogamo's gonna try to wreak havoc from behind and make it feel weird to be in sight. Plant is gonna be fully down. G2 is just waiting for the right moment to get back in. A nice job by Sentinels to spread out for the site here. It's gonna be hard to identify all of their positions, and Baby Bay achieves one of them. It doesn't look like he's going to have too many options here to get out of this.
Dropped 31 last time around against Crew, but he won't pick up the numbers here. Decides to fall back and save his weapon, and everything that worked, everything that was invested into the round here for Sentinels got value, so the operator from John Cutie still watching that B line to cut the rotates from the C line was actually quite nice. And again, that's thanks to all the information that John Cutie and Jerwin are gathering across the map at the beginning. You had a TP insert from Redux on the A side that says, okay, I'm not being pushed on that side.
Yeah.
So that's why they fall back. They try to scout towards C. They realize that push from G2. Then they could just activate it to a split on the B side, and it almost felt like Trent, if it wasn't for that showstopper, he was just trying to get one. Either it's the showstopper or the people behind him before Jerwin's able to react on the showstopper, but couldn't laser beam his opponents.
Oh, I see.
It was. John Cutie's gonna hold that up and really able to play B lines and close up to the front side of B there. You're not playing against the Neon, you're not playing against something that's gonna slide in your face here. So yeah, they can get that pretty close up to the fight to help everybody and not just have to hold a long angle here. A little more of a feint towards A, and they just don't commit yet. They're expecting G2 to take their mound control again and have that early control.
I think they might force the pivot and the speed up here for Sentinels over on the C line after they saw here a Paranoia come out. The dog's gonna confirm for G2 side that nobody's leading there, but they're still really late to try to assist Baby Bay here.
He just dodges on the Nightfall. They realize site's clear, a blessing and a curse because Leaf is actually just outside the smoke.
Nice little timing that he finds as well. As you have just the satchels coming in from one end, the other ones are blocked behind the wall, so you're just trying to isolate Jerwin for the pick, and it ends up being perfect.
Oh, that gets everybody. If they can make their wins, Cortesia. More trades. Sentinels do a bit of spamming here. Caught in the reload. Jogamo takes a perfect timing there and knows he's going to be playing without the team for this. Ducks his head down, tries to play the micro. Holy moly. Beautiful job there. Cortesia, though, on point with one more. Jeez. Jogamo's got a whole list of things to do in this situation and not enough bullets to do it. Van Silly still just trying to dance around, and John Cutie's going to find that kill. Another round for Sentinels.
Just seeing John Cutie and Cortesia playing the 2 versus 2 on that C-side, just reminiscent to how they played it in the past as well. In their last time that they played on Lotus, remember when Cortesia was telling John Cutie, this is a util that I have, this is how I could help you. Look at this timing. When the orb comes down, flash comes out instantly, forces Trent to look away, to dodge that flash, to allow here Cortesia to get the instant pick.
Wait, he's an upper too?
He's a caller, a clutcher, an opper.
And you mentioned that the role he usually plays too is that Viper just on the right side of the map, with Sen making things happen on the left side. So they're ready to leave that op, like you said, in a chamber-like position at some point, and John just still receive info and make the calls from afar.
Yeah, it's almost like a look of maybe a little bit like Crew, when you have like less as a Cypher or whatnot working, or Viper, sorry, working towards the C side, despite him having the wall over on A, but it's the Omen that's lurking around.
Yeah.
Now that's what Redux was doing for the past couple of rounds, but it looks different this time around here for Sentinels. It's a lot more slow. They're just trying to prod around that map because they know G2 is going to be on a low buy, so they're trying to see if any trap plays are being set up here by G2.
Yeah, Cortesia Usually, whoa, Jonah P trying to calibrate the first few bullets there. Spike's still down, so this is all just investigative work that Sentinels is doing before they can confirm where they really want to go.
He's dragged 2 players, that is Jonah P rather, towards his B site. They should have an idea that there's a heavy lean towards C and B, yet Sentinels are still trying to group towards that side for a last second hit.
Cover going out.
Thankfully, they still have good util to work with, though. Haunt's already up on this side.
Let's see what G2 does when they're anchoring inside the site now and actually put a cap on that one. Jerwin goes down to the showstopper, but they're still trading on the low ground. Sentinels come up with 2 immediately to open the site, and they'll get a plant down with 10 seconds to refresh the time a little bit.
Yeah, with Joggimo dying. Can't throw the paint shells.
Nice block, good block.
Yeah, wallbangs are not hitting this time around.
Mm-hmm. One on each end here. It's going to be tough for everybody to coordinate this, but it is a possibility. Babybay starts it off. That means a little bit of noise from Valen. That's huge. That's a very big ultimate. They're trying to get into the corner. It seems like Cortezia was able to save the gun, so maybe he's the one to be the hero in the situation. Shorties are out. Shorties are ready. The shots go through from Babybay, though. He is the blender.
The blender for Babybay, but a blunder for Sentinels. Because that door was opened up when they were trying to fight towards that C site for the plant. Yet I feel there was a little bit of a miscomm as to where Babybay came from. Because Cortezia was a little bit late to look back towards that C site. Or at least the C mound. He went back and forth until here. Actually, it's Jonah P, unfortunately, that gets caught. Activates now. The Steel Garden comes in for the mow down.
Bro, doesn't miss a beat chewing the gum either. This man is multitasking his brain off. Thrifty coming in for G2. Successful post-plant. Babybay on the Vizop. John Cutie on the Viper Op.
Love the no-man call there from Babybay. And that's what we're talking about. The satchel on the route denied by John Cutie.
He can hop too? He can hop too! Say it ain't so, Vance. Oh my God. Okay, that makes G2 think twice about the situation. Babybay's moving up closer because he wants a chance at it. And he'll quiet the op on the side of Sentinels for round 7.
And that's a big pick. With him falling back right now, and also this wall is actually being placed towards B. So it's still quite decent here for G2 to play this 2-1 setup. They're not playing as close because Jonah P is still available. They can still prowler back towards the A line. So they just want to make sure that they could stay as far away as the prowler utility. Maybe trap their way back to fight against Sentinels. But the call back from John Cutie, despite calling it from the grave, is working out. The perfect read to move into the C site to contest against Babybay.
Almost finds one there. And he's always looking. It's like he has that freedom to. The team lets Babybay push in, wants him to. Because the situations he can start to create are huge. Leaf trying one here. The door, the fake, but Cortezia almost gets the snap kill. Valen a little bit quicker there. And quick to the second. Oh, the spam shot! Getting Redux before he even enters the fight.
1v2 with Jerwin here. Didn't even miss the timing.
Oh. A 4K from Babybay into a 4K from Valen. G2 grab another round.
Big rounds. I mean, this scoreline is just unlucky for Sentinels. Because think about it, a 5-2 scoreline. You just talked about 2 quads from round after round, but the pistol round clutch as well from Trent.
Oh, that was disgusting.
So again, when it comes down to the macro and the calling from John Cuno on the attack side, it's to perfection. But the pulse plants, a huge issue for Sentinels so far. And that's just now on the micro. They're not playing perfectly to how we know Sentinels could really do. And they have to correct that, which is why Ewok's calling us timeout to discuss it with this team.
Vans, we're getting the op battles. We're getting people shot out of the air. We're getting people getting pre-fired before they swing a box. Oh, these guys are testing each other. And now a timeout for a moment of solace, just a break, so they can reset the thoughts to come in here even stronger as they come out of this.
We also have the display of the LAN experience, too, for these players. We had a little bit of a LAN special where Leaf was going for that backstab on that C mount, and he had Cortezia dead to rights, but heard the rumbling of the crowd in the Riot Games arena, and Cortesia turns around for that flick for the pick. At the end of the day, though, again, the storyline is G2's highlight kills out for so many of these players so far. It's not going to be BBB trailing 31 kills like he did against Crew. It's going to be all of these players so far fun in their moments. So yeah, keep working on the micro right now for Sentinels. Clean things up a little bit into the pulse plan, and they should be fine here for the rest of the attack side. This round a little bit more difficult though, because they have Sheriffs to work with, only half armor across the board. Interesting enough here, it's Leaf that's rifling. So both Vipers opting rather not rifling for either team. And it works out for the first blood.
Slow double peek. One is surely to fall when Leaf is looking down that scope. Jerwin 2 away. And looks like it's going to be a bit of a ruse commitment here if they do decide to keep that far up at C. No. It's a full reset here. They're going to go back to spawn. G2's got a pretty good read on the round, though, so nobody's moving. The util's still set up. Sentinels are going to have a pretty hard time squeezing through this.
I'm also very okay to see Leaf, the one opting for G2 so far. When it comes down to who's ever anchoring on that C site, the responsibility is there. I think the switch up that you have from G2 to put Baby Bay on the rifle on that B site, you see him playing behind Razor Vines and a Flash. He's just expecting, because Sentinels has a low buy, they have to finish last second for a plant into the B side. Kind of like playing Haven. You're on an eco, just bring your numbers in towards the B side, try to get a plant. But Sentinels are trying to move inside A. The Boombot's going to get some info of the push of Jerwin on the top of the staircase.
Yeah, and now he expects another person to be there. Rightfully so. 20 seconds on the clock. The inserts they have aren't finding too much. G2 is just staying so far back. They're making it hard to be found in their own sites right now. Jonah P is able to enter one. The spike's not even getting planted just yet. That's going to be clean. And it'll give SEN a little bit of time here, but how much is the question. Oh, VALORANT actually is going to have to eat those paint shells. Tries to get a trade-off in time as Trent fighting with Jonah P back and forth. And they're just looking for safety around the outside as they get pushed around here. Jonah P solo, and yeah, it was a matter of time. They were just sniffing out the ring around the rosy. G2 comes up with another round, 6-2, as they start to take full control from the defensive side.
Yeah, Jonah needed the ace to really get in there for the win for Sentinels on that eco. But again, good util coming out for that side of G2 to really get it into that side. First off, him coming out for the trade. So when you look at the protocols from the timeout from Ewok saying play off each other a little bit better, and yeah, he's still allowed to do some good damage onto G2. Some good damage onto G2 in the previous round and get a plant down to keep the economy up. Now, an opportunity to swing things very aggressively for Sentinels. One pip away from Cortesia with the ult, but they could move in very quickly. With all the ults available for the side of Sentinels.
Yeah, the Vizalt's really big on this round. I feel like you use yours first, you lose, right? Cortesia can actually get that up this round. We'll see how it plays out. Just a dog over towards rocks, trying to clear out those roots. And that space is going to be taken by G2. It's been mound, it's been roots. They've just get a little bit more info, and the pit immediately. Wow. So the rest of G2 can start to lean fully over to the left side here and make Sentinels uncomfortable. That means Sentinels is going to have to go. Jerwin activates the showstopper, but everybody's hiding behind the curtain, so it doesn't even matter.
Thing is for Sentinels right now is that they might have to use all of their ults in this round just to capitalize on round number 3. So they'll try to get in this site, get this pit onto Waterfall to cover up on that side and maybe towards spawn, so they could play the spam from mound.
Jerwin, just tries to play the growth of the pit for a second here. Here come the Vizalts. And there goes Cortesias. So they trade them one after the other. Everybody's got to separate for a moment. Leaf always entering through the door, going to try to cause some trouble. Redux with the classic. Gets a kill as VALORANT trades that one back out, and the rest of the members really from Sentinels are hiding outside. A really nice spot for John Cutie as he's cooked.
That was a huge paranoia.
The defuse.
They're sticking
defuse, baby, back down to half. That's going to be it. G2 members are wiped out, and Sentinels can breathe easy.
Dude, that was such a nice try, though. You saw it from that mini-map. The paranoia from VALORANT from the waterfall hit all 3 players in the front of that C site. Two on the mound, one on the other. And as they're getting deafened, they stuck onto the spike for G2, and he was just inches away of defusing it under Sentinels' nose. That kill was huge from Jonah P as well, because that backstab could have been everything.
Yep.
And look at that. Just all three of them somehow instantly laying up the scoreboard when BBB almost had that defuse. But remember, like I said, they use a lot of the ultimates just to get that third round here for Sentinels. So things reset now, and G2 are going back into the mount control. It's a mixed bag of tricks, though, for G2 in terms of the econ.
Oh, what a flash. Turn around the corner. The Stinger picks up 2. What a return on that investment.
Double flash peak. That was super nice. Paranoia to a sky flash.
They've been trying to set it up every time. It's rinse and repeat till it works. And the reason they really don't fail on it is because you can always get out if you realize it won't work that time.
And the fun part about it, too, is usually when you're getting flash like that, you're just going to spray hold mouse 1 with what's in front of you, hoping to get that person that's swinging towards the front, which is why Jogimo's satchel's on the top of the wall, like they tried to do a couple of rounds ago, so they could at least trade on that. But at the end of the day, it becomes just great shooting from Valen, this time from Baby Bay. With 40 seconds left on the clock and a 4 versus 2, I'm not too sure if you want to try to commit this for Sentinels, but John Cutie has been pretty good with the operator when they're scaling up here.
Such an interesting choice for this. Honestly, still seeing John with an up. And they take it into the 2v4. Nothing really else to choose. A few seconds left. TP's over, gets that plant down. They just on the other side. Nice shot. John Cutie makes a case for it. Sentinels could bring it to 4 here. They've identified another. Paranoia is going to be good. They're just, I mean, Redux is making the noise, but John's silent. So that just gives him a chance to be the one to pop out of the woodwork and make something happen, but now it's going to be tough. All of his vision has been closed off.
You know he's not inside that smoke from that boom bot.
1 shot left in that mag. Hits it, as always, up into the air. Almost gets a hit onto Trent, but the defuse was coming through anyways in that time as G2 swarm it. Grab a 7th round here in the first half versus Sentinels.
Another one of those lull buys for G2 that is converted into a round on Lotus so far. Displaying a very nice defense. Yeah, the flash actually hit Jogimo at the same time as well, but it does its job. You got so much util to take down those 2 players in front of that C-mount. Sentinels had no chance. Unfortunately, no magic. Unfortunately, no luck on the side of Sentinels when they're at a deficit. Unlike the past couple of rounds here for G2 when they're met with adversity. I'm always going to think about that piss round from Trent in that first round.
Yeah.
Rolling back the oh my Trent days.
Honestly, G2 in these moments where you might think they're down in a series, they're the ones you were talking about find themselves in the regional finals since 2025. They're the team that figures out how to get past the tough situations. Here it's just a second map they've seen. They're able to flip Sentinels on their head to start it off.
Because it is definitely going to hurt G2 in my eyes, their morale, right? We'll hold that thought for a second because I think this wall is going to come down and Jogimo might try to go for a pick.
Everybody scatters. The lights turn on. And 50 seconds on the clock as the spike is indecisive position right now. Really want to take it. It looks like it's going to be break room into B for the end of the strat, and they've chosen well. Leaf will be able to delay a little bit, but shouldn't be able to delay everybody.
As soon as they break this door too, Jogimo should be rotating towards the top spawn.
30 seconds left.
Because he has that showstopper to engage on the retake. It's a nice snake bite as well for Leaf to stall towards break room, giving a chance here really for that rotate from Jogimo to happen.
Yeah, they were already in waterfall for G2 here, so the firepower is present to take 1 member down. Sentinels, Seekers come out, nicely shot over. Not going to worry about the teammates as the fight comes first. Jogimo. His radar's beeping. Someone's close enough. And now what a retake there. Nicely used on the Seekers. We really hadn't seen the power of that just yet coming from G2 to throw it at Sen and just take all that space right back.
At least they save the op into the next round for John Cutie on the attack. That's gone value for a bit. But again, to go back to that G2, what the importance of this matchup in my eyes against Sentinels as well.
Yeah.
Not only on chance points, but it's also on the confidence and the morale, right? We talked about a team that's always so dominant in the Americas and always falls short going into the internationals. So if they start losing matches and start losing that title of being the most dominant team in the Americas as well, it's just a drop-off from the organization of G2 as a team. They want to make sure right now that they made the right choice by keeping Baby, bringing in Leaf to still be a top dog in the Americas. A TP towards the back of the spawn, and Valen shuts down Redux.
Frag and IGL can't catch him off guard like that. The Seize is there. Deafened, but it doesn't matter. He can still see the target, and that's all that matters for Valen. 12 and 5 there on the scoreboard as C is completely locked down here on the SEN fast strat.
It's interesting, too, because usually the Omen TPs are holding towards this side, so you can really pull out the defense all the way towards that back to deny that pinch
Give
to
it to him
happen.
on the front step.
Exactly. At the front step, you get the insta-pick towards that side, and you don't have to fully turn your back to into the C main, which allowed here Leaf to get the op shot right into the heart of Sentinels. That spike down, a triple high-low, Spike's being guarded, and it's basically mission impossible for Sentinels in this last round of the half. G2 looking to bring this forward to a 9-3.
Talk a little bit about G2's prowess and them being at regionals, and this is one of the stages, Vans. I think we've seen some of
30 seconds left.
the biggest ramp up from 100 Thieves, SEN, G2, you know, Lev still up there. A lot of people are playing at the top of their game. So it will require everything from these teams. Still here on the play as they mill about at the bottom of the site. G2 finds their targets. 9-3 first half. And that did not seem like they broke a sweat.
Yeah, I mean, they sweated a lot on that pistol round, but I think since then, in a double quad kills and going into like the second quarter of this matchup, yes, definitely.
Yeah.
They looked very strong, confident here on the defensive side. And that masterclass calling from John Cutie was just not enough this time around.
We're going to swap it up. We'll have the second half of Lotus right after this. Don't go anywhere.
Whenever I use Zowie monitors, I would say I just feel my element. Demon 1 is good! Without Nyack, the biggest difference was the ghosting. It was a immediate change. If you see something and it's not actually there, you're gonna miss your shot. Black Equalizer and Vibrance, I can react quicker to it, I can shoot better at it.
This guy is just spectacular!
And that way I can always trust him, that I can just focus on competing. My performance will always be at the top level.
Zowie.
We go legendary. Yeah, we taking it straight to the moon. These diamonds just lit up the room. I go celebrate with my dog.
All right, baby, let me be the first to congratulate you. 31 kills for your age of 31.
That's not true.
How old are you?
That is slander. I'm 25 biologically.
Important description there. Let me ask you, will we ever see you at 100, so like 100 for 100?
I mean, that would be insane. That would actually be insane. I'll go for it. I'll try.
I'll hold you to it.
If I can survive to 100, I will try to get 100 kills in Valorant.
I'll survive to 100 and make sure you like get 100 kills. I got you.
Fire. Yeah, great.
Best of luck.
Now we up popping champagne, you dig? Drop the confetti. We had to show 'em who ready. Flooded the watch with baguettes. We max it out, we go legendary. Yeah, we taking it straight to the moon. These diamonds just lit up the room. I go celebrate with my dogs. We handing out sweets like a broom. Hey, up, taking off. 247 not taking off. VDS stones ain't breaking off. All I know is.
Welcome back to VCT Americas. I'm just setting a date for 70 years from now to catch the 100 interview. You should too. It's going to be great, I think.
Yeah, sorry, this Unk is probably not going to be here. I'll be there in spirit.
That's right, that's right. All right, let's get this second half underway and lock in with the #1 VPN, ExpressVPN. And we'll see if G2, now who put up a hell of a defense on Lotus, get to dictate the game. The Sentinels need to start clawing their way back in here quick. They got to find an answer.
Similar look for Sentinels too. Looking to fight and crunch towards Mound. So any type of contact that comes across, they tap that door, they fight, while they still also manage to take control of the front B side. almost crew-like ways here from when they first were discussed as being one of the best teams that we have in on Lotus. Was to allow here fast rotates through these revolving doors.
Just waiting for the full clear. Jog's got that hop up on lockdown. And they're going in. Full team death ball here. The right clicks are counting. Oh my gosh. Great damage coming in from the snake bite too that helped clear up some of those kills. Yeah, G2 really didn't even see anything they wanted in the site. They died to Sentinels and can't follow up. So we rotate back around, and this looks like it could be very well a flawless for Sen.
Well, now Gerwin got that headshot through the wall there onto the satchels in from Jogimo.
Yeah.
Only had one left going into that one, but that became a nice paranoia from Redux as well. To really stop that push. In my eyes, then it's a missed piece of util utilized here by Jogimo. Tried to use it potentially to break razor vines or something like that on the ground instead of really trying to disrupt towards Bend, which allowed that crossfire to stay clean. Force Sentinels as John Cutie just got a nice little flick there onto Baby Bay.
Quality tactic. All right, spike money feels good for G2. Maybe able to get some sort of a buy-in here to make it tough. I think 9-3 usually just wait it out. And where's the push going to come from? Playing together, like the duo, the Praying Mantis style defense here from G2. Oh, wait a minute.
Not this time.
They make you think for a sec. You know, you can't count anything out in this series right now. But yeah, not this time. Sentinels lock it up, and they'll grab pistol.
It was like too for Sentinels to just wait for the gas on the side of Leaf to deplete, to engage back into the flood, because yeah, it would have been some big surprises. Okay, I take it back. The paint shells did land towards that Bend.
Yeah.
I just saw it just behind here. I thought it was just bouncing off the wall into the
all
front
we needed
seat.
was pistol, so trust it.
All we needed was pistol.
All right, let's see it.
It's going to have to turn into 9 more rounds from all that we needed. All right. Talked about those Bulldogs earlier. Sentinels doesn't really go for any of the heavy buys as they come out of pistol there. No Phantoms, no Vandals.
See how Sentinels are just really waiting for anything to happen so far. Finally, they're using Prowlers to clear out that minute mark. Oh, that's a nice flash, though.
Well, still cleared. Even Paranoia, Gerwin plays close enough to make it not matter. And just like that, every time G2 have approached the site in this second half, they have been quickly shut down. Smoke. Oh. Cortezia heard every bit of that. Oh, but wait, alerted. Makes the situation a little awkward, but should be able to clean it up. No worries here. There's a nice push from the door coming out of Gerwin, and the rest of the team moving forward. Cleans up that second round after a little bit of runabout.
Great ways for Sentinels to build up the economy for the last 2 rounds, right? We talked about a 5 versus 2 that only lost 1 player in the process, and this one a flawless in the second one. So to try to build up the operator for Gerwin potentially here into the next round on the defense. Well, I guess after the bonus round, let's start spinning that right away. Nice little hopscotch there by John Cutie.
With the Spectre.
He walks enjoying himself.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like he's really flustered by the 9-3 scoreline going into the half 2 and all the clutches that happened for G2 on the first half. But let's see how G2 attacks their gun round against Sentinel's bonus.
You might claim. Can we chill? Back up. Smoke.
It's
good, hold it. Spamming off you. I can dog.
Watch out, C-push. Let's hold our gaps.
There's 2A at least.
Could be distraction play to piece.
Just dog with the wall. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Ghost!
Ghost dead.
On top, chill. Tuck. 2 more.
Okay.
They only.
Yo, we should just walk through the B wall.
BC.
I think.
Okay. Walk through B wall? Yeah, I think it's a good play.
Not peeking me. Could be like on the headshot.
He just reprowled A. Dre, you can green light with this if you want.
He's repowering again. We should keep walking in. Insta walk.
Yeah.
Box is not clear.
They orbed up.
It's okay.
Clearing the box. They're trying to rotate with that.
Take break. Ready? 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2,
No
1.
wall.
Break.
Tuck. He's gonna be A lobbying you guys.
2A, right?
It was, yes.
Smoking. Should we
Guys,
crunch
careful
C-Link?
scrim
Should we
plays.
crunch C-Link or no?
Yeah, you guys can. There's no wall.
Okay, I have to hold B.
We have good post here.
Watch
Okay,
out
heal me,
scrims.
Trent.
I have
Dre,
front
just
B.
go, yeah.
Walking
We have
in.
re-rep, okay? Just you guys can play a little
wall
bit
should
back.
be I'm playing bull then. So leave me inside.
I got flank.
Wall's dead, advice.
Already close flank.
Holding with you.
One more.
Enemy
Beautiful.
remaining.
Was seaside.
I'm flanking him. I think he's heaven.
Yeah, you guys are good. You guys are good. You guys are good. Don't
Flashing
freak.
through the wall.
Does he walk?
He's
on
in.
site. I'm flicking him. I'm flicking him. Just chill. Just chill. He doesn't
Guys,
win.
careful scrim
I'm
through the
reloading.
wall,
Hold.
He can't win. He can't win.
Break room side?
Break room side or
break,
pit?
yeah.
He's saving break.
What the fuck? How did you get there? Hey, good
I'll make sure I wall
Make
your
sure no
guys'
ninja.
A.
Make sure no ninja.
No,
No,
next
it's
time.
okay.
Alright, heard. Well, they didn't know I fucking lurked. I didn't show it all.
Good.
Yo, I could tell you his util though. Hold on. Wall.
There.
So from those comms, the green light too, the work towards the A side. So that's another way for them to activate going into the next round. But the comms continue to be very clean for this side of G2. As much as we praise how, you know, on a 2 versus 2 scenario that John Cute and Cortesia, the comms around Sentinels are always really good to share the util that they have against each other. But the instant reaction out of the calls into micring from VALORANT is quite nice.
Yeah.
Because as they get met up by Jerwin pushing for the judge and they say, Tuck, nobody's really over committed. Just wait that towards that lobby. And then to just make sure, too, that they clear out every single one of these corners. So now G2 reaching double digits. We talked about the operator available for Sentinels, but it's the glass cannon for Jerwin, who stops Baby Bay with the walk down.
Knocks him down right away. They may not have seen the lurk last time, and they won't see it this time because he goes down. Cortesia also picks up the Odin here in round 16. Saw that from him a bit on Summit. We'll see what he can produce on Lotus. Now the rotation from Jerwin with that operator now to strengthen the A side, who's already have Jerwin and John Cutie.
This is so good rotation by Jerwin. If there's an overcommitment from Leaf into Spawn, almost caught him though, as Jerwin was trying to rotate towards the A site. This might be a cancel for G2 to go back towards that B site though. After the paranoia thrown by Redux, and they know the rotate from Jerwin. I don't know if re-hitting's a good idea here.
Sentinels is somewhat rotating back to their positions too. If that was the case, a quick shot, the no score, the quick scope misses. Up and over. There's a little too much to look at there for Jerwin, and Leaf gets the rope kill. A little bit of parkour to put a cherry on the round, but it would all be about getting that 11th one over on Sen here. John Cutie tries to move in. That low regen armor. Doesn't even have any chip utility he could absorb to make it look like it's a good situation or a bad one for him. So it's just going to be the straight-up fights.
Yeah, leave it to his hands here to try to clutch it. So with that drop, you know he's definitely committed to move inside this A site.
Flank tap. Not yet. Oh, there's a bit of a gap, and he knew it. A quick one. The timing will it allow him to swing, and Leaf is going to duck right under that crosshair. John Cutie falls, and that's 11 for G2 Esports.
Yeah, another day there for Sentinels. It's in that scenario. Just before the plant came in for G2, they just had to hit their shots. Jerwin did a nice little opener here, but there you go. Redux had him dead to rights. And then the op shot from Jerwin just missed on that second player, which gave so much space for G2 to take and capitalize there on Jerwin as he was forced to reload or switch weapons.
I don't know.
Boop. The button is hit. Ewok will have a chat with the team. Feel like maybe you're giving too much respect to G2 on those rotations. Rotating a little bit, but either doing it all or nothing kind of thing is where they need to be at. Because that seemed like an almost wanted to be everyone, and then they second guessed it when Sentinels really took the site. I'm sorry, G2 really took the site.
Yeah, I think the all or nothing is going to be the discussion out of this timeout because the economy is very low for the side of Sentinels. I do have to say, though, that they did, despite the scoreline, play it aggressive, and they did want to disrespect G2, which is why Jerwin was able to completely shut down that C line at first. You see now Sen City and the Riot Games Arena are trying to support the Sentinels team to bring and reel this back. But if you want to stick to the script, we'll have a banger of a third map if it goes to split. And I'm not ready to finish this night yet. So showstopper in favor of Jerwin right now, and they are going for the gamble. We talked about a low econ in this. With this timeout, it's the all-in. Half shields across the board as well.
Yeah. Frogamo is going to be able to flex his muscles here in sight. Needs to stab out the Prowler. Baby Bay cleans up 2 on the extremity.
Ooh.
And actually brings Jerwin to 20. There's nothing that Sentinels wanted.
Wow.
Draws Jerwin in the air.
But to commit that onto Baby Bay is huge, because now he's got 20 HP with a regen, and they don't have it for the retake.
They get him back into the fight. Maybe that counts enough. Jonah P is able to clear one as Trent has to backpedal a little bit, but Jerwin's on the timing there. 10 HP to try to push through the choke point. It seems like it's just all done here, and G2 is going to grab that match point. There it is. Valen takes the shot to clean up the round and put the pressure fully on Sentinels.
And Baby Bay learned from his mistakes in that previous round, just tucked in a little bit more towards that right side, so he's not going to be showing his elbow in case there was some sort of operator or outlaw walking down. Look at how so tucked in he's in front of the quad boxes there on that C line to take 2 picks and to give here a great position for G2 in the pulse plant to flip the side as well to fight against the rotate. They knew it was going to be weak side on a retake for Sentinels. And now we have a 12-9 scoreline. Doable.
I love that we have John Cutie and Valen on top for the scorelines. Both IGLs trying to lead their teams to victory here. And G2 has just had the swing of fences every time. Baby Bay again points up to the upper deck with the first kill on the round.
Dude, I never saw him in,
yeah.
in a POV of Jerwin. That was sick.
Trent just on the other side. I mean, even under casting utility, he still has time to get the kill there. It just seems like they're catching Sentinels in the process of everything.
Oh, Jonah P still survives though.
Not sure. Got that safety jump in there.
So Seekers and Dog both spotted Jonah P and John Cutie on top side. Here's a TP towards spawn. Oh, thank God. Valen's not sticking it, but he still gets the information that they're playing passively for Sentinels inside the A site.
Baby Bay just got ult. Everybody's actually staying pretty far outside, so they should be able to dodge that, keep the arsenal alive if it's used here. I mean, it has to be, right?
Nah, the one in tree is going to get fully hit by that one too, but instead, G2 wants to play the contact.
Oh my God, fail.
30 seconds left.
He drops it. Oh! John Cutie picks it up, is going to go ahead and get that Phantom. Waiting for the team, but he's going to be pressured. They're going to try to squeeze him in on this one, but he's not going to be taken down. Here comes the ultimate from Baby Bay. Oh no, Baby still has his. That was Cortesias to pressure the moment. Oh my God, so much happening in the end of these rounds, and SEN, they're gonna read it all and take one for themselves.
That was insane by John Cutie. To be able to stay alive in that back of the site and to delay enough for Cortesia to move in with him for the high-low to get that final kill onto Baby Bay.
Jeez.
It almost feels like they wanted to play aggressively. They were the ones here for G2 that wanted to disrespect Sentinels here.
Come on, believe in this shit. Come on,
why
does
does
everyone push you there?
I know. I smell so good.
And that's exactly my question as well. You have the steel gun in towards the end. You have the information where John Cutie's at. You can plan to play the pulse plant.
Exactly.
But they just wanted to try to finish the round now for G2. Instead, Sentinels has some room to breathe. Ults as well that they could cycle to start the comeback in this game.
This round starts loud, but it's just utility. Everybody's still milling about the map, mostly for G2 to look for that second hit right away here. And just about 30 seconds into the round at sea.
They ping. They know exactly where the flashes are being set up here by Cortesia, who hasn't really set up and changed his util.
Shot him in the big toe. Enough for him to get a kill as they trade through. Remember, this is a bit of a lower buy for G2 here, so anything they can pick up helps.
But the 2 times that they had a mixed bag of tricks on this map, they convert it into a W. Now they have a pulse plant. Thankfully, though, for Sentinels, the Nightfall would be huge here for Jonah P. He'll scale back with the rest of the team from the top spawn.
Kill here fast enough for John Cutie means pit 2, but he's going to be one of the last ones entering into the fight. The Nightfall goes through. Jogamo's just on the outside towards elbow. He's going to be able to deny anything on that. John Cutie gets his ult, not even going to be necessary as they start to move in. Jonah P. The door game. Jerwin's trying to play it, come in at the right time. What a clean up on Trent. It's going to be another one, too. That's going to be the defuse. Sentinels somehow stay alive on that one. Knowing they can push in with confidence to the low buy of G2 was all they needed.
So we talk about continuing the ult cycles. Jonah P using it. It doesn't hit too many people, but it does give enough information that players are playing outside of the C site. So to open that door for Gerwin to take control and also just dominate that 1v1 against Trent. And with those kills and a retake, another ult is available for Sentinels. That's a pit available for John Cutie. Gonna instantly set it up here towards the C line, and the yacht from Gerwin. Maybe to start. That might be the first thing. If he doesn't see any pressure coming on that side, he might save the pit for a later round if you're able to survive this round here.
They push Gerwin off the line. He still wants it, though. Oh my God, Phelan is so quick with it. This series, especially on Lotus. We said he's leading the team right now on that scoreboard, and the confidence is bringing everyone with him. Looks like they are going to still set up on C here.
The wall's going to help John Cutie. They'll have Razor Vines to support from Cortesia, and a Snakebite still available as well. So G2 realizing here that they can't really move into the wall. With the insert from Valen, he hears it from his point of view, but it's going to force now G2 to pivot elsewhere across the map.
This is, except for Jogamo, this is one of those low buy armors for G2 now, as the teams are just sorting their economy back and forth to keep the best buys for themselves here. Ooh. And that's a clear, great combo. They'll back off.
The smoke throwing towards that staircase, though, they know here for Sentinels that it's a G2 pivot back towards at least C.
All right, here's that ult we were talking about. John Cutie was able to grab last round, is almost forced out of it immediately, but he's got Cortesia just on his left now as John starts off. And there's a 1 and a 2. Incredible, these two together. How much they energize the site retake and make it happen like it was no problem.
Remember, Chad, this was also another 12-5 scoreline. And Sentinels are finding life here to fight back on the defensive side. And the interesting thing right now is 3 rounds are strung in a row by Sentinels, yet G2 still has 2 timeouts to work with. But Josh RT doesn't want to call any single one because he doesn't want to give a chance here for Ewok to chat to his team. Remember the first map, that was 2 rounds converted from the timeouts from the side of Sentinels. And you really don't want to give him a chance to come back in this game.
Yeah, he does have a good success rate coming out of those timeouts for the Sentinels. It's a great point that Josh would just allow Valen and the team to flow through this. It's 1 more round. There's nothing you can really tell them to make that happen. It's just got to be the shots. Gerwin's a little bit lower here. Another low buy for G2. Should have weapons for the next one. And Sentinels are seeing what they can source out, knowing this lower buy could create a little something weird here for G2. They wait patiently to a few of these inserts.
Oh,
yep.
Prowler missed, but yet somehow Redux still gets that kill onto Leaf.
They're really reading each other right here. They're just waiting to see who will make the trade first. Sentinels coming up actually on top of that one. 2v4 now as G2 have to work their way in. They're just being pressured to do so. The TP, Valen's got a bit of a sneaky play here. And John Cutie a bit quicker on the trigger. Keep Sentinels in it, 12-9.
And now 2 of those mixed buys from G2 not converted once they take the attack side as well, and you're starting to see the confidence coming out from Sentinels. And what was lacking from their attack side of not playing together has been nothing but near perfection for all of these rounds on the defensive side of how they're playing their defense for Sentinels as well. Now converting 4 rounds in a row. Ult available for Cortesia with the Outlaw, and he's holding that solo towards the A site. That gives confidence here for Sentinels to focus more of their resources to fight onto the C mound, where G2 is currently starting.
I was gonna say, do they push? It feels like they've had such an advantage, just almost being a nuisance, but not fully revealing themselves here. It seems like they definitely sniffed out John Cutie.
You see, it's a similar setup to how G2 is currently playing towards Mountain, but really the only thing that they have is a Paranoia to stall that. But you can't really throw that Paranoia because it would hit John Cutie at the same time. So it just becomes one of those try to get away from a different angle. And speaking about angles, nice little sliver peek out from John Cutie and also from Cortesia.
Oh, dear!
And a flawless moving Sentinels up to double digits as well. I think it's about time to call the timeout for Josh RT.
You might have to. You might have to. The operator, as you said, the Odin being out, puts Sentinels back in their full defensive mode, where they know exactly what they want, when they'll peak, and what makes them peak. And really, it's their own terms on that one. Hit the button. We're into a timeout here for G2.
And he was reluctant to hit that button, but he also smashes it with anger. Very disappointing on the look of G2 here on their attack side. And I feel like that pivotal moment, it was when we were trying to fight John Cutie inside that pit. Instead of playing into the protocols that G2 is always so good at, to get the plant down, utilize the ult to their advantages, play off the spike and play off the time. And since that round as well has been the Sentinel string of rounds on a defense. And when you're looking at the timeout too, the economy is still very abundant for Sentinels versus what's left for G2. It'll be another low buy once again, just enough so they can have a strong buy for the last round, potentially if this is pushed to another last round of regulation. Let's think about that timeout, what they have here. For me, it looks like a very quick explosion. A paper rig style where you just flash towards that front of the B site, double satchel in with that showstopper, get that space, and play inside the site with the stingers. But SEN City and the fans right now don't want it to happen. They want to see Sentinels push this into overtime.
Go
VALORANT.
Very likely a top 2 spot on the line through this series. And Sentinels is making a run for it to make sure G2 doesn't have a say there. Right towards B, G2 instantly inside the site. It's going to be actually hard to take this back from the Stingers, from the pit.
And the fact that they were able to get into there without using the showstopper is huge. Now they have big ults to use into the post plan. It's going to be so many ults on this 5 versus 5 retake.
Steel Garden. I mean, it's going to hit everybody except for Leaf. I'm sorry, except for Baby Bay on the outside. They start to go in. The kills coming through fast for G2, but Jerwin, a cause for pause there as Sentinels get a scratch back. Are they moving too slow is the question. No, there's 3 more from Sen. Leaf is that one alive inside the pit. This is going to be incredibly big from Redux, and it's Leaf. The round they needed to push it to split. G2 take Lotus.
Almost had that flick there from Redux to save that round for Sentinels. But the fact that Sentinels allowed G2 to get into the site with all of these ults was unfortunately the mistake that cost them dearly in this second map. But look at how it started. The snowball of rounds thanks to Trent's clutch right here. But it's good here to see the resilience of Sentinels in the second half to make it so close, to almost push this into the last round of regulation. But this also means that Split is going to be another banger.
Absolutely. We see both teams ramping up for the culmination of Split to happen right now. And Josh RT's big red button is a Lotus winner that gets us there. We'll be right back. More VCT Americas right after this.
picked off as well. Babyface Headhunter ends it.
Redux, even though he's accounted for, he's still finding the damage.
Welcome back, everyone. We talked a little bit about what was going to happen between G2 and Sentinels on this map, especially with a little bit of the mental games between the two IGLs. So let's take a look at things that happen and things that change coming into this map. First of all, we need to address the elephant in the room. Yes, John Cutie was playing with the operator on attack a lot, and that is not something that we see very often. But let's look at the mental games between Valiant and John Cutie and see why this was so important into that first half. First of all, you're going to be seeing a Sentinels on attack that before was playing a lot of 4-1s, leaving John Cutie here by himself, and also a G2 defense previously that was playing a lot with that Vi setup heavy on C. Now, the dynamics here are changing because it's a read between the two. And as you see this play out early on, you see the active part for G2 is actually going to be on that C side. They're trying to get that information early on because Sentinels, when they're going for a fast hit, it's mainly going to be based on that information and that space that they get towards Mount. So they're going to fight towards Mount passively, playing around this one way that they have. Well, on the other side, you know, Baby has nothing to worry about. He has his Vi set up over here. There's some flashes going around and then some information from both of the initiators across the map. But what matters the most is this Prowler is going to be sent for Junna P. And although he's going to spot one player, what this is going to happen, or what this is going to turn is into some of the players here for the defense going all the way back. The information that they have for Sentinels is going to immediately allow them to rotate. And in the meantime, these two players towards B, they have nothing to worry about because you have an operator that is holding an angle, and that is something that is going to be crucial as the rest of the round is going to play out. G2, they have that information. They know that they can pinch as well around to this B side, and even though they don't end up winning this round, you can see as this moves on, that Trent gets pinched. John Cutie is going to end up finding a pick with the operator that you're going to be seeing throughout this first half. And it's a G2 that ends up backing up. But what it tells you for sure is that G2, they have a good setup planned around some of the aggressive plays that Sentinels had in that previous series and around some of the things that they could do eventually. This is what allowed them to have such an advantage into that first half going into the second one. But for more on this, let's send it down to Bren and Goldemoy on stage.
Thank you so much, Professor Dryad, for that goodness there. And we learned a little bit about what made that Lotus map, click. And of course, it's map 3. So we got to be out with the people in the crowd, hanging out with the homies, yapping some video games.
Yep, I mean, it has been an unreal electric series. Lives up, I think, to the stakes that are involved with this one. These are two teams desperate for a win here. Yeah. And I mean, there was tension on the faces, I think, of some of the G2 players, but it really was paved the way in terms of G2 success with these retakes. They were so damn good, as they always are when it comes to Lotus. Drilled in terms of the way that they choose to take it, the communications. We got a lovely little treat of the comm section where we got to hear about how they were communicating on one of their rounds as well. And it's pretty clear to me as well, Leaf, he was dead comming a lot, actually. Even though we died first, micromanaging a lot of the team, talking about where they should be pressured, what they should be watching. They are always so damn drilled when it comes to Lotus as a map.
Yeah, no, you can hear those comms, but it's just the way that they were just constantly with one another, right? And never really allowing themselves to go into a situation without at least some type of information, right? So there's a real credit to the communication of G2. And I do also want to give a shout out to Sentinels too, man. Way to bring that one back, because that could have easily had been 12 or 13-3 or something like that, you know?
Absolutely, I hard agree. I mean, if they didn't end up trolling their economy a little bit, trying to force that first pistol round loss, that could have been easily in their favor if the economy just wasn't that weak on the beginning of the first half as well. But G2, they managed to earn themselves a bit of respite. We are heading to split, but that is an unknown quantity, genuinely. That's right. For both of these teams, we don't know what to expect from them in stage 2 on split. It's going that way. I think we've got an inclination as to what G2 could be running. They're probably going to be running a Sentinel, to be honest. Probably running a solo duelist compositions. Sentinels, they have options as well, though, but that just, I think, adds a little bit more tension into this match as it reaches the
essential peak of it.
Yeah, I really don't know what to expect here because we hadn't seen Split from either of these teams. It's been a hot minute, so it's going to be fascinating what we end up getting. But of course, we want to know what the people think. So who do you think is going to win? Is it going to be G2? How about the Sentinels? Oh my goodness gracious, I think the people have spoken. Let's go ahead and jump into the action. Make some noise, Riot Games Arena. We're sending it back to the casters. Oh, and free stuff.
Welcome back to VCT Americas. I hope you're reaching out on your screens there. You could have caught something, but maybe not. The crowd getting away with some jet knives today as there were blade storms everywhere. But not in this series. Not in this series. A 1-1 for Sentinels versus G2 as we go from Breeze to Lotus. And all bangers end on Split.
You talk about blade storms. I feel like maybe it could happen here on Split because remember, you're looking at two teams right now trying to find a little bit of their footing going into this second stage, trying to qualify to champs. G2 trying to solidify from champs points at least for room to breathe, while Sentinels are just trying to make it deep into the playoff run, make it into the top two, and then hopefully here qualify the champs. But this is huge storylines that ends again in bangers where all these storylines are going to meet right here. High intense moment for a lot of these players, from coaches, from Ewok, from players of Jonah P.
And you got to think it's been a year since Tier 1 competition between these orgs, right? You might have like Red Bull and some other things in between, but since they were here in the VCT or Master Stage or somewhere, we're still getting this competition out of them, right? SEN and G2 always craft that pedigree to attack at this prowess and be able to deliver a game like this. And right now, we're seeing a young Sentinels ramping up into a form that I think a lot of Sen City is happy with.
Yeah, the cool part about G2 is that despite the amount of roster changes that they've done since the guard days, switching maybe 1-2 players, you always had a core between, you know, between Valen, Trent, and also Jonah P in the past, but then switching out Jonah P, they're still able to win the Americas.
Absolutely.
And then for Sentinels, ever since the rebuild from 2024 Madrid, they haven't been finding successes outside of qualifying for Masters and Champs, but that's always not enough. This time they just want to win trophies, and they're hoping to do it with this team over Sentinels this time around as well. And so far, so good, man. They're making and challenging every top dogs that we currently have in the Americas. Now we get into the Agent Select, a map here on Split where both of these teams have not been finding the best of successes actually on this map. You know, both teams tried double duelists, maybe some Sages here and there, and maybe some even double dive with the Whaley and Neon, but it wasn't enough. And you're seeing here that both teams are focusing on a single duelist, different outlooks, but focusing a lot on stalls. And when it comes down to Ascenti,
the big difference in Ascentis, right? Baby Bay's still going to be able to get online with those. But John Cutie did grab the op last map. We'll see. All kidding aside, we're still waiting for him to lock that in and figure out what this squad is going to be. But I am ready for this. Sentinels will be starting on defense, G2 on attack, so they kind of keep rolling with what they were going with here. I'm feeling that momentum.
And John Cuda was just floating here the time down on the pick of Cypher so that Ewok could really talk to the team. Josh RT doing the same thing as well. And for one more time in this series, we're going into a map split for Sentinels and G2. A big one coming up. Could be anybody's game right now going to this third map.
The crowd is ready. Competing chants, competing teams. A dynasty versus an entire city. What's gonna happen? What's gonna happen?
That's right, Riot Games Arena. Loud in the crowd today, they are. Hot dog.
I saw it.
An important matchup here and a fun outlook as well. Going back to the tried and true and the comfort picks of G2, but also we haven't seen too much Chamber on Split recently this year. So I'm excited to see what type of strategy G2 is currently cooking this time around too, because they've been quite good on a Vice on this map, and BBB has also been good as a Vice on this map. So it's not really in terms of comfort pick this time around, but now on strategy. So the Chamber is moving here towards the A ramp, trying to go for a pick on that spot as well, while Trent was trying to find some information over on that B lean. Pings into the smoke, potentially seeing that Sentinels are maybe trying to take control of the garage aggressively. As they realize here, an old school camera from 2020 days spots the feet here of Jogimo moving into the site.
Such a good camera. Few shots missed. That's the site take. And Baby Bay has to rendezvous back. So they're going to have a good bit of util to get back in here. Redux still has that paranoia. They can get down towards screen side. As Baby Bay says, look me. Look at me. Oh, they looked.
They looked indeed.
They looked.
Cortesia's there as well.
Oh, the crouches. His movement just is so weird for Cortesia to get aim down on him, and he can't follow him, but it's going to be the assistance from Jerwin there to clean that up.
The good news is that they baited Trent, so Trent could go back for the backstab.
That's one. Flash, they're going to be staring at it. That's a hard one to dodge. Trent quicker than anything. And John Cutie just taking the peppering right now from Jogimo down in sight. Wow, the way they're playing off each other here is just so clean, so solid by G2 to grab that pistol.
And you needed a big fight inside of that smoke. A mini gulag from the Omen smoke dropped into the front, sliced by a Viper wall. And it's Baby Bay versus Jonah P. And Baby Bay was able to take him down, which disrupted the retake for the side of Sentinels. Just that and the chaos of Cortesia whiffing a couple of shots here just wasted that clock down on that spike, taken away over on the A site, not given a chance for Sentinels to ever set up for the retake. Very nice stall here from the side of G2, coming out with confidence this time around, and another pistol on her side. It's a fast hit over on the B site too.
Yeah, Sen aggress on the right.
Yep. He was spawning for a bit as well, but he's going to be able to escape and not get punished by anything there.
It will be impressive if G2 can kind of clean up bonus, go through this, and Sen do find a way to stop that. G2 with momentum. When they have momentum, it just looks like they are absolutely playing with their food here. The way they take it, the way that Leaf reads these lurks and whatnot. Obviously, the death ball of Sen getting the better of that one. But yeah, it is to be seen here as they bring momentum off of Lotus here on the split. A pistol round, and it should be a quick cleanup here for G2 as they all drop right into the waiting arms of G2 inside. I say that as they're getting pushed around. And a nice back pedal by G2 to play this safe.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. All right, it'll still be around for G2 in the end, but that's some great damage.
Okay.
What I like at least now for Sentinels in the outlook and maybe how they're approaching this map for Split and changing their comps a little bit here.
Yeah.
Because they haven't really played it twice here during the stage one. They're switching out the Sage onto the Cypher. I think that as you're trying to go for like the walls and stalls and really focusing more on trap kills this time around. I think this time with the slight buff that you have from the trap wires from the side of the Cypher, it really gives a chance here for John Cutie to anchor up better on the A site.
That's right. Nobody shoots the middle of your Cypher wire out, right?
Yeah, and on defense, with Jerwin going onto this Waylay, it gives him a chance to also, again, just like Sunset, to be off the leash and push down with the operator when they have enough money for it and go for those hero plays.
Ooh. Rendezvous a little too slow there as Jonah P is quick on that. Redux gives up a lot of HP for that peak, and G2 kind of force a push in there, and they're stopped by that Viper's bite. A really nice reaction here by Sentinels on the defensive side. Whether or not G2's kind of playing with them, they are right on the money with what they need to be doing.
Grouping up here would be kind of nice for the side of G2. They still have 2 flashes to work with, and they might try to pop through and isolate one of the angles. Meanwhile, though, you seem to rotate over from the heel to get Redux back to the top. They don't want to throw any smokes or flashes. to give themselves away. With the weapons that they have, you're trying to close that gap with the Stingers instead of trying to just get Jogmo rushing in.
What a clean angle on the box from Cortezia. G2 falsely thinking it was safe in heaven. Now they just have to read Leaf. These are the times we were talking about before, that they're able to just find their way back and around, but it seems the read is there.
Oh, this is huge right now for Leaf to
The
get the
read
timing.
was there. Crazy stuff from Leaf. Floats right in to get a kill. Can't trade that, but it means the team is aware of where the kill came from.
There's no time.
Makes a little bit of noise, and it's going to be just enough to catch Trent off guard. Sentinels take the bonus away from G2 and start their own little run.
Another one of those moments where when Cortezia is needed, he's going to make it effective in terms of how he anchors. Not necessarily on the first pick when G2 are trying to contact play on top of the staircase, but that flick at the bottom of the double stack to get 2 kills when he's being encroached from spawn and top heaven. Look at this, 1 and 2 on the top there. Does his job, runs that clock down, and gives a freebie for Redux to take. Again, he is Mr. Consistent, and it almost feels here that sometimes when you look at the history of Sentinels trying to build around a superstar player like TenZ or a star duelist, now you have it in Cortezia as an anchored player.
So I was going to say Sentinel's not in sight, but they're ready to fight down ramp through a bit of the smoke that was there. G2 lose 2 members here. Still have a paranoia to get back in. Jerwin to dash and cause chaos, and they're going to, again, have to worry about this guy creeping back around for the long flank.
And it's spotted for him too, so this is nice. This is why Valen went for the smoke at the top and fake TP'd in there, because he still has a flash to work with. Right now he could flash stall or try to force Jogamo to go for a fight towards that spawn. Ah, that's huge!
That's insane. Okay, but it happens this much, right? SEN have to be ready for it the next round, is the question. I don't know if Leaf can keep doing it. Somehow he does. Redux on a shot there, but just too much to take care of to get this defuse. A 4K for Leaf, a pit and 1 pip. And G2 give themselves some options moving forward.
And that's all they needed for the side of G2. Stall as much as you can once they realize here that Sentinels have not started to use the util to flood retake back towards that site. They decide to push forward to create a disruption, a diversion back towards screens in the spawn. And it still results in kills on the side of Jogamo, getting his first one of this game. And then Leaf for the easy quad kill in the end. And now the economy's broken for the side of Sentinels, and there's no trap play, no aggressive plays either.
We'll hop out. Why not? As the moment as he has a scope in his hands, he should be the first one peeking, and G2 loves to promote that. Nice find on where John QT is going to be playing this round. He actually stays right in the sight, ready to use that stinger to full effect. Redux. Leaf will not have a timing this round. And now SEN might actually take it a little bit slower here. John's off, and he's in a fight on all his own. He's got to make this work a little bit. Oh, dink on the spike. And the timing is there for G2 on their little aggressive push towards Sam.
Didn't disrupt enough time here for Sentinels to really start flooding back into the site. So this is looking pretty good for Jogamo and company of G2 to hold and get the plant down.
Spike planted.
You see there's a little bit of chaos this time around too, though. Despite it being 4-on-1, you have 2 players that are 1 pip away of getting the ult. Yet Valen goes for the full plant when he already had the from the shadows instead of giving it to Trent or Jogamo here for the next round. And all they want to do is secure rounds. What's most important for them is to reach 13 ASAP. And Cortezia is able to pick up a rifle and to save it back into the next round. So pretty good in the end. You're seeing that also. The outlook of John Cutie placing his trip towards his B site, although playing it solo, is all being discarded by the simple dog here from Trent.
Yeah.
I think you might have to start playing the old school way as well, where you, on split, you started placing trips a little bit higher as well, so the dog actually goes under it.
Maybe a one-way delay, play some different trips. There's definitely a game to be played there in just messing with how G2 gets into the site.
Yeah, because if not, you're not getting any value for trap kills with the trap plays LS Scuba or Fireball ups on Summit, for example. They've been very proficient and good on. the end of the day, you are playing a video game. It's always good times.
Hell yeah. They seem to be having a very good time here. 4-1 up for G2 as they start their attack side to split. Quite strong.
Yeah. Anti-set up from Jerwin to take control of that spot right away after the flash spin thrown. G2 has a sixth sense and they decide not to press forward. Man, look at their full rotate that they're currently doing as well. From one flash going all the way back towards the spawn and re-walking here, because the call right now from both Leaf and Baby Bay is that they're not being pushed and pressed at all from that trip that was placed forward here from Baby Bay.
Yeah. But once they get into sight, they don't have to worry about ramp if that's going to be the play. They just have to break these trips. Good placement from Redux here to shoot down on top of that from heaven. And we'll see, does G2 choose the waterfall or go straight for the site? And easily straight for the site, right through the trips. Not too much of a problem. Wait, no, they do create a problem. The G2 trade right back, knowing they can't move. Everybody looks up to start getting the trades and around the site. Smart, very smart little reset right in the middle of the play by G2 to make that happen.
And unfortunately, no value for Jerwin with the operator was trying to meet up with his team, but everybody's getting dropped too early. And despite here, John Cutie placing that camera on the top of the A heaven side and Laz absolute Jupiter style. It still spots the feet and the push coming in, but the reaction going on to it just not enough. Nobody's playing towards that rafter to spray. There's no Viper Wall coming up to fight against that. So still it becomes an opening for G2 to always take inside the site and just win them, right?
Yeah.
I feel they got to change that a little bit here for Sentinels. When I'm thinking about Cypher players who've been playing quite well on the A site was maybe like in the past 2025 or something like that. Benji Fishy with his spot too. Like those type of cages to play within sites could be very good around trips being placed up.
Shoot trips between kills over here. Leaf's like, give me more to do. Ewok is gonna hit the button. See what this call is coming in from the squad. I don't hate Jerwin's op. Jerwin is great with an op, but I feel like G2 are understanding how to just source that out and make sure they're at another site, which then on split, retaking with an op is really hard to do. All your angles become super close very quick. I don't know. Let's see if they can get away around these G2 starts to make that op work for Jerwin. One of the things I'm looking at.
Yeah, I think right now for G2, for the past openers that they're doing on their macro was some flash smoke information, flash information over on the B garage side, and then the sometimes single, sometimes double lurk from both Leaf and Baby Bay on the A side. But what's important here is that they're focusing a lot on extremities, and then only going back into mid control into like the late round, into the mid round rather. They want to leverage a little bit of surprise attack here from Jerwin being let loose. Man, just walk down towards the towards the mail, down towards middle. Recall back if you need to, but just try to find that early information for your team. Because right now with their comp as well, because they're only playing this passive information with the Cypher camera to allow G2 to really walk into the defense before they pop into sites. It doesn't give a chance really for Sentinels to react here quick enough to stall G2.
Well, there's pings back towards Jerwin here, so I guess this could be one of the tests. That orb gets thrown over from Leaf. The rest of the committal for the team. Dash out to safety. Oh, they find him. Jogamo still has a lock on the angle, even through the gate. John Cutie trying to fend off one of the cabbages, as it's going to be a setup for that post plant. So clean from G2. They knew to identify somebody in backside.
All right, they got Seekers and Flashes though for Sentinels. This could really help out for them to find information early. Especially after the first wave of util, second wave of util to stall is now depleted for the side of G2.
Here it comes. Just about killed on the way into sight, but that gives him a bit of a read and really only puts him in the firing line of G2. Cortezia down in hell, identified by Baby Bay, and the rest of the team swings in to clean up the round. 6-1 for G2.
And what a good call here by Josh RT after the timeout. You're trying to set up in a way here that you play a little bit more passively again, but again, the idea or the name of the game here for Sentinels is to continue to stay passive. And they go for such a nice little set piece to put the TP all the way in the back of the B site here for Valen as they go for the dog. Didn't have to shoot or use util to really push Jerwin away from the line of the operator, which allows for them to have so much util in the pulse plant as well. So, like I said, I'd like to see some more aggression coming out from Sentinels now. It's time to look desperate here for the defensive side of Sen City.
Lock on mid for Baby Bay. Leaf on the right side of the map, controlling anything that comes to him. 10-3 right now on the score line. And I don't think he's made too many mistakes this series at all. Towards mid is actually where Sentinels are going to have that heavy listing of players. So this could be a chance for them to get back with a few of these pistols. But Jogamo very quick to that shot as Jerwin just tries to get a peek out. And all that space is instantly taken. Another one for Jog as Jonah P goes searching. Heal up, and they reset to do it again.
This just continues to be another one of those looks here where G2 are having a very strong start. You're hoping now that you might have a repeat from Sen to start clawing back here into the first half and make it a little bit more competitive. But this time, you're seeing a night and day performances on the attack side of G2. They don't need any type of clutch plays or any quad kills coming in from a certain player. The scaling in util and the way that they're finding all the information to play off each other has been perfect from beginning to the end.
10 seconds. Planted.
7-5 is still a scoreline Sen can work with, but it seems like a reach right now with the momentum G2 has. They'll grab this one. The low buy for Sen keeps them at bay. And G2 are just going to have so much money they can start taking chances. Baby Bay has the op with alt online. And they don't even need to worry about using that with purchases coming up soon. It definitely says a lot. G2 still has this much in the tank, going this deep in the map, not deep in the map pool, but 2 split after these maps, and still really have a fresh hit on each of these rounds. Still have strats to pull out against them.
Like a Jaw. He's 3 pips away, yet still wants to move in towards that spawn to deny here. Sentinels to save weapons. Cortesia at least picked up the Phantom, that's why he's not going into it, but he was trying to build up the ult points on his side for Jogamo, even if he's so far away, because they are flowing with money again for the side of G2. It's an easier rebuy. It's also a great way to continue to cycle ults into your favor on the attack side. There you go. You didn't expect that.
7-1. Vans, this has to be one of the answers, and they decide to go back for the operator. Light armor buy, regen for Jerwin, and they are going to put that op. Now it's at A. Was it B, round after round, and denied? They've switched it now.
It's been a while since I was able to say an @ThisSpheres in the chat. G2 now at a 7-1 scoreline, and yeah, they are looking back into a surprise pop into the B line. But you also see that for G2, they're really trusting Baby Bay to scale up first here for the team. The dog actually spotted both of them right now too. I think the responsibility for Jogamo is trying to break that first, so that Dre could actually start moving forward and try to catch his opponent off guard. Oh no!
Yeah, that's a bit of that green light. It's a bit of go ahead and take it.
I was just about to say, because the dog saw them both, the smoke should have been easy here to just block that line, to not give a chance here for Baby Bay to take the line with the op. But yeah, he's the one that's able to spot feet, utilizes Redux's one way to his own advantage, and puts G2 at a player advantage, at least until now.
Punished a bit in that situation, but you're right, repaired by John QT. The shot missed. Jerwin corrected too much to the left as Jogamo just took him down. And all 4 flood the site. Looks like Leaf kind of wants to take a position different, but he only gets to hell for now, and that's going to be Cortesia's clear here, as they're going to have one from each entrance. He's almost ready for it, but Leaf on point.
That's contact on one with the flash from Trent into Heaven 2. John Q and Jonah P, that might be the instant save. Unfortunate there, because it becomes a waste of an ult there for John Cutie. As he throws that hat, it's a little bit too late. The first pip shows all of G2 already inside the A site and planting. What gave him a little bit of room to breathe and some hope was that because of those pings, you could start taking a little bit more space for the A retake attempt. But it's Cortesia trying to move in solo and win his own duel. And after losing that one, then you force yourself to go back into a safe scenario.
John gets the op. They move out. What does the weaponry look like across the board? So still get a few buys in. Use that shot again. Yeah, all you have to see is something break that line of sight. Easy body shot after that.
Yeah, faint.
Awesome, great, perfect. And another one from Ewok. He wants a chat with the team. And really the biggest gap we've had in the series right now, G2 kind of flexing into that form that we expect them to at least hit at some point in a series. The entire team coming online. Leaf, a big proponent of this, and his lurks to start it off, but it just seems like another day now for G2.
Yeah, and the advantage too for G2 was after the first time out from Coach Ewok, it was shut down right away.
Yeah.
Remember that play from the Omen ult into the slide tackle of Joggermo to take down Jerwin, who unfortunately, as much as we talk about the impact that he's had in terms of first blood versus first deaths in the last series that he's played, in the last 2 series that he's played actually against 100 Thieves and Loud, it's being shut down this time around too. On this map of Split.
And G2, the little things, right? The catch on that smoke, being able to push up and catch a few of the timings on the players of Sentinels. Those aren't things we saw in the first 2 maps. That's why the first 2 maps were the way they were. So a little wear and tear here, I think, happening for Sentinels as we get to the 3rd map versus G2, as it's 8-1 on that scoreline now. And G2 really aren't changing up too many of their strats. They're leaving one on the extremities that's Leaf and executing with the rest.
There's the off for Jerwin, finally taking point towards middle, but he's not trying to move it down. So they're actually using more trips to take some late mid-round information, using it like a sage wall, where they could be permanent for the round, so they could focus more on anchoring on the extremities.
Yeah.
Will that be enough this time around, though? Because, again, we have to underline how good the site execs has been for G2 throughout this whole half so far.
I think avoidance is a big key factor for them, not going towards where the power of Sentinels is right now. That's going to be Convergence path over on B, kind of figuring out where that op might be. They haven't heard it yet, so they're still playing very safe because Jerwin has presented that op quite a few times. So they're going to play as a team up mid here to close the gap.
Kind of like how Baby Bay's playing around here on the A side. He's getting hit by the dog, the flash. So right now for Sentinels, they probably still think that there's players lurking towards the A site. And that's G2 to now pop into B. Remember the Convergence pass, though. It's about to come out.
Here it is. Slowed and wondering. Everybody's on the rope, holding on for dear life right now. The spam from John QT is going to hit true. And now this is the first time Sen's really kind of been scrambling. Let's see how they repair the situation with 10 seconds left. A miss from Jerwin on backside. They continue to try and clear, and Leaf's gonna have the time to do that. Oh! And that's the shot on Jonah P that leaves Cortezia in a 1v2.
BBB just saved his teammate too. The jump across.
The timing, but he's gonna have util out as he cut. Oh, he resets and sits Leaf down. A very much needed round for Sentinels as they gather their second together.
You definitely saw there on the 2 versus 1 that G2 were still scrambling to find the right position because they were afraid that they already gave the tell of where they're going to be positioned should they not move. Baby Bay stays on the top of the rafter. The other one's planting. That gives a chance for Cortezia to isolate fight. So you see Baby Bay trying to jump down to meet up with his teammate. Oh. And it just becomes so convoluted that Cortezia finds his timing.
That's how we did it. Come on.
That is exactly what they needed. 8-4, still a possibility here, Vans.
And this was the first little scramble here that doesn't pay off for the side of G2. Again, comes down to the macro around it. You still have to give it to the edge over to the attack sides for now.
Sneaking up. Take down that trip, hoping that they get Sen to kind of rotate around on their defense, but they've already planned for it. Heaven still covered. Rope still covered. Jerwin from A to B, and now Event Peak is the one that actually hits success and starts off on Jogamo for a first blood. They're going to keep moving him. It's the best thing for a sniper to do is move after you shoot, and he does to A ramp for a second kill on the round.
And because of that, Baby Bay could start walking up, realizing here that he doesn't have to face a duel against Jerwin with the op to op now. So he's the one that has going to have to creep up and make a play. If he tucks in towards that back of that B line, he still could TP after a pick, but with the two teammates grouped up with them, they are committed to fight towards this B site.
Yeah, they hear that op and they know there's going to be a few more people surrounding it, so SEN will also surround this site. Quick drop from Cortezia into Hell. Yeah, what a shot from Redux in the back of the site too, as he's dancing around to get another kill on it. On to Trent, as Sentinels pick up their third here in the first half of split.
Yeah, they might have found their answer right now to continue to post them being Sentinels, to continue to post Jerwin with the op towards middle.
Dude, those Ewok timeouts are crazy.
Yeah, finally getting some value out of it for sure. But that was a second timeout that he had to use in his half. He has nothing left there going into the second half as well. So going into the second half, the next break that you have in between the halves is going to be the most important one for Coach Ewok with the rest of Sentinels. And for Josh RT, I think it'll be similar as Lotus. He doesn't want to waste any of them going into the second half now. It'll also be a nice big conversation that Josh RT will have with his team once he switch over to the defensive side. This time, the call from Valen to use that dog to see if Jerwin's still going to be posted up with the operator again. And that already pushes him away.
But he can't take the same route, right? Even Baby Bay almost expects this route. Jogamo creating a little intensity here towards Heaven. Yeah, they walk away from certain death on either side. And here we go.
That's the sixth sense, though, from Sentinels, expecting that it's going to be a late hit back towards Vents, so that's why Jerwin's pulling back. Everybody's finding timing so far, though, in terms of the oppers.
Oh my gosh, Baby Bay creeping in! And he takes down Cortezia. That was the protection. Now Jerwin has to turn around, hits a fantastic hit. Tries to get that hinder in as Jonah P stops the push from Baby Bay, and this short, he's got to sing for him. Does take one down. Jerwin's done his job for the round.
Seekers now, after the TP, they know that there's two over on the A side. Is this a cancel call? Said they cut noise. They're going to try to cut the rotates back.
Leaf is just holding a shoulder peek right now before he can get into the site. Jonah at screens is a rock right now for Sentinels with the 3K on the round. This looks like SEN will get the 4 that they're pushing for.
All right, so it's a safe plant. Leaf has no choice but to anchor up and turtle after the plant.
They hear him step. They know he's still in sight there. That paranoia was really to get him shook. And now they can just hit him with the util from both sides. Wait, that's one. This is a possibility, a second! And Jonah P finds the 4th to lock it down. An easy defuse, and Sentinels give themselves a little bit of breathing room for the second half.
Yeah, big quad kill there for Jonah P to build the confidence going into the second half. When you asked me that this is actually doable for them to make it 8-4 when it was 8-2, I was going to say probably not, because G2 were looking clean. But after that, this change here from the timeout from Jordan getting value with the operator changes things as we move into the second half. Sentinels still has some fight in them.
Don't go anywhere. The conclusion to this series right after this break.
I rise to the top and let them know I'm built for this. Every time I fall, I get up. All the weight that made me bend turns these shaking hands to strength again.
Welcome back to VCT Americas and the conclusion of this series. G2 versus Sentinels going the distance here on split. G2 really coming out firing in the beginning of that first half. But Sentinels, when Ewok gets in their ear, it seems to just spark something. They find a few back, and they got it at the right time to start the second half with 4 rounds.
Yeah, Sentinels were definitely able to fire back towards the tail end of that first half. And where it gets important here, where it would actually spark not only the momentum of Sentinels, but also to activate the fans here in the Riot Games Arena, is a pistol round for the side of the Sentinel squad. On the attack side, all 5 of them looking to explode here into B.
G2 has had the pistol prowess. You see it in their pistol round win rate, but it's also been in this series. Oh, wow. They are mobile this round.
G2, that is, yeah, for sure.
Pushing down mid, trying to get past this wall, using it for a little bit of cover so they can get even closer and spring the surprise on Cortezia, who is not aware that anything like that was going to happen.
There should be a call from John Cutie to flip. There you go. 2 of them pushing back towards that spawn. And that smoke is going to make things a little bit more difficult for G2 to retake. Thankfully, though, Trent still has 2 flashes to work with, so they could flood back through this smoke.
Oh, Jerwin not expecting that great turn, but he can't get the shot on that many coming around the corner. And it is in having a fight between Leaf and Redux, and Redux gets the better of it. What a shot from John Cutie. They're playing this so patiently, knowing there's so many members of G2 coming in. They're letting them just walk in for the shots. And there it is from Jonah P. Takes a moment in the smoke to himself. And a right click is all he needs to take the pistol round for Sentinels.
The Professor again, a quad kill to end the half, and now a double tap to be able to win the pistol here for Sentinels. A big clutch coming out from him, a big trade on another 2 versus 2 for Sentinels, where G2 seemed like they had the full protocols of flanking 4 players back down towards that ramen and scale back towards spawn, already knowing that Sentinels are going to flip towards that back of the site. It comes down to the last 2 players with the final stand in the back of that B site to close that pistol for Sentinels.
We definitely have a 3rd map now. This should be another round here. If everything goes right for Sen, stingers around. They're not even trying to play it different. No, long-range bulldogs are going to be behind each other with these stingers and just try to clear out G2 for a round and get to that bonus.
Sentinels for the last 2 rounds are basically playing this as if they're playing double duelist.
Right.
A flash, get Jurgen right in, try to get that space. If it comes down to some aggression here, some hold back from G2, we're trying to slide into this B site.
John Cutie cleans up 2, rights the wrong. And there's a kill from Redux. It should be Sentinels closing in on the rest of them. But wait, Leaf get a few, and somehow we're down to 1. And there's the shot. Jonah P again. A safe pair of hands for Sentinels to start the second half.
But it was a big pistol round for G2 on the eco. Barely investing anything into that one. Came down to a 1v1, but the tuck corner of Jonah P was good enough to save another round here for the Sentinel squad. Look at those classic shots. Woo! The flick back on that second one from Leaf was kind of clean.
And this round becomes even bigger, Vance. The bonus. The Sentinels bonus would really turn the series on its head.
And a great start. That will probably force Leaf to fall back and look for a heal. You are seeing Trent and Leaf trying to coordinate and discuss here how they could do this, but as they do so, and they have to pull back for some space, that Sentinels moving in. A drop smoke, maybe to peek at the same time. Leaf decides to, or Valen, sorry, decides to play this a little bit more passively and safely.
Now G2 get all the calls right now from Baby Bay over to the A side, so they can lean here towards Heaven, prepare to help each other out. And they're just going to go ahead and dog to make sure there's nothing else happening. They might disperse after this and start to re-clear a little bit more back towards their side.
Jordan is in a great spot with the rest of the team for Sentinels, though.
Yeah.
After the multi-frags and the clutches that he's had, already has Seekers up, so they could definitely group up here. It'll be an A-side finish. Only Baby Bay watching here with the pixel angle.
Rendezvous ready, but it puts him in sight, so he needs help from Heaven right after this.
30 seconds left.
It's actually going to be a quick one. He takes out the Seekers, and he does get that help from Leaf right away. What a shot over the smoke. Looks for another one, and they detect it. It's going to happen, but it's the low shot from Trent that steals their vision away. It's just too clean. They're allowing Sentinels to walk into their death. There's too many angles to look at and too little time to do it. Another round here for G2. They steal the bonus away from Sentinels.
John Cutie even going to save his rifle in the next round.
Yep.
It's important here because remember the amount of damage that they've done in their eco round here for G2. There's not too much money for Sentinels to work with. What was even nice as well for Baby Bay was breaking all the 3 Seekers instantly. It doesn't allow here for Sentinels to really know and follow behind the Seekers. Is what's behind Baby Bay. And soon enough, they spot here. Leaf at the top of the rafters to get a pick. G2 now at 9. Outlaw as well. Again, think about the damage that was done for G2 since the pistol round and the eco that they had.
Trying to read this play. Still a kill comes through with that fast flash. And it's a trade. I say that is really good for Sentinels here with the lower buy. Leaf takes out Jonah P and just makes it hurt that much more.
That's it. With that eco, with the rifle that they say that's the only best weapon that they carry into this round. They've already lost here on the top of the ramp, so it's 2 pistols and a stinger in the post plant.
They try to escape too much on this. And all the Sentinels is playing it safe too. Oh, sorry, G2 on the way back in on ramp. Baby steps. Everybody's got a rope tied to each other apparently on this, and it's honestly the smart way to play. But wait, they haven't checked. Okay. Gotta check discipline. Somebody does. G2 get it, and that's gonna be a 10th round for them. They push ever closer to taking this series away and keeping their eyes set on a top 2 position.
Yeah, that story would have been definitely different at that flower pot position from John Cutie should he have kept that Phantom that he saved. Said wanted to give it to Jerwin so they could try to open up. I mean, it worked out. It was such a nice flash. Actually, Redux, sorry, to TP up after the flash to try to get a pick. But they didn't expect 2 players from G2 to be up there.
Oh my god, how am I hitting 181 taps? Yeah, okay.
Because
you know it's not good if he's surprising himself. That you don't want to be on the end of that 21-8.
He's always in that discussion of being one of the best players that we currently have here in the world.
Yeah.
Currently now at 21 kills. Just being a humble player. Very mature of him.
Very mature. Another dog out towards mid. That happened a lot later in the round here for G2, so they aren't pushed up with Baby Bay getting the information. It's going to take a little bit more util. But SEN is also taking quite a bit of time to commit on these rounds.
This is really cool, too, how they're setting up the defensive line for G2. We'll talk about it in a sec, though, because Sentinels are trying to explode out here. A countermeasure from G2 to fight back towards Mail.
Jerwin's timing. Oh, what a turnaround. Knowing there's going to be a fight on both fronts there immediately. That's going to be a Seekers. G2 is actually a kind of a loss here for where some of the members might be. Those Seekers are taken out very quick. And it looks like it's going to be a waterfall into the site if they keep moving quick here. There's the dash coming in from Jerwin. Baby Bay and Valen calming. They need a bit of assistance here, but how much do they need? The reload goes through. It gives a moment of pause in the site, but yeah, there's going to be SEN members everywhere now swarming the site, trying to get these trades in. Jonah P for another one. The plant goes down, and they've done a nice job securing each position.
All these pre-fire shots, all in favor of the Sentinels. It works out in the end. The patience to just wait for 14 seconds for the smoke to dissipate, forcing Valen outside of his smoke, and for Sentinels to just punish every single one of these angles right after. Didn't really give a chance for G2 to set up their defense. I was mentioning what was good from G2 at the beginning, though, was this slicing the Viper Wall down towards mid, throwing the one-ways towards Ramen as well. You're forcing so much early util, especially the dog from Jonah P.
Yeah.
So deep down that line that you don't get enough information on the top of B site, which then gives a chance for the trip set up by the chamber to get the second wave information for the team. Unfortunately, as they tried to encroach and fight back here towards the mid to encroach and trap Sentinels, G2 got shut down.
Speaking of Jonah P, a bit quiet for the first few games, mostly on the assist line, but he is trying to lead the charge here in the third map versus old team. Doing so from that sky position. We're at the team on the left side of the map right now, and it does look like they have an idea to end towards that right side if no quick kills come through on the way over.
Yeah, Jonah P currently top of the scoreboard for the team. 13, 11, and 7. Gonna keep trying to slice this around, but at the same time, though, this might be a pop flash through as soon as the wall's about to come down to just counteract against the wall from G2. Instead, it's a surprise play. 3 of them lined up here as the Viper wall and the defense comes down. Sentinels are now slowly walking up for the contact.
Now they got to look towards vent. Nice smoke to give themselves some cover. Jerwin was really good at taking this space last time. Oh, and he is again. Straight shot takes out Trent, and John Cutie was already on the other front to make it happen from B main. Really nice drop into the site, but Baby Bay does get a fadeaway there that helps. Jogamo as well, just getting straight up, takes down Cortezia with the stinger.
And he's still healthy.
Very. Upgrades, but the overdrive is going to come out, and he's going to get driven right into the ground by Redux. Leaf entering. Baby Bay going to be a bit of a distraction here, so Leaf can get the shot on. His life was always be given up, and Jerwin's going to be able to clean up the next one. Sentinels are within 2 now.
The ping pongs and the jiggles are quite nice here for the side of Sentinels. And I think we might see a similar story from that map of Lotus, where you're starting to see Sentinels really trying to find some real fight in the second half. Josh RT might need to call the timeout here to try to figure out ways to stop this mid to B split that seems to be consistent for the side of Sentinels and also getting good value so far. You might have to leave it for one more round, because this is a round that G2 has money to work with a duel de force for Baby Bay.
You want to play?
Locking that down towards that B line. And speaking of B lining, it's Jerwin trying to walk up, but he gets that space for the rest of Sentinels to take.
A little bit of an eye and a flash to keep him safe on the refract. And they get over towards B. They have good timing here if this smoke goes off, but actually all of G2 tries to get in an anchor position on the site. Convergence path rings out, and that's going to be tough for Jogamo to get any ground to stand on. Do they pause or no? Valen's going to have to do some fancy footwork here at 29 HP. A nice paranoia to get Baby Bay in from the right side on an angle, and that counts for 1. Redux finds Trent on the entry back into the site. G2 making a case for this retake here for the 11th round, and pressure on to SEN. Baby Bay versus John QT. It's going to be the trade on the right side. Baby Bay hasn't missed a 1v1 in quite a few series. That's the defuse in an 11th round for G2.
Big op kills at the beginning as well, and clutching around on a 1v1 against who other than John Cutie. I was looking at that match, I was like, this should favor John Cutie by a higher margin. But Baby Bay stays stoic in that one, wins that fight. Nice headshot towards the end.
Hey, let's go, Dre! Let's go, baby! Come on!
You can't say it's an op crutch. It's definitely not an op crutch.
Especially with the rifling that he did on Lotus against Crew to get that 31 bomb. That was all some rifling from Baby Bay.
See, it's not an op crutch. All right, we get back into the round. He's forced off his line, but still backpedals to safety to get another one from screens. And this, a little bit of heaven control here for Sentinels. Something new if they keep this for a while to see if they can get G2 to squirm.
That's a big one too, though. Despite Baby Bay winning the 1v1, they don't have the best of money to work with. So Util is hoping to be the name of the game for G2, and it works.
Another rope kill in the series for Leaf. Always pulling out all the stops to make sure they get the W. The spike being retrieved now, is this has to be an audible call. And they rethink the situation on the side of Sentinels.
And it's tough for them to reset back into a different spot around the map, especially that they lost Jonah P. No flashes, no dogs. It has to come down to hoping to make G2 force an error to re-clear up towards heaven and punish them. And here it starts.
Spike drop.
Yeah.
From the shadows. Into the site.
Wow. The call to do this.
Oh, they get it. Wait, that's all they wanted. If you get it, maybe die. But this is crazy here from Sentinels. Even on a low buy. No, that's exactly what you don't need to happen. A quick kill from Cortezia, though. There's still a chance to repair this, but there's a lot of numbers out there aiming up through the window, and it's a framed Cortezia. It's a dead Cortezia. And that's the defuse coming in for G2. That was overcooked.
How were they able to get those picks there for G2 when they had bandits for 3 players inside the A site? When I saw Leaf die inside vents with that Phantom, I thought it was a done deal. That Sentinels was going to be able to hold that angle from the top of heaven. Yet somehow, the Booty Bandits out for G2 are able to secure all of these kills.
Jeez.
Last one being the off shot of Baby Bay. And you now have map and series point for G2 with 4 chances to close that out.
On a round they never should have got. I mean, there was an op in there, but like you said, bandits around in the long range of A is where they are not favored against rifles. But G2 make it happen. They always seem to make it happen in the final hour. The pressure now fully on Sentinels.
G2 asserting their dominance from that round with a lower buy, still wanting to show that they are the best team that we currently have in the Americas. That the changes that they had, that the identities that they've been trying to solve here for the last couple of weeks in this stage 1, that they found the solution, that they're back on track to be the team here to win potentially another stage. Undefeated in the Americas since 2025.
And against a team, like we said, they haven't in Tier 1 competition played in a year. So to come out not knowing what they were going to see, not knowing what Ewok would bring, as it's his first game against Josh RT. A real battle of the minds across the board, in and out of the game here is a possible final push for Sentinels. They look to keep this series alive with a B Heaven push. This is a rinse from before. John Cutie was the one in Baby Bay's position, though, to assist in the strategy. And they haven't been able to take that space just yet. He kills Cortezia. They take down Redux. Thrown to P-Falls. It's John Cutie, and Trent finds that shot. G2 Esports look to the crowd. And the noise is theirs as they gain the W over Sentinels.
Another matchup between G2 and Sentinels where G2 will take the best of them. To bring out a coach here from the Pacific to rebuild around Sentinels. This time around, still not enough to topple down their rivals of G2. But G2 are looking quite good now. The confidence for them to build here into the second stage after this W against Sentinels. They mentioned it at the desk before we went into this game. It wasn't a confirmed done deal that they could make it into the top 2, but they're sure as hell very close to making it with the strength of schedule that they have for the rest of the stage to skip the play-ins for G2.
That 95% is real, Van. No.
It now becomes 98.
It now becomes 98%. Bren's really happy. But yeah, in the end, Josh, he definitely looks like he went through some things for that. The players were having fun, but this one took quite a bit, and I think to his credit, to what you mentioned a lot, is those timeouts weren't called. It was up to the team. It was up to the players. G2 was able to keep that in game between Valen and the squad and figure it out on their own. And I think maybe Josh is wanting that for as well a growth point.
Definitely speaks a lot into the trust that Josh RT has into the system that he's built and also into the calls of Valen. That's the reason why they've been together for such a long time, since the guard until now. Why a coach like Josh RT is also re-signed for 2 years, because he knows the system that he's built is already ingrained through his players, that he doesn't need to sound the alarm every single time you see a comeback here from any of these opponents. So it's nice to see also the preparation that he brought, that Coach Shaq as the assistant coach also brought here for G2
big shout
to
out.
be ready in this matchup against Sentinels today.
In Sentinels, to put up a game like this against G2 in a form where they are ramping up, right? Figuring out a lot of what they have. We talked about how even winning without John Cutie in the beginning is amazing for the younger players to understand the core of the team is solid, and then the veterans to know that they're doing the right job if John's not there. So really good play all around. G2 grabbed that win. So we're gonna talk to one of the players. Let's send it down to the stage for the Verizon post-match interview with Valen.
Thank you so much, Remington and Vansili. And yes, I have the IGL who was put to the test today. Usually split is Sentinel's land, but you took it, Valen. I mean, we're going to be adults. We're going to address the elephant in the room, if you will. You played against your former teammates, whom you called your brother, Jonah P. Talk to me about that.
I think for both teams, you know, it was like a high-pressure game. Both teams wanted to win. But at the end of the day, when you put competition aside, I think as human beings, you know, we're all here to compete and try to play. I'm sorry for Jonah for how the year started for him, but I'm glad that he found a Sen City that cheers really hard for him. So, you know, I still love him. You know, there's no bad blood between me and him. And I'm glad that, you know, we had this match. I think it was a really fun match. But yeah, it was awesome.
And so we've addressed it. We're moving on, everyone. I mean, you just said this was fun, but you just came over to me and you're like the adrenaline man.
Yeah.
But because how did it feel to call against John Cutie? Because it just seemed like it was a battle between you back and forth.
I think they're a great team. I think they have a lot of protocols on how they play. John Cutie's a great IGL. I mean, I've been battling against this guy for like almost 3-4 years now. So I think he knows how I play. I know how he plays. It's always a chess match. But it was insane. My team had me, and I'm just so happy that we made playoffs too. So I think, actually, I don't know.
We're running the numbers still.
We're still running the numbers, but I don't think some teams are doing it. So it should be us.
I mean, when you think about it, like, is this kind of the hardest test you've been given thus far in stage 2?
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, I would say that and 100 Thieves. Sentinels has been on the come up. 100 Thieves has been playing tremendous these last couple months. We've been a bit on the downhill, but we're trying to climb back up. I think this was a good win to kind of get that going. You know, the stands are kind of empty, but I just wanted to thank the fans too, because even if you're against me or for them, you know, I don't care. This was an amazing match. So I look forward to this every single time I play Sentinels. Thank you guys for coming out.
Oh, I think I saw lots of people in chat who were rooting for you and expecting for you to win. And you know what, no matter what happens, we all know you're a class act. I want to talk about, you know, kind of the form, because you said you were on the downturn. Yeah. I'm going to fight you on that, because I think you're getting better and better every single time, Valen.
Yeah.
Like, today was wonderful from you.
Yeah.
So in your personal estimation, how do I will ask you to kind of re-estimate that, talking about kind of this upcoming, this you know, leveling up that we see you doing, because you've talked, everyone on your team has talked about, we're putting in the work. I asked Trent, he said putting in the work. Talk to me about that upturn.
So I think the whole year we've been putting in a lot of effort to try to play comps that other teams are playing, because it's like best in meta. Neon Phoenix, just Neon in general. That's why you saw Andre playing like Duelist, but it's not really for us. I think we kind of found our own approach, and because we found it and we're getting comfortable every day with each other on it, we're just going to become better and better, and hopefully with the comfort of each player on their favorite agents, like, it'll translate into internationals too, and it translate in the most high pressure games.
Well, thank you so much, Valen. We have
Thank you guys.
Point.
Appreciate
Thank you guys.
y'all.
Here is match point with Jogamo and Baby Bay.
Can I just make it 1-1?
What's going on, everyone? Welcome to Match Point. And you already know what's going on. It's the end of the show, end of the week. So what we're gonna do? Good old-fashioned 1v1 duel! So, we got Jogamo, we have Baby Bay, and we're about to throw down. It's super simple. They got their cowboy hats on, they're feeling, oh, look at this, look at the
I'm ready, bro.
Look at the screen, Jay. You gotta, give me your good, like, mean mug. Give me a good mean mug. There you go. Yeah. Nice, well done, well done. All right, Jogamo, it's your turn now.
Ooh.
Oh, they don't know. They don't know. They don't know. Okay. All right, today we're gonna do an old-fashioned showdown. It's a Neo Frontier 1v1. So we're gonna do 10 paces, they're gonna turn around, and they're gonna shoot the crap out of each other. All right, so let's go ahead and show the game. Don't show my ugly mug. And let's see what we have here. All right, let's do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Shoot!
No, man!
Hey!
He's cheating!
Jogamo wins! Congratulations. You're the fastest cowboy in the West. How does it feel?
I'm fast. I'm from Texas for a reason, man.
He's from you never stood a
Damn,
chance.
he is. You're right, bro.
You never stood a chance.
No amount of training on Cassidy or Chamber could have prepared me for this match.
It's just too much. All right, there you have it, folks. Jogamo wins the duel. He is the fastest shooter in the West. Now, with week 3 officially in the books, here's our current standings and where we are
bro.
right now. What a game that was.
It's just not right.
How you guys feeling? How you guys feeling about that one?
I was pretty stressed. They pushed us, man.
Yeah.
That was a tough series.
I mean, Giacomo looked like he was set up, ready to go. Just right there, too. The zoom in and everything. You look like
you look like you got 2 more maps in him, bro.
Yeah.
2 more maps? We need to run that BO5.
Wish it was
Send
BO5.
G2 BO5.
Amazing BO5. This is a playoff game regardless, if you look at it.
That is fair. How did it feel to get up on that stage, you know, do what you guys have been doing, building, working on these ideas that you're continuing to, I guess, reinforce event or match after match? How are things?
I mean, we're finding our identity, so because of that, you know, it's a little bit easier for us now. I mean, now we're just executing. I mean, that's just it. Team play, fundamentals, all that stuff is coming into play, and because of that, I mean, that's how we closed out today.
Hey, well, look at that. G2 picks up the win. So, with week 3 officially in the books, here are our current standings. Because we talked about, relax. All right, we talked about what this match meant, and that means that G2 will continue to hold on to that number 2 spot there, as you can see, blam, right there, 3-1. So, feeling good. Might be avoiding those play-ins potentially, but, you know, still a little bit more to play with, right? And also Loud, let's not forget about them as well. They're right on your heels. How you feeling, Dre?
Yeah, I mean, I'm feeling good. You want my opinion on Loud?
Yeah, sure.
Dude, I think Loud are really good.
Yeah, I mean, we all feel the same way.
Luke's show is popping off. They found their identity. That's like the buzzword of the times nowadays. But, yeah, I mean, he literally has just been hard carrying on that chamber, and I'm looking forward to that duel.
Yeah, no, I think we all are. It's going to be awesome. Of course, these are the matches that are going to be happening next week when we come back to the action. Here you got EG versus Furia, and then Envy versus NRG, and a bunch of other excellent matches. We're right back here Thursday. All the matches. You don't want to miss it. But for now, thank you so much for watching. Here's your Samsung OLED Fast Replay, and we'll see you next weekend.
Cloud9 versus Crew about to get underway. And for both these teams, a very important matchup. Try and stall out the defuse. And a whiff on the first shot means Oxy back into the site. It is just a farm for Oxy. And Oxy gets the kill before breaking the trip. Crew are scattered. And Oxy is there. He is just devastating them. He knows exactly where the snapback is. Have some fun, how about it?
Such a sick round from Oxy.
6 cents from Dante. 2 kills from him, but Zelsis to equalize. And it's a 3rd one through the smoke. It should be impossible. And it would be if your name was anything other than Oxy. The one way complicates. But Vic up in heaven challenges. Oh my word, man. Only 10 seconds left, and they still have to plant the spike, and it's a triple kill! You can't write a finish better than that.
It's our last match of the weekend. 2 NA heavyweights are ready for another clash.
The fight at the beginning denied by Jerwin.
Back to the box, and Jerwin is going to win that fight. He's trying to stay silent, but it's not going to be enough. Jerwin on point. Baby Bay playing the silent type now. His Leaf is just freaking. Oh my God!
15 seconds left. You have to commit towards the B side. There's the Hunter's Fury. Leap is KZ across A.
Oh, and he makes the play between it.
No way.
He gets taken down by Jonah P. Shock Dart Valen. Now that Kingpin to get it. There's the defuse. Sentinels win on Breeze. Shorties are out. Shorties are ready. The shots go through from Baby Bay, though. Cortezia just on his left now, and there's a 1 and a 2. Incredible, these two together. Leaf is that one alive inside the pit. This is going to be incredibly big from Redox, and it's Leaf, the round they needed to push it to split.
Try to force Giacomo to go for a fight towards that spawn. That's huge.
That's insane. Just too much to take care of. 4K for Leaf. Cortezia in a 1v2.
Then jump across.
The timing, but he's going to have util out as he cut off. He resets and sits Leaf down. A nice paranoia to get Baby Bay in from the right side on an angle, and that counts for 1. Baby Bay versus John QT. It's going to be the trade on the right side. Baby Bay hasn't missed a 1v1. G2 Esports look to the crowd, and the noise is theirs as they gain the W over Sentinels.